the entire election, because the presidential candidate needs 270 out of the 538 electoral votes. In the last 2 years, a lot of it comes down to the Senate swing states. So let's say Kamala Harris wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, while Trump wins the other four: North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and that. In that specific case, if you don't count Nebraska yet, Harris would likely have 269 electoral votes, and Trump would have 264. And so if Nebraska's second congressional district voted blue again, that one extra electoral vote would bring Harris victory. But if Republicans won all 5 votes, it would create a 269 tie, which very notably then would throw the final decision to the House of Representatives, where each state would have 1 vote. And of course, that is a situation that would favor Trump. And so with all of that in mind, you have Republicans in Nebraska wanting to return to a winner-take-all rule for years, but they've just never been able to get the 2/3 legislative supermajority required, which is also why they were so damn excited when back in April, McDonald, he actually switched parties, citing the Democratic Party's censure of him last year for supporting restrictions on abortion, meaning that Republicans held 33 of the 49 seats in the legislature, exactly a 2/3 majority. And that leading to a huge new push for winner-take-all. Even Lindsey Graham last week pushing really hard to make this real. But now we've gotten decisive word from McDonald that he will not be voting for that, with him saying, after deep consideration, it is clear to me that right now, 43 days from Election Day, is not the moment to make this change, which then unsurprisingly led to many, including Trump himself, attacking him online. But clacking on Truth Social that unfortunately a Democrat turned Republican state senator named Mike McDonald decided, for no reason whatsoever, to get in the way of a great Republican common sense victory. Just another grandstand. And personally, I will say I agree with Donald Trump. These arbitrary, nonsensical rules around the election, they're stupid. But it's not a Nebraska issue. Let's just get rid of the Electoral College. Let's let actual people elect our national leaders. A president for all people, not all states. I mean, I just think back to 2020 and those 6 million Republican voters who live in California, just knowing that their vote towards president, it's not going to matter. I mean, there's an argument to be made that there's actually way more Republican voters in the state that would come out if they felt like their vote towards president would matter. But I will say I understand Republicans' reservation about undoing the Electoral College. A Republican president has not won the popular vote since 2004. But hey, with all that, I gotta ask, what are your thoughts specifically today regarding the Nebraska case, or just the whole Electoral College in general? Then just having another breather from the news. You know, we all know that home-cooked meals are so much better for you, but who has the time to pull it off? Well, with the help of today's sponsor, HelloFresh, it's like they find the time for you by handling all the meal planning, shopping, and most of the prep, making it quick and painless to get dinner on the table. I mean, seriously, HelloFresh is everything you need to make delicious meals delivered right to your door, pre-portioned and fresh. It even includes step-by-step recipe cards to make cooking simple. And there's always new flavors to explore with an ever-changing menu of 50 recipes to choose from every week. You just pick your meals, your delivery date, it's that simple. And for us, you know, personally, we like how you can customize meals week to week and swap out protein or veggies, so it's exactly what we want in the time we want. Plus, HelloFresh has been a great way to get our boys involved in the cooking process, which is paying off, by the way, with quality family time and helping with building independence. And get this, you get free breakfast for life by going to HelloFresh.com/free-to-Franco. There's one free breakfast item per box while your subscription's active. That's free breakfast for life just by going to HelloFresh.com/free-to-Franco. And then, you know, for decades, Hollywood, the media, and airlines themselves have glamorized flight attendants as having a fast-paced, fun-filled, globe-trotting lifestyle. But the thing is, among other problems in the industry, there is a problem with that depiction. Right? Because not only is it often inaccurate, in some cases, it could be further from the truth. Right? Because while many may love the opportunities the job offers, there are things specific to this line of work that make turning it into a career incredibly challenging, even leading to some facing homelessness and hunger. Because, you know, on paper, airlines promise flight attendants double-digit hourly rates, but the actual take-home pay doesn't really reflect that. You see, many flight attendants only get about 75 hours of hourly pay a month, but they're actually working a lot more. That's because at most airlines, flight attendants aren't clocking paid time until the aircraft doors are closed. All the time outside of flying hours, right, the time spent at the airport waiting for their next flight, the time that it takes to get people and their bags on board and in their proper places, and the time to get everyone off, that is either unpaid or paid at a fraction of the hourly rate. In fact, there's only one major airline that actually pays flight attendants for boarding time, and that's Delta, which is interesting because they're also the only major U.S. airline whose flight attendants are not unionized. So notably, in 2022, after and possibly because of a huge push to unionize, that's when Delta decided to begin paying
Come on.
But still, notably, they only began paying flight attendants at half their hourly rate for the 40 to 50 minutes scheduled for boarding. And if you've ever flown, you know it's not at all uncommon for that to take even longer, not to mention the fact that flight attendants often have to be at the airport long before and after boarding. Right? In Canada, Canada, for example, where flight attendants also are not paid for non-flight hours, it's estimated that flight attendants work an average of 35 hours every month without being paid. And on the American side, Rich Henderson, a longtime flight attendant who runs the Two Guys on a Plane Beam account with his husband, he told the Washington Post, it's pretty common to work 6 hours of flight time, but you're actually working for 12 to 14 hours. And you have a lot of time at work you don't get paid. And all of this is especially hard for people just breaking into the industry. I mean, for one, most flight attendants have to first attend training for about 3 to 6 weeks, and that training is often unpaid. And then, even more than that, most new flight attendants work what's known as on reserve. Meaning they can sometimes spend days waiting to be assigned flights. So according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median pay for flight attendants was a little less than $70,000 in 2023. But the projected yearly pay for first-year flight attendants is much lower than that. In fact, according to numbers provided by America's largest flight attendants union, the AFA, it is roughly $23,000 at Frontier, $25,000 at Alaska, $27,000 at American, and $32,000.
I want to get a good run. Let's just start until I don't have to skip the first one.
Projected starting pay of just over $27,000 per year recently went viral, with some calling that a poverty verification letter that can be used to apply for government assistance programs like food stamps. And to that point, when flight attendants, especially early career flight attendants, are complaining about their pay, it's not just that they feel like they deserve more, it's that they're literally barely scraping by. With the Washington Post, for example, interviewing 18 current or former flight attendants and finding that it is common for them to take side jobs like bartending and truck driving, or even being makeup artists and church musicians. And this is some said that they were struggling to feed their families or they're living out of vehicles. And you know, that tracks with what the AFA is saying. Right, in a news release from this year, the union claimed that many members have reported financial insecurity, including some that have, quote, experienced homelessness, lived in their car, lived in a shelter, or endured some combination of these circumstances. And in fact, there's a Facebook group for Alaska Airlines flight attendants experiencing
keep feeding me.
Members. And then also, I mean, there's these groups with thousands of members to help flight attendants find what are known as crash pads. You know, it's just shared group housing where people rotate in and out on a separate basis, which is something necessary because the hubs of major airlines are typically all the biggest and most expensive cities in the U.S. And with that, even several flight attendants who spoke to the Post saying they are angry that they make less than they would be working comparable hours at a fast food restaurant despite their extensive safety responsibilities, regular training, and demanding lifestyle. Now with that, you know, I will say everyone deserves a living wage. This is not about putting one group of everyday workers against another group of everyday workers. But at the same time, of course, you might get their frustration. I mean, for one, flight attendants have to be ready to deal with all types of emergencies. Right? I mean, they get weeks of initial training and yearly refreshers on things like providing onboard first aid and administering CPR. With lithium batteries increasingly overheating and sparking fires on board planes, they're ready to fight fires. And then, of course, if shit really hits the fan, they're supposed to be ready to lead the evacuation. Plus, on top of all that, many flight attendants say that their jobs have just gotten harder since the COVID-19 pandemic began in 2020. But I mean, one, they obviously had to worry about exposure to the virus itself, but then also, two, they were having to enforce controversial rules like the mask mandate and having to deal with just a surge in dickhead passengers. And that, along, of course, with airlines being hit, their profits generally dropping. So there, I will say the CEOs of Delta and American,
come on, Pentagram.
Also, regarding pay, going back to those unpaid hours, airlines have tried to argue that those hours are actually compensated. With, for example, a statement on Alaska Airlines website saying, contrary to union narratives, we do pay flight attendants for boarding time through a pay mechanism that was negotiated with the union in previous contract cycles. But notably, the statement doesn't detail what the mechanism is, and according to Sarah Nelson, the president of the AFA, which represents flight attendants at Alaska and a number of other airlines, that statement, at the very least, is misleading, where she says that it is common for airlines to guarantee 1 hour of paid flight time for every 2 hours on duty. So let's say a flight attendant gets to the airport early in the morning for their first flight and finishes up their day 12 hours later. In that case, they are guaranteed 6 hours of pay, even if they're not in the air for 6 hours. But of course, for everyone else, that sounds crazy, right? If an employer is asking for 12 hours of your time, you expect to be paid for 12 hours. In fact, you probably think that is required by law, but notably, in this case, it's not. See, flight attendants and other aviation workers, they're largely exempt from something called the Fair Labor Standards Act, because their job is considered essential to the economy. And notably, that's not the only way that being deemed essential is a disadvantage, right? Because under federal law, it's actually illegal for airline workers to strike unless they get permission from the federal government. Weirdly, that's because of something called the Railway Labor Act, which placed severe restrictions on the ability of railroad employees to go on strike when a contract expires, but since 1936, it's also applied to airline workers. So basically, what it means today is that when a union wants to negotiate its contract, it can file for a federal mediation. And if then negotiations come to a standstill, the union or company management can ask federal mediators involved to declare an impasse. And then, if that happens, the union can go on strike, or management can lock out union workers after 30 days. But then, the president can also step in at the last moment and order workers to stay on the job for 2 additional month-long cooling off periods while trying to come up with another solution. And then finally, if the two sides still can't reach a deal during that 60-day period, Congress could step in and stop the strike. And a huge thing here is that is what happened a couple of years ago when Congress voted to force a contract on rail workers' unions to keep the railways operating. And so with that, some say that it is very likely that Congress would do the same if any of the four major carriers tried to go on strike. And in fact, last November, for example, federal mediators refused to declare an impasse and stop American Airlines flight attendants from striking. And actually, the last time a major airline was grounded by a strike was 25 years ago when Northwest Airlines pilots went on strike for 2 weeks. Which notably, Northwest was the fourth largest U.S. airline back then, but since then, 11 largest U.S. airlines have merged to become the four largest carriers today, which carry about 80% of U.S. air traffic between them, which then also means that the government's going to be even less likely to approve a strike, because the impact of that would just be massive. And so with that, you have people like Julie Hedrick, a flight attendant for American Airlines and president of another union, the APFA, saying UPS, Writers Guild, the Actors Guild, and not that they've all gone on strike, but they pushed it to that point and they've been able to get the contracts that they deserve. Then also, with all that said, voting to authorize the strikes, even though they'll likely never happen, that's still a common negotiating tactic taken during talks. Right? There has been some progress. For example, since COVID-19 put a pause on most contract negotiation, airline workers across the industry have been pushing their employers for pay increases and better working conditions. First, you had pilots at all four major airlines winning billions of dollars worth of raises in the past couple of years. And now we're seeing flight attendants really stepping up their efforts. For example, in February, tens of thousands of flight attendants across 3 different labor unions and several airlines held protests at over 30 major airports across the U.S. And at that time, flight attendants at most of the largest airlines hadn't received pay increases since before the pandemic, but over 2/3 of flight attendants in the U.S. were in new union contract negotiations. With this then, seeing in April, just a few months after a union representing Southwest flight attendants voted to authorize a strike, they ratified an agreement to raise pay about 33% over 4 years. And also that month, you had Delta Airlines raising their pay by around 5%, possibly due to another attempt to get flight attendants to unionize. And then last summer, American Airlines flight attendants landed a new contract. But still, with all that, while these deals seem like pretty big wins for the unions, we haven't necessarily seen the kind of sweeping changes that some have been hoping for. And of course, at other airlines, the fight is still on. We're seeing, for example, in August, United Airlines flight attendants overwhelmingly voting to authorize a strike, and flight attendants at Alaska Airlines, which is the country's 6th largest carrier, rejecting a contract. And in fact, to connect it to the election that's coming up, while it's not a top 5 issue according to polls for most Americans, for people in the industry, it's worth noting that while Biden has been cracking down on airlines, Trump has generally had policies backed by the companies. And this is a lot of people say that Trump's record is anti-union. Though again, really no matter the president, it does feel like the system and we'll say recent history has not put many of these workers in a good position, either now or in ability to negotiate. But like with so many things we talk about on the show, for now, we'll have to wait to see what happens. And of course, in the meantime, especially if you are someone in the industry, I'd love to know your thoughts. With that, it brings us to the end of your Tuesday evening, Wednesday morning dive into the news. Of course, with any and everything we talked about today, I'd love to know your thoughts in those comments down below. But regardless, as always, my name's Philip Franco. You've just been filled in. I love your faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Continues for rap mogul Sean Diddy Combs tonight as more companies announced they've cut ties with the Bad Boy CEO.
Several law enforcement agencies are raiding the home of hip-hop mogul P. Diddy.
A new civil lawsuit against Sean Diddy Combs accuses him of sex trafficking.
She known him as Diddy, formerly Puff Daddy, big-time rapper, big-time superstar, and now the feds at his houses in both locations.
It's like a tapestry of criminal activity.
We are hearing from Homeland Security.
I wanted to clear that the career of Sean P. Diddy Combs is over. When you have multitudes of people lining up, all making the same or nearly identical allegations, it becomes much more powerful.
What am I watching? Jawbreaker. This is a month ago. How did I not see?
Like Diddy? Party? What do you mean? What does that mean? I actually don't know.
Rap mogul Sean Puffy Combs pleaded not guilty today to charges stemming from a nightclub shooting. Combs was arraigned on charges of criminal possession of a handgun.
On December 27th, 1999, the NYPD responded to an incident that occurred on West 43rd Street in Times Square. At around 3 o'clock in the morning, gunshots rang out in Manhattan's very own Club New York, leaving numerous innocent bystanders in dire need of medical attention. Authorities reached the scene of the crime and arrested 21-year-old Jamal Barrow, a young, up-and-coming rapper known professionally as Shine, who had just signed to Bad Boy Records only a few months prior. But the man who signed him was nowhere to be found. Despite arriving with Shine that night, Sean Puff Daddy Combs was attempting to flee the and a brand new Lincoln Navigator, leaving Shine alone to be charged with 3 counts of attempted murder and criminal possession of a weapon. It was reported that Diddy's driver sped through 11 separate red lights that night, flying down 8th Avenue past 2 parked police cars before finally being pulled over. Officers were quick to find 2 9mm pistols inside the vehicle, prompting them to arraign all 4 passengers, which included Diddy's then-girlfriend, Jennifer Lopez. One former detective recalled how J-Lo's mother was yelling at her in Spanish over the phone by the time they arrived at the Manhattan South Police Precinct, telling the New York Post she was really mad at Jennifer. I heard her say, "I told you not to get involved in this."
The officer testified that everyone in the SUV was ordered to put their hands on the vehicle, but Lopez walked away, saying she was going home. As she was being detained, a gun was discovered in the vehicle. The officer quotes Lopez as saying, "It's not my gun."
After 60 witnesses, 126 court exhibits, and 25 years of retrospect, the actual events leading up to this infamous shootout remain tragically unclear, though most accounts say Diddy was arguing with a man named Scar, who, annoyed by Diddy's relentless flexing, threw a pile of money in the record executive's face as a sign of disrespect. One clubgoer by the name of Natalia Rubin testified she heard Scar threaten to kill Shine shortly before she said she witnessed both Shine and Diddy pull out weapons and begin firing. Natalia then felt what she described as a flaming hot sledgehammer shattering her face. She had been shot.
As I turned back to look at them, I watched them fall out, open up fire, and the muzzle flash went. Shine's muzzle flash was a little higher, he was on the side closest to the bar. Puffy's muzzle flash was a little lower, and he was on the side closest to where I was, straight ahead from me. I watched them both fire their guns. I watched them.
The takeover was just one of 3 victims that night, and while there were thankfully no casualties, there were still countless questions that needed to be answered. To what extent was everyone involved? Well, J-Lo was exonerated almost instantly. In fact, authorities cleared her of any wrongdoing after just 14 hours in the pit. She was never charged. Her boyfriend Diddy, on the other hand, was slapped with 4 weapons charges for the pistols found in his Navigator, and was even charged for attempted bribery when the driver testified Diddy offered him $50,000 to say the guns were his. Diddy even reportedly presented a $40,000 ring as collateral.
This afternoon, jurors asked for a transcript of a phone message Combs left Wardell Fenderson once his driver found the prosecution's star witness.
And I just want to make you feel like comfortable, you know what I'm saying? Make your family feel comfortable.
What exactly Combs meant by that is in dispute, but the prosecution claims the rapper offered Fenderson $50,000.
After a very tense and extremely public 6-month trial, however, Diddy was acquitted on all charges, while his protege, Shine, received a 10-year prison sentence, despite Natalia, the victim, maintaining since day one it was Diddy who shot her in the face, not Shine, who she says only fired his gun at the ceiling. In a recent interview with News Nation, Natalia reiterated, "I literally watched them all pull out the gun. I had a clear point of view. I mean, for God's sake, I got shot in my nose. I was facing them directly. I watched everything occur and have described it vehemently to all parties involved. Who better to tell you what happened than the person who got shot smack dab in between my eyes?" Natalia is in fact so adamant that she since offered to have the bullet fragments removed from her skull for ballistic evidence should the case ever be reopened. Ever since that life-altering verdict, Natalia has insisted that Shine was the fall guy, a term literally used by Shine himself after leaving jail. As much as Shine has made an effort to grow and change as a person, distancing himself from his troubled past by becoming the leader of the Democratic Party in recent years. His dad is the former Prime Minister of Belize, by the way. No big deal. Shine has recently opened up about his role in that fateful club shooting during an interview with Channel 5 Belize. In reference to Natalia's claims, Shine stated, "It often wounds when you hear the victim saying that it was Diddy who shot me. Everyone knew all along that I was the fall guy. My political enemies and detractors tried to make me into this criminal. That everyone knew that I was just a young kid that took the fall. Everyone knew that was the story. I'm just saying that I've maintained my innocence all this time." While he doesn't explicitly say he took the fall for Diddy, he does make sure to emphasize what Natalia is telling us, saying, "I didn't get into who did what, but the victim is telling you who did what. Fragments were never removed, so there was never any forensic testing to say who it was, but the victims are vindicated, clarifying once and for all that he's moved on and that he doesn't want to relive those tragic experiences." So why why discuss any of this now? Well, it all stems from a recent lawsuit filed this February by producer and Diddy collaborator Lil Rod, who has come out with a laundry list of allegations against his former creative partner, which we will be exploring extensively throughout this video. But what I want to focus on first is what these court filings say about the 1999 incident. On page 25 of the 73-page lawsuit, it stated that Diddy bragged to Lil Rod about getting away with shooting people, sharing that he was responsible for the shooting in the nightclub in New York City with rapper Sean, and that J-Lo carried the gun into the club for him and passed him the gun after starting an altercation with another individual. Lil Rod's assertion that Diddy bragged about bribing witnesses and jurors in the criminal case concerning the 1999 shooting lines up perfectly with Natania's own recollection of events that she has never once deviated from.
Even the surgeon who did my surgery hates how part of the bullet fragment that was aspirated into my lungs and trying to remove as many bullet fragments as possible testified in the criminal trial that while they were putting me under, I was screaming, puffy, pew pew me in the face.
But as mentioned, this is far from the only concerning allegation against Sean P. Diddy Combs. In fact, there are entire decades of those, with the most recent wave of lawsuits being the most shocking and disgusting of all. Which is why today we'll be going through all of these stories, presenting them as cohesively as possible here in this video. It's going to be a long one, and I don't doubt it will get pretty dark. While Diddy has yet to be charged for anything connected to the recent story of allegations against him, I think it's important we know what exactly he's currently facing in order to get a better sense of who he is and where he may go from here. But in order for that to happen, we need to start a little further back. Diddy, P. Diddy, Puff Daddy, Puffy, whatever you want to call it, has existed in the cultural zeitgeist for a minute now. In fact, he's remained a prominent figure in American pop culture since the early 90s. But I want to venture back to when he was nothing more than a young boy from Mountain Born in Harlem in 1967, Sean Combs was raised by a single mother in New York following the murder of his father in the early 70s. He attended Catholic boys' school throughout his adolescence before eventually enrolling at Washington, D.C.'s Howard University during the late 80s. And his recently business degree, Diddy spent most of his time driving around in his convertible and throwing rowdy parties that one former student described as a once-in-a-lifetime type vibe to Rolling Stone. Not all of his former classmates look back on Diddy so fondly, though, with another former student telling the magazine she kept it as far away as possible from the rapper after he allegedly caressed her back without consent and asked if she wanted to meet his friend, alluding to Diddy's creepier, volatile side by recalling how he flew off the handle when she confronted him for cutting her off in the cafeteria line, with yet another student describing how Diddy would persistently tap on the classroom window to get his girlfriend to ditch class. Noticing how she would tense up whenever Diddy appeared, the student told Rolling Stone that he just had a weird control thing. I felt like she was fearful, though his stint at Howard wouldn't last long, and ultimately dropping out to pursue a career in music before starting his sophomore year, never to return to the school again until 2014 when they gave him an honorary doctorate, which turned out was a pretty controversial move even back then. Several students at the time expressed frustration over the fact Diddy was getting special treatment when he only spent about a year actually enrolled, which is fair. I don't really know what Diddy could have brought to a commencement speech for a school he never got close to graduating from, but none of that matters now because they since revoked his honorary doctorate in the wake of, well, everything horrible that's come out against him.
The university also made a return called $1 million contribution to terminate the $1 million pledge agreement from Sean Combs Foundation.
But that was all way before he became established in the music scene. The way Diddy first got his foot in the door was by becoming an intern at Uptown Records, one of the oldest hip-hop labels whose roster once included the likes of Mary J. Blige, Father MC, Heavy D and the Boys, and of course, the notorious B.I.G. Needless to say, this is where Diddy began forming some of his earliest friendships in the industry, gradually working his way up to talent director and eventually to vice president of the entire company. That is until a falling out with the CEO, Andre Harrell, honestly telling Oprah Winfrey years later that the reason Andre fired him was because there can't be two kings in one castle, I don't presume that was the exact reason he got fired, but that's what he tells people. Still, the connections he made through Uptown would ultimately serve him well in 1993 when he launched his own label, Bad Boy Entertainment, just weeks after leaving his old job, signing Biggie immediately, which ended up being a huge blow to Uptown after the massive success of Biggie's critically acclaimed debut album, Ready to Die, in 1994. Throughout the early to mid-90s, Diddy continued to build his reputation as a record executive and producer by working with esteemed artists such as Mariah Carey, Mace, TLC, Method Man, Aretha Franklin, and so many others. Seeing his company generate over $100 million in record sales by 1997. But this was also the decade where Diddy's illustrious history of legal problems began to mount.
A year has passed since the CCNY tragedy, but people have not forgotten what happened, including the event's promoter, 22-year-old Sean Puffy Combs.
In fact, we go all the way back to 1991, before the Bad Boy days, to find examples of Diddy's first controversy, which it feels like a disservice to even call them that, because these are actual crimes, not so much controversies. Organizing and promoting a city college basketball event marked Diddy's first bad decision, stated by Jason Swain. His brother was unfortunately crushed to death during a tragic stampede that occurred that night. Dirk Swain was just one of 9 people who lost their lives in that school, not to mention the dozens of other patrons that were injured as a result of the event being massively overbooked. A 67-page report carried out by New York City Mayor David Dinkins concluded that despite having a capacity of 2,700 people, the gym filled up to over 5,000 people as a result of non-ticket holders being allowed inside. The report criticized those in charge of the event for making a litany of mistakes and neglecting their duties at every stage of planning, according to a New York Times article from 1992. While we don't know what specifically led up to the crowd crush that transpired, we do know that once the students were barred from entering, the people who were left outside stormed the gates of the gym and rushed into the lobby. According to the report, the only open door at the bottom of the gym somehow became shut, creating a deadly steel barrier to the surging crowd as outlined by the sign. A nightmare that I can't even begin to imagine. One victim by the name of Sharice Miles recalled to the New York Post how we were just chest to chest for hours. At one point, there was this rush inside, and I actually saw bodies drop. People were getting trampled, ridiculous chaos. But that was so much of a concern to me. The guy who organized the event. And so he said, walked right past me after there was this big rush into the gym and didn't seem concerned about what was going on. He just wanted to get his stuff and get out of there. I never got the sense of remorse or accountability. Just like, let me get my stuff and get out. What's interesting to me is that the mayor's report, which you can read for free on the Wayback Machine, describes a initial plan of arranging a celebrity basketball game featuring rap artists in order to raise concern over the AIDS crisis. He then promptly called up an associate by the name of Karen Jeter to hammer out the details with the school. The contract was drafted out, and Diddy didn't even really bother to read it, despite it pinning a lot of responsibility on him as the contractor of the event, requiring him to buy insurance, which of course he didn't do. While a lot of the report spends time criticizing the school and police departments, 2 entire pages are dedicated to the failure of responsibility by Sean Puffy, citing that as a known promoter of rap concerts and other functions, he is fully aware of the need for proper preparation and coordination of such events, particularly with regard to the need of adequate security. In this instance, Mr. Combs spent little time making the adequate preparation for the game and delegated most, if not all, of the arrangements to those who claim to have no prior experience with such events. The report also acknowledges how Diddy promoted the hell out of this thing, plugging it repeatedly over the radio on Kiss FM, and knowing that over 1,000 tickets had already been sold in advance. They were already at half capacity, and Diddy was still trying to get as many people there as possible, without even making adequate arrangements with security. According to the report, the security situation was an absolute mess, with hired personnel having little to no understanding of their designated roles. It also faults Diddy for evidently not communicating with the AIDS education outreach program, despite listing the organization as flyers, assuring ticket holders that donations would be made to that organization. It was marketed as a charity basketball event after all. Only the leader of the charity says they were never approached regarding any monetary donations. As outlined by the report, Diddy's assertion that the proceeds were being donated was in error. When nobody quite knows what happened to that $24,000 the event raised for charity. You'll also remember settlements that Diddy was required. The Throughout the 90s, Diddy paid about $600,000 collectively to the victim's family, or roughly $75,000 per death, settling the last suit in the year 2000, according to Rolling Stone. The New York Post emphasized the frustration of these families who blamed Diddy for resisting accountability and never officially apologized. Dirk Swain's mother, Barbara, told the Daily News in 1998 that she didn't think he'd ever taken true accountability, though he did reference the tragedy in a song, rapping to the city college deceased, may you rest in peace. To the families, I never meant to cause pain. I know the truth, but if you want, then I'll shoulder the blame. Mrs. Swain called these lyrics stupid, asking what is he saying? Is he saying he's not to blame? Adding, we're not saying the blame is all his, but not once did he step up to the plate and say, yes, I am responsible.
That's kind of hard for me sometimes.
I think you can see by now that the 90s were a pretty tumultuous period for him. He wasn't just making headlines for his mismanagement of charity basketball events. He was also routinely getting into violent clashes with fellow industry executives. Twice the time he caught his first assault charge in 1999 following the accidental release of the Nas music video for the song Hit Me Now. Directed by Hype Williams, the infamous video featured controversial depictions of Diddy and Nas carrying large wooden crosses on their backs, being flogged by an angry mob before being pinned down and crucified on those crosses. This thing remained lost media for over 20 years, until 2022, when a user named Hip-Hop VCR posted the entire music video in full on Patreon. And sure enough, it literally showed nails being driven through Diddy and Nas's hands. Diddy, being related to the Catholic Church, had a long time in the history before the release of the video, and decided he no longer wanted his crucifixion. Only by the time he came to that decision, it was too late in the process, and Steve Stout, Nas's manager, was reluctant to make the change, considering that he had already put $14,000 into the scene, and Steve, his crucifixion was Diddy's idea in the first place. Either way, the uncut music video aired on national television April 15th, 1999. According to Double XL, it was only a matter of minutes before Diddy and his bodyguards burst into Steve's office to violently assault, clubbing him over the head with a champagne bottle in front of two clients. As Steve recalled in the LA Times all the way back in 1999, one minute I'm in the middle of a meeting, and the next minute I'm down on the floor and Huffy and his guys are taking me. One of them picks up a chair and throws it at me, and Huffy throws my desk and they just walk out like nothing happened. My jaw and my head were all swollen. It was a traumatic experience, and in the middle of it, I didn't know exactly how to feel. I was upset, embarrassed, scared, angry. As far as I'm concerned, this was an extent on my life. Also, telling the New York Post at the time, I'm sure that when Steve, standing 6 feet tall and weighing over 300 pounds, but I have to consider the record industry. It's the record industry versus Sean Diddy Combs, and everybody was afraid of him. He was a dark history. Almost instantly, Diddy was arrested, criminally charged, and faced 7 years in prison until Steve had to change his heart and asked the DA's office to drop the charges once Diddy apologized. Issuing an apology is an otherwise rare move for Diddy, but I guess he would have done or said anything in this instance to avoid 7 years behind bars. The fact that people like Steve were speaking publicly about the dangerous side of Sean Combs 25 years ago says a lot. His abusive past has always been one of the industry's worst kept secrets. In fact, in 2001, the Detroit talk show host by the name of Roger Mills filed a lawsuit that accused Diddy and his entourage of assault, false imprisonment, destruction of property, intentional infliction of emotional distress, and a civil conspiracy. According to a 20-year-old article from Billboard, this lawsuit was reportedly filed around 2
They brought back the waffle fries.
to comment on speculation
I
that
could
he
put
had
2 of
something
these
to
in
do
the
with
freezer.
the death of his longtime associate Biggie Smalls. Refusing to
Put
answer the
this one in the
question, Diddy
freezer.
ended the interview right there.
Where'd it go? It fell into the abyss. It's right here.
That interview to someone else. Roger refused. He was attacking a parking lot on the way back to his car. His bodyguard prevented him from leaving, forcibly taking the videotape from him, breaking his camera in the process, and twisting his neck and shoulder in the assault. While Diddy was forced to appear in court, he testified that he didn't remember the incident. Despite Detroit police being able to confirm that an incident did in fact take place, the jury quickly ruled in favor of judge overturned a federal judgment calling for Diddy to pay almost $500,000 to a limo driver who claims he was assaulted by security detail Diddy had hired to protect Mary J. Blige. Despite the driver, Cedric Bobby Lemon, literally wearing the necessary credentials to allow him to backstage, he claims the two bodyguards punched him in the head, kicked him in the back, and broke his right ankle for absolutely zero reason. I mean, he was allowed to be there. And by the way, even if he wasn't supposed to be there, a reaction this brutal and violent wouldn't have been justified anyway. Being unable to work as a limo driver as a result of his injuries, Lemon was stuck with a $14,000 medical bill that he hoped the lawsuit would take care of. So, it may have taken a while. It appears the two parties did eventually reach a settlement and have been safe, but this which has never been disclosed. But I guess this guy got a pretty big payout, considering Diddy's net worth topped $200 million at the time, according to Fortune magazine. The same article notes he was paying $112K a month for his son Justin's child support. Clearly, Diddy is not unfamiliar with controversy. He was in the news for this kind of thing all the time in the 90s and 2000s. Take, for example, a bloody altercation at an Atlanta club in 1995, where Diddy's longtime bodyguard Anthony Wolf Jones was involved in an argument between bi-coastal hip-hop group members from Bad Boy Entertainment and Death Row Records, Suge Knight's infamous record label that went on to sign Tupac. According to a 2001 report from the Los Angeles Times, an off-duty Fulton County sheriff by the name of Chris Howard, who had been working security detail at the club that night, witnessed both groups in a heated argument that included Diddy and Suge. It got so bad that Howard had to step in and break it up. Things calmed down for a second, waiting for another flare-up to occur, this time between Wolf and a man by the name of Big Jake Robles, a close friend of Suge. Howard then ordered the two groups to leave the club, making sure to keep Suge's body inside as Diddy's entourage came out. As Howard recalled, I told Suge, okay, he took the two and he walked outside and he was on his phone. His partner was just about ready to get into the limo, and all of a sudden, the two guys came around the corner and robbed him with a gun.
No.
With the gun around the corner, he moved the gun to another gun. It was a 45. By the time he got back out front, that's when the guy took a shot at Suge's partner. He shot him 2 or 3 times. Allegedly, then saw the shooter jump into a car with Diddy's associates. The police arrived 15 minutes later, but at that point, the shooter was nowhere to be found. No weapon was ever recovered, and the victim, Jake Robles, died in the hospital a few weeks later. According to the LA Times, one witness recalled seeing Diddy's bodyguard, Wolf, holding the trigger. The point never really went through, as this article points out, Diddy and Wolf were both standing trial in Manhattan on gun and robbery charges pursuant to the 1999 Club New York incident at the time this whole thing was being investigated. It's kind of took precedent for the movie. To this day, Suge Knight still blames Diddy.
There he is.
How shall we who died past tense? In other words, it's an impossibility for us to live in sin.
It's also important to point out here just how popular Diddy was at the time of all these disputes. Following the tragic and mysterious murder of Biggie, Diddy's single "I'll Be Missing You" helped charts around the world. It debuted #1 on the Billboard Hot 100, remaining in the #1 slot for 11 weeks, a record-breaking feat at the time. Diddy's mainstream celebrity status only continued to grow as his debut album, No Way Out, reached platinum status and sold 3.4 million physical copies in the United States alone. He earned a spot on the Forbes list and even clinched 2 Grammy wins in 1997, including Best Rap Album for No Way Out. His lifestyle was nothing short of lavish, keeping with the likes of Martha Stewart and Donald Trump in the hand. His sprawling empire of restaurants, magazines, and clothing, combined with his impressive record sales, which generated an estimated $130 million in revenue per year, according to the LA Times. It's safe to say things were looking up for Sean Diddy Combs at the turn of the century, but unfortunately, that infamous track record we talked about was pretty difficult for the mogul. Going further, I would like to go ahead and pause to thank today's sponsor. Fume is an award-winning flavored air device that uses plant and natural science to transform your bad habits into positive ones. Instead of using harmful or addictive chemicals, Fume's cores are infused with all-natural ingredients like peppermint and cinnamon, making for a tasty and enjoyable experience. With flavors like orange vanilla and raspberry lemon, Fume allows you to satisfy your oral fixation through a passive diffusion system that doesn't involve electronics or combustion. Not to mention the device feels super well weighted in your hands. Perfectly balanced makes it easy to fidget with. Backed by U.S. doctors, Fume continuously invests in third-party studies to ensure the utmost safety of their products.
I don't know if I have enough power to beat him.
As you move away from bad habits, Fume has already served over 300,000 customers. And you can be
There it is. I spoke too soon. I didn't see where death was.
Tryfum.com/Jabri. That's tryfum.com/Jabri and use code Jabri or In August 2016, R&B icon Usher made an appearance on the Howard Stern Show.
Right?
He described some of his earliest years in the music industry. At just 15, Usher was already collaborating with established record executive Sean P. Diddy Combs, who was happy to co-produce the young artist's self-titled album in 1994. But that's not where the relationship ended. As Usher told Howard, he lived with the mogul for up to a year without his parents even knowing. Remember, he was a teenager at the time, and Diddy was well into his 20s. In fact, Diddy himself would later go on to claim he had legal custody over Usher during this time.
Signed to Usher. I had legal guardianship of Usher when he did his first album like us.
What we know for certain is that Usher has said that Diddy introduced him to an entirely new world, one that was wildly inappropriate for someone as young as Usher was. In fact, in a 2004 interview with Rolling Stone, Usher revealed that Diddy had shown him a totally different set of shit, specifically when it came to sex. Girls were always around when Usher explained. You open a door and see somebody doing it, or several people in a room having an orgy, you never knew what was going to happen. Fast forward 12 years, and Usher's testimony hasn't changed a bit. With Howard asking about something called a puppy flavor camp? No joke, that is actually a term coined by Diddy. Yellow something called puppy flavor camp. I don't think I can come up with a more horrifying sequence of words if I tried. Puppy flavor camp? It sends shivers up my spine, it's so sinister. It was during this interview that Usher confirmed once more he got a chance to see something by living with Diddy. And despite being a child, was exposed to an explicit lifestyle he couldn't understand.
Hey, it was curious. I got a chance to see some things. But you 13. Now I went there to see the lifestyle. Right. And I saw it. But I don't know if I could indulge and understand what I was even looking at.
When Howard's co-host, Robin Quivers, used to ask whether or not girls would approach him at Diddy's house, Usher cuts her off before she can even get the question, keeping it vague, but insisting there were some serious things taking place.
So nobody tried to, come along with it?
I understand. But I did say that there was mysterious things taking place. And I didn't necessarily understand.
Briefly touching on the wild parties before Howard finally asked if he'd ever send his own kids to puppy flavor camp. And I think Usher's immediate response here really says it all.
You're a bad man.
These quotes from Usher only resurfaced recently, around the same time as these videos featuring a 15-year-old Justin Bieber. As of today, you can actually still find this 14-year-old video up on Justin's YouTube channel. Originally posted in November 2009, right as Justin was becoming a global sensation, the 2-minute video has generated headlines again due to it being an extremely uncomfortable watch. Ominously titled Justin Bieber's 48 Hours with Diddy. The first 30 seconds feature Diddy gifting the young pop star a brand new Lamborghini. He promises Justin that in a year, when he turns 16, this car is all his. And when he turns 18, he gets the giant mansion behind him. Justin asks where they're going, and when Diddy asks him where he wants to go, that's when it gets a little more awkward. The way Justin stutters and stares into the camera with this sort of distant look on his face is already enough to raise eyebrows now, in retrospect, knowing the horrifying allegations that have been leveled against Diddy. But if you thought this video couldn't get any more uncomfortable, just wait. Diddy assures us that while Justin is having the time of his life, spending 48 hours with the mogul, he can't disclose what exactly it is they're getting up to. But he does promise that whatever it is, it's any 15-year-old's dream.
We'll be hanging out and we'll be doing it. We can't really disclose. It's definitely 15-year-old's dream. It's not an Usher.
The way Justin quickly reiterates that he's signed to Usher right here really strikes me as odd. He still crosses afraid in this video. Like there's something off about the entire thing. Justin looks like he's being held at gunpoint, even having to stand next to Diddy. Diddy then says they're gonna go butt full crazy for the next 48 hours. And asking Justin what he wants to do, this is how he answers.
48 hours, let's go.
With everything that's since come to light, it's hard to watch this and not feel creeped out. The implication that a grown man like Diddy is about to go out and help a teenager find girls is pretty perturbing on its face. And even if we want to be overly generous and say, oh, it was a bad joke or something, this isn't their only uncomfortable video. In a follow-up that was posted to Diddy's channel the next year, we see Diddy borderline interrogating Justin, who is now 60, wondering why he hasn't been keeping in touch. He says he's been calling him and isn't sure why they don't hang out like they used to. Not sure what a 40-year-old would want with a 16-year-old exactly. I mean, what do you even talk about with a person half your age? And I will say, I've never seen Justin Bieber act this visibly anxious on camera before. And he's used to being on camera. It's kind of his entire existence. But here, he's stuttering swaying back and forth in a way that feels eerily authentic.
I just want to get out of
here. There's a chance that they're doing some kind of weird bits, but again, it's just very hard for me to buy into that.
Look for my
There's
red
a mountain of allegations against Diddy that are now currently out there. If this were like a scripted promo for Diddy's album or something, I can't imagine what our takeaway is supposed to be other than genuine concern for justice. If the action doesn't feel like an act or a joke, this feels and looks too real to me. And of course, there is a very good reason these clips came back on the screen.
No.
I'm aware at this point of why Diddy's legacy is being reconsidered, but I think it's time we finally delve into some of these details. And I will go ahead and offer a content warning let you know now that the rest of this video may be pretty tough.
How did I pick up so many?
While certain details may be censored, viewer discretion is certainly advised.
Video live? No, not really.
That's why I'm going to they were home from the front and the back.
I don't know what was going on. I was talking about it. I want to go.
One recurring element that keeps popping up in these lawsuits is a reference to Diddy's freak-off parties as he's termed them. While the details may vary case by case, we know from a swath of testimony that Diddy was not unfamiliar with hosting kids that buck-induced parties complete with female and male sex workers wearing masquerade. These would often take place at some of the most extravagant hotels, as reported by Miami Herald journalist Julie K. Brown. In March, Brown described these freak-offs as sex parties so brutal that the young women and men lured into attending them would often vomit and pass out from being drugged, beaten, and sometimes for hours on end.
He would watch and tell me what to do.
When Diddy's longtime girlfriend, Cassie Ventura, filed her lawsuit back in November, she opened up about Diddy's constant need to have these freak-offs, or FOs, every week. He would decide on having one at random moments, according to the lawsuit, expecting Cassie to find the location and hire the sex workers herself. The lawsuit goes on to name the exact hotels where these FOs would occur, but the hotels actually charged Diddy thousands of dollars in damages afterwards. Cassie's lawsuit goes into extreme detail on how these encounters were arranged, alleging Diddy forced her to use websites and escort services to find male sex workers, specifically instructing her to search for terms like large black penises on the website, as the lawsuit says. He would often involve his assistants as well, asking him to provide a baby oil and astrogliding the hotel suite, in addition to copious amounts of drugs that included ecstasy, cocaine, GHB, ketamine, marijuana, and alcohol that allowed Cassie to disassociate during such events where Diddy would masturbate to Cassie having intercourse with other inebriated sex workers. These FOs would sometimes last for days, according to Cassie, who says she needed to ingest IV fluids for an excessive period of time after the encounters in order to recover from all the substances her body was forced to endure.
That girl went through some tumultuous shit that she never thought that she would ever have to go through being in the music business.
For Diddy, this was all about power. He wanted total and utter control over the people who submitted to these FOs. He dictated every detail from the lingerie Cassie wore down to the color of her nail polish, which he demanded must be white so it would, quote, contrast with the skin of the black men he hired to have sex with her, as the lawsuit alleges. The suit also makes it clear Diddy would direct the sexual encounter, specifically telling Cassie where he wanted her to touch the sex workers while masturbating. As the lawsuit put it, Diddy treated the forced encounter as a personal honor, adjusting the candles he used for lighting to frame the videos he took. It should also be emphasized that members of Diddy's staff were actively allowing these things to happen too, according to Cassie, as she recalls one alleged instance of being cornered by his security detail who forced her to leave her friends at her 29th birthday party to have a spontaneous FO with Diddy at a nearby hotel, despite expressing clearly to him that she did not want to go. When the pair then returned from the FO, Diddy, still being intoxicated, allegedly grabbed one of Cassie's friends, quote, like a child, and dangled the friend over the balcony of the 17th floor hotel suite. It's beyond clear that Diddy was a terrifying individual, both in status wits and temper. He wielded an unfathomable level of power in the music industry, which he constantly leveraged over anyone he could. After all, Cassie first signed to Bad Boy Entertainment when she was only 19 and Diddy was 37. Just the age gap alone is enough to cause concern, never mind the fact that Diddy also insisted she refer to him as Papa upon learning that that was the nickname she gave her to him. The two reportedly met for the first time back in 2005 and began dating shortly after Diddy co-produced the young star's debut album, signing Cassie to an exorbitant 10-album deal as outlined in the lawsuit, which is an insane number of albums, by the way. For perspective, Taylor Swift released 10 albums over a 16-year time frame.
No, not recently.
How long a term something like this could last. And I can't help but imagine this was one of the very first
I was hoping you would say they updated it, not an issue.
From there, it was world Disney wanted this level of status and security invested control over her to the point where all of the Mrs. Hur's life were controlled by either Mr. Combs or his management companies, as the suit put it. Compounding this all-encompassing safety life that continues, Mr. Combs extended control over the young and impressionable Mrs. Hur by introducing her to a drug-fueled lifestyle that kept her complacent and compliant, reportedly giving out pills to Cassie as if they were candy starting in 2000. Not an uncommon tactic for abuse. We've seen Jeffrey Epstein who would drug the many girls he kept around to intentionally obfuscate their behavior. With Diddy, the lawsuit alleges he had exhausted his own supply of pills and couldn't get any more for his prescription, so he demanded Cassie procure prescriptions of her own in order to keep the drugs flowing under her name. The suit states very clearly that the next decade, his wife was still trapped in a devastating cycle of abuse, violence, and sex trafficking from her former partner and boss. For over 10 years, Diddy refused to let Cassie leave his side, taking drastic measures to relentlessly terrorize the young artist throughout the course of their nightmarish relationship. During an especially strenuous time of her relationship with Diddy in 2011, for example, Cassie was actually in a brief relationship with Kid Cudi and would seek refuge at his home to escape the wrath of her abuse. Though upon stealing her phone and finding an email exchange between Cudi and Cassie, Diddy
No, not until October when the next season comes out. Then it's basically a whole new game, Diablo 3.5. Rune Ward's back. Max level is 60 now. New class. But the new stuff you have to buy the expansion pack, the Vessel of Hatred, or you don't get it. Yeah, basically that. New story. Mayrel going off the deep end. Because I was playing Vampire Survivors with him and I was like, he was complaining that he didn't like Diablo because it was top down. But playing Vampire Survivors, it's literally like a PS1 Diablo, just killing a bunch of monsters and leveling up your team. So and then it hit me, I was like, it's basically the same thing. How can they not like Diablo? Yeah.
I am using slightly more descriptive language here than the lawsuit because I have actually seen the incident by now, and you probably have too. When CCTV footage of the assault leaked,
Yeah, it's on the phone too. It's free on the phone though. But because there's ads.
If you're wondering why this didn't want to make public any sooner, the lawsuit explains that Diddy used up his held $50,000 for the hallway footage from that weekend. Who exactly received that money remains unclear. What we do know for certain is that this footage only solidifies what we had already heard about Diddy's abuse of students. Following its release, Patsy's lawyer told the media the government's video has only further confirmed the disturbing and predatory behavior of Mr. Forrest Gunn's stress, the courage and fortitude that Mr. Ventura had shown in coming forward to bring this case. The overwhelming media spotlight even forced Diddy himself to come out of the shadows and make his own 1-minute YouTuber apology. But before he watched that, I want to hear Diddy's original statement regarding the allegations Cassie and others had made against him in late 2020. This past December, Diddy wrote, "Enough is enough. For the last couple of weeks, I have sat silently and watched people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation and my legacy. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. Let me be absolutely clear. I did not do any of the awful things being alleged." Keep in mind, he's also talking about the hotel incident here. "I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth." Fortunately for Diddy, that truth only exposed him as the abusive lying monster that he is. On that note, what do you think, Bob? Right off the bat, I gotta say how much I hate Diddy doing this little, "Oh, I'm so sorry, boys. It's so difficult."
Yeah, cooldown reduction.
Dark time. Was those times dark for you, though, or for Cassie? Though I don't doubt he's going through some dark times right now. On top of having the Department of Homeland Security raid the bulk of his property not long ago, the entire world has now just witnessed evidence of Diddy being the abusive pile of shit we already knew he was. This is just visual confirmation. The idea that Diddy even thought he could make a video like this speaks to the overwhelming egotistical power trip he's constantly on. We are already witnessing right now the mind-numbing levels of darkness of this fight so vividly in the myriad of lawsuits. Nothing he says in this video could ever possibly vindicate him. So let's watch him try. You've been lying through your teeth when you tried to say the allegations were all false. You knew this video existed, and yet you still put out that garbage statement denying everything. You've shown you're a deceitful moron, and that's why no one believes you when you say,
I take full responsibility for my actions. Disgusting woman, I did it, I'm disgusting man.
no, you're not. No, you still continue to abuse Cassie and others for years after this incident. And even if by chance you were disgusted with yourself, you still beat a woman to a pulp. Are we supposed to have any shred of sympathy? You're supposed to be in jail.
Yeah, I saw that professional help. I
You absolutely didn't, but even if you did, it didn't work. Because again, there are lawsuits from other people who are alleged extremely similar things in years following that rebellion. Does he think you just don't know about the other allegations? Word on this or something? He already lied.
had to ask God for his mercy and grace.
It's kind of impressive. Diddy has managed to be in so many movies with acting skills this abhorrent.
I'm so sorry. I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness.
Well, good, because no one on the planet was going to forgive you anyway. And I have to point out that we aren't the ones that need apologizing to. Go apologize to Cassie, along with the rest of your countless victims, man. I don't know why you're talking to us. Your reputation is gone, obliterated, never to be revived again. And it's laughable to think a measly, minute-long apology video on Instagram is even maybe gonna be enough to salvage it. Besides, most people already figured he was guilty anyway. He kind of tipped his hand a bit after he, I don't know, settled the lawsuit the day after it was filed. Not really the mark of an innocent man right there, is it? He made it obvious right then that he wanted these allegations shoved back under the rug as quickly as possible, hoping to bring as little media attention to it as he could. But these efforts ultimately fell. Diddy couldn't keep the truth hidden forever, and he absolutely wasn't prepared for the onslaught of lawsuits that came not even a week after Cassie's was settled, blindsided by 2 more bombshell suits by 2 separate victims on Thanksgiving Day, making for what I imagine was a pretty uncomfortable dinner in the Combs household that night. The first suit was filed by a woman named Joy Dickerson Neal, who described the substantial and lifetime injuries she suffered as a result of being drugged, essayed, and abused, and alleged she was the victim of revenge porn that Sean Combs or P. Diddy created and distributed. Joy first came into contact with Diddy back when she was a student at Syracuse University in 1991. Sharing some mutual friends, Joy had also appeared in one of Diddy's early music videos and reluctantly agreed to a dinner with the rapper in Harlem. As the suit puts it, getting into Combs' car that day was something Miss Dickerson would come to regret forever, claiming Diddy drugged her, took her to a nearby recording studio, and essayed her while she was in a physical state where she could not independently stand or walk, as described in the lawsuit. Joy found out later that Diddy had recorded the entire assault against her will, as it was his practice, only finding out about the tape when a friend told her he had seen it along with other men. In fact, according to him, everyone had seen the video. The suit goes on to describe the emotional and mental tailspin she endured from there, returning to college only to be admitted to the hospital for severe depression and suicidal ideation. The essay and public exposure of it caused her to suffer overwhelming feelings of humiliation, embarrassment, violation, and constant apprehension about who all viewed it, the lawsuit states. Still today, Ms. Dickerson continues to work on her emotional health, economic recovery, and finishing her college degree. Seeking accountability from Combs under the law is one more step in that journey. Diddy has since referred to these claims as a money grab, one of his favorite ways to write off the many accusations that have been made about him, as we'll soon see. And despite his best efforts to dismiss these claims, this is not the only legal filing Diddy has to worry about. Because hours after this one was filed, another woman named Liza Gardner went public with her claims that Diddy violently raped her alongside a man named Aaron Hall when she was just 16 years old. Liza was just a high school student when she met the 2 men at the offices of MCA Records in 1990, alleging that Diddy and Hall were very flirtatious and handsy with Liza and her friend, offering them alcohol and inviting them back to Hall's apartment for an after party. Keep in mind, these were kids. They were in the presence of adults who they didn't think would hurt them. The lawsuit claims that after Diddy coerced the young girl into sex, she was still laying on the bed traumatized when Hall then barged into the room, pinned her down, and raped her as well. Afterwards, Eliza ran out and met up with her friend later that night, where she learned that she too had been forced to have sex with the 2 men in a different room. The lawsuit also claims that when Combs finished with Liza Gardner, he and Hall switched, and they commenced assaulting Liza Gardner's friend. But that's not even where the nightmare ended, as a couple days later, Liza claims an irate Diddy showed up at the house where she and her friend were staying to assault and choke Liza to the point where she passed out. Apparently, he was afraid they would tell the girl he was dating at the time. Again, Diddy referred to these claims through a representative as a money grab. By the way, in case you've never heard of Aaron Hall and were wondering who he is, here's an extremely sickening clip I found of him talking about women.
Yeah, no out there say that she handled my dick.
Kamala Harris knows what it's like to carry her children, her dogs, and her parents. She had a busy job, but when her mom got cancer, she was by her side every step of the way. Dos sabes cómo va. And Kamala.
This isn't gonna work either. I didn't want to, but I guess I'm gonna have to. I wanted to see who else would work.
So let's elect a president who knows what it's like and what our families need.
Yeah, there's a little yellow sign thing you have to get. But I'm trying to go through who all works before I go to who everyone uses.
Where do we live? Do we have kids? Are we like so happy? I don't want to tell you too much. I'll ruin the surprise of life. Ta-da! They're missing things to go. Oh, that has not happened yet. My old ass. Rated R.
Good.
You know, a whole lot of girls out there who've been building for us.
Good.
Young 1970s, 1980s.
Some of them are
They
ass.
try to go up there with the, you know, with the fresh out the season and think they can get like Aaron Hall. I'm historical. I like for them to see how I like we used to go to see a Puffy on any of them. They've been at my house. They all see me. They all know I'm a big.
But this wasn't even the last time Diddy was accused of assaulting a minor, specifically as the next lawsuit, filed anonymously on December 2nd, alleged Diddy and several other recording executives, quote,
old
girl
soul.
after flying her out to his studio on a private jet.
Right.
While we don't know the identity of the victim, this lawsuit actually provides censored images of the girl supposedly touring the studio and even sitting on Diddy's lap. The lawsuit makes sure to emphasize how she was only in 11th grade when she first met Diddy, who was twice her age, along with then president of Bad Boy Entertainment, Harvey Pierre, and a third unnamed assailant in 2003. As stated in the lawsuit, while at the studio, Mr. Combs and his associates, including Mr. Pierre, plied Miss Doe with drugs and alcohol. As the night wore on, the 17-year-old Miss Doe became more and more inebriated, eventually to the point where she could not possibly have consented to having sex with anyone, much less someone twice her age. During the alleged gang rape, the victim claims Diddy complained he could not, quote, get off unless the victim pinched his nipples as hard as she could.
I feel like there's
She
something
goes
I'm
on to
missing.
describe the three men taking turns assaulting the victim in excruciating detail until she finally collapsed in the restroom alone, her genitalia in pain. She couldn't even walk out of the building without assistance. She then flew back home to Michigan, where she would have to live with the traumatic memories for the next 20 years.
I could
All and Diddy have both denied these claims, with Diddy's attorneys making him out to be a victim of, quote, cancel culture in front of a judge. Good luck arguing that one in front of a jury. And even then, it won't be the only jury he'll need to win over.
The lawsuit also claims that misconduct happened during the creation of Diddy's latest album, the Love album, and is seeking, as we've mentioned, $30 million. The suit not only names Mogul, but includes his son.
As of February 26, 2024, producer Rodney Lil Rod Jones is suing not just P. Diddy, but an entire gaggle of the mogul's friends and family, who he asserts make up a much larger RICO criminal enterprise. He refers to these individuals by name, citing their specific roles within Diddy's illicit crimes and claims he has secured plenty of evidence in regard to the drugs Diddy acquires, uses, and distributes, along with the unregistered guns he possesses and distributes, stating he can prove that Diddy has provided laced alcoholic beverages to minors and sex workers at his various properties, which is side note, Diddy likes to rent yachts and take trips to the Virgin Islands, which sounds a bit familiar to me. A billionaire being accused of sex trafficking who also hangs out on the Virgin Islands? I mean, come on, man. Jones even compares Diddy's chief of staff, Christina Coro, to Elaine
Old Soul
Maxwell
felt
in
really
this
nice.
very
Don't try
lawsuit.
it.
One more side note, why does Diddy have a chief of staff?
Yeah, it was. All of these missions were way easier on my phone.
She procures drugs for Diddy and willingly abets and downplays the nature of the man's behavior, allegedly telling him, you know, Sean will be Sean, when Lil Rod expressed to her his discomfort with Diddy's unwanted sexual advances towards him. Christina was quick to write it off as just friendly horseplay, according to the lawsuit.
Yeah, I just need the yellow sign to upgrade my Lancet.
We're talking about unauthorized groping and touching of Jones's anus and genitals, as written in the suit. Christina allegedly told Jones it was just Diddy's way of showing that he likes her. As the suit puts it, Mr. Jones believes that KK aided and abetted Mr. Combs' essay of him and was working with Mr. Combs to groom him into accepting a homosexual relationship. The next few pages describe the various ways in which Jones says Diddy was sexual.
I feel like Old Soul could probably do it too.
To entice Mr. Jones to engage in gay sex. alleging Diddy shared a video of Stevie J anally penetrating a Caucasian male without a condom. According to Mr. Combs, this is a normal practice in the music industry. Look, even Stevie J is doing it. Going on to include alleged screenshots from that very video, and going further by alleging Diddy spoke about engaging in intercourse with a rapper and R&B singer whose names are both redacted. However, at the bottom of the page you'll notice are hints as to who these people are. It has led readers to speculate that the Philadelphia rapper in question, who it says dated Nicki Minaj, is Meek Mill, and the R&B singer who has performed at the Super Bowl and has a Vegas residency is Usher. While Usher has yet to make a statement himself, Meek has certainly not shied away from a response by taking to Twitter and writing this. I don't think it's necessary for me to read this out loud. You can pause and read for yourself, but his point is very clear. This wasn't even his only tweet on the matter. He was going on like this for days, and I'm sorry to say that we really don't have time to get into it here. I don't really think anyone should be focusing on the sexualities of Meek or Usher or anyone else involved here anyway. I mean, that's the least precious part of all of this, unless of course there wasn't consent, but we currently don't have much information on that front yet. What we do know is that Mr. Jones, or Lil Rod, is claiming that he was assaulted not just by Diddy, but also Young Miami's female cousin as well, who, as the lawsuit claims, groped Mr. Jones in the bathroom of Diddy's house in November 2022. Lil Rod believes she was sent in by Diddy to assault him and says she did not accept his rejection, following him out of the bathroom, where he says she attempted to straddle him and have sex with him in the presence of Mr. Combs and his staff. The suit even includes photos from Diddy's house, supposedly taken right before this assault. The accusation that Diddy left Lil Rod alone to get assaulted by one of his friends is one that comes back up later in the suit, unfortunately, where he says Diddy tried to pass him off to actor Cuba Gooding Jr. on the mogul's yacht. The suit states that Diddy suggested Cuba get to know Mr. Jones better. After leaving the two alone in a makeshift studio, Lil Rod claims Cuba began touching, groping, and fondling his legs, his upper inner thighs near his groin, the small of his back, and his shoulders. He rejected his advances, and Mr. Gooding Jr. did not stop until Mr. Jones forcibly pushed him away, it states. These claims were accompanied by photo evidence depicting Cuba, Diddy, and Lil Rod all hanging out together in a small, dimly lit studio, reportedly taken shortly before the incident happened, and even included this uncomfortable photo of Cuba's arm wrapped tightly around Lil Rod against his will, as it clarifies. Lil Rod also alleges he was transported by Diddy from state to state and forced to sleep with sex workers against his will for Diddy's enjoyment. In February 2023, he says he recalls being drugged by the mogul before waking up in a bed with two sex workers and Diddy himself. The suit outlines a number of times Lil Rod was ordered to recruit sex workers, at one point being given an exclusive bad boy baseball cap and instructed to wear it to a Miami club as a signal to any sex worker he approached. When Mr. Combs was in town and had sent Mr. Jones to recruit them. Apparently, these workers were accustomed to servicing Mr. Combs and would know that he is in town by the sight of the bad boy's baseball cap, even including photos of the alleged sex workers who solicited that night. But even more concerning is Lil Rod's assertion that there were underage girls around Diddy as well, frequently, describing one specific listening party where Diddy, his son, sex workers, underage girls, and a redacted R&B singer were all present. Like the other redacted names, the lawsuit leaves us some clues at the bottom of the page, clarifying that this artist is also a Grammy Award winner and has gotten into legal trouble when he assaulted a Asian billionaire. I don't know if I need to tell you, but obviously people assume this person was Chris Brown. It's not like it would be out of character for him to surround himself with sketchy people like Diddy. And just so there is no confusion on what the suit alleges, I think it's best if I read this next part out verbatim. The event began at 7 p.m. Mr. Combs requested female sex workers and required Mr. Jones to solicit them. An hour later, several sex workers appeared. In addition to sex workers, there were at least 5 girls in the crowd that were under the age of 16. Mr. Combs forced all the women to drink laced de Leon liquor. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs laced the liquor with ecstasy. Mr. Combs did not check the identification of any of these underage girls. The presence of these underage girls made Mr. Jones very uncomfortable. He attempted to leave, and Mr. Combs forced him to stay. Mr. Combs went so far as to take Mr. Jones's car keys to prevent him from leaving. After After being forced to drink Galatians de Leon shots, Mr. Jones began feeling lightheaded and recalled passing out and waking up at 4 a.m. the following morning naked with a sex worker sleeping next to him. These allegations came with more screenshots from a video supposedly taken that evening depicting Diddy and his son partying with what Lil Rod described as underage girls. Similar to the Cassie case, this suit paints a vivid picture of Diddy using his seemingly endless power to intimidate Lil Rod into doing his bidding out of fear of retaliation. I think we're all aware at this point just how dangerous of an individual Diddy has made himself out to be, and I can't imagine how paralyzed Lil Rod must have felt during the year he spent with the man. I mean, just look at what happened at the very beginning of their time together. September 2022, the very same month he began working with Diddy, Lil Rod claims he heard a series of gunshots coming out from the studio bathroom. When he went in to check on the commotion, Lil Rod says he saw Diddy and his son Justin exiting the bathroom, leaving Justin's friend G curled up on the floor, holding his stomach, bleeding out of his leg and hip area. According to the suit, Lil Rod helped G get out of the front door where an ambulance was waiting, and recalled Diddy telling him and the rest of the crew to lie to police that G was shot outside as a result of a drive-by shooting, which is in fact the narrative the media went with at the time because that's what they had been told, despite these photos that seem to depict the aftermath of said shooting with blood smeared all over the floor and toilet seat of the restroom. In fact, Lil Rod himself believes the clothing he wore that day still contains blood stains and DNA from G. The lawsuit also states there are witnesses who have corroborated this series of events anonymously out of fear of Diddy, but are still willing to go public if necessary.
Fuck you.
The Lil Rod lawsuit is damning, and probably the one Diddy is least excited to deal with if it ever goes to a jury, as Lil Rod has requested. Due to the overwhelming level of evidence presented in these documents, it looks like Diddy might really be fucking cooked this time. I can only imagine what was found when the Department of Homeland Security raided 2 of his homes back in March. Although, to be fair, I have seen reports that say he was kicked off beforehand, which is probably why he wasn't at either location as heavily armed agents broke his door down. We do know the feds confiscated electronic devices and hard drives. A few of his associates have been arrested, including his alleged drug mule. Being busted for trying to carry contraband through TSA, it doesn't look to me like Lil Rod.
No, this is on PS5. It just dropped on PS5, so I'm doing it on PS5 all over again.
Tight-lipped about their ongoing investigation, but I am glad to see them taking their time on this. It makes me hope they're working to build a...
It like just dropped on PS5 within the last month, so I had to buy it again.
Only time will tell. In the meantime, he still has plenty of other lawsuits to occupy himself with, like the 4 additional ones that were filed after the raid. One woman by the name of Grace Omar-Kaya is currently pressing charges against Diddy and his son Christian, who she says assaulted her on his billionaire dad's yacht where she worked as a steward. According to the suit, Grace witnessed some very concerning things while working on that yacht. That women would frequently pass out after just one shot of tequila, leading her to believe the drinks were laced with drugs. The suit outlines that Christian pressured her to take a few of these shots before assaulting her one night, grabbing her breasts and genitals without consent, and even accusing Christian.
Yeah, I know.
As the entire interaction had been faithfully recorded by Lil Rod. You can read very plainly here that Grace repeatedly demanded Christian take his hands off of her, yet he doesn't stop until she finally manages to escape. Later in the night, however, the suit states Grace was cornered by Christian in another, more secluded area of the yacht, where he allegedly began removing his clothes, grabbed his arms, and tried to force her to perform oral copulation, stating that Grace began fighting him off, but before long, her partner entered the room with startled Christian and allowed Grace the chance to finally leave. After this one, though, 3 additional lawsuits have now come out, 2 in May and 1 in July, literally as I was working on this video. In fact, it's pretty likely that even after this video goes up, we'll see more lawsuits against Diddy. I'm convinced. He's wronged so many people, and now they're all coming out of the woodwork at the same time. It's really wild to witness. The first of this recent wave was filed by a model named Crystal McKinney, who claimed she was drugged and assaulted by Diddy after meeting him at a fashion events in 2003, promising to help her make it big in the industry. The lawsuit states Diddy invited Crystal back in his hotel room where he handed her a laced blunt, making sure she was
Yeah,
inebriated before following her
I just need to get to
bathroom,
15 minutes
allegedly
with her, and then I
assaulting
can
her
get
with
to
a stick,
15.
shoving
I'm
the
just trying to
handle
unlock the
into
way.
her mouth, demanding her to
Oh, I
suck
ran
his
into
hair
it.
to come.
Alright,
Diddy
5
said
more
she
minutes.
recalls remembering waking up in a taxi after passing out. She didn't realize what had happened and says she kept her clothes from that event sealed in plastic wrap to this day. The second lawsuit from May, filed only 2
Once
days
I get my
after Crystal,
Arcana
came
test,
from a
I
woman
should be
named
good.
April Lampros, who claims to have been assaulted by Diddy 4 separate times from the mid-90s to early 2000s. Each event laid out in
If
horrifying
I get
detail
what I need in
throughout
the
the
Arcana.
23-page document. The first alleged assault took place after the two went drinking in Houston. April, who didn't drink at the time, felt pressure to do so by Diddy. She said she felt strangely uneasy, just a few sips, and remembers being ushered back to Diddy's hotel room where she says he forced himself on top of her, kissed her, and began removing her clothes, despite her repeatedly telling him that she wasn't feeling well. Ignoring her words, Diddy is alleged to have raped April despite her telling him to stop over and over. For the next few months, she says, Diddy showered her in gifts, and hoping that he had maybe changed after enough time, ended up meeting up with him again to discuss how he could help her in the world of music and fashion. After regaining her trust, April says Diddy assaulted her again in the parking garage, forcing his penis into her mouth while a parking attendant stood by and watched. Despite her best efforts to distance herself, Diddy came back with more gifts and
These cats are annoying.
continued to refuse his advances. However, she says Diddy's attitude became more irate than ever before.
I didn't
Taking
even
on
see
a
what
sort
it
of
was.
mob boss persona, Diddy would call her all the time
Let's
and threaten
just
to
grab
beat
it
her
off
and
the
anyone
bat.
else who was home with her. She says he knew where she lived and worked and felt constantly trapped by Diddy. He would constantly threaten to ruin her dreams of pursuing a career in the entertainment world if she did not comply with his demand, the lawsuit states. One night, when she was over at his house, she says he forced both her and his then partner, Kim Porter, to ingest ecstasy, shoving the pills
This is a
down
better
their
build
throats and
already.
even checking under their tongues to make sure they swallow before they did.
There it is.
Despite
Now I don't have to worry
resistance,
about the
he
cat.
ordered the two women to have sex in front of her, masturbating to the encounter before allegedly pushing Kim off the table and raping her. She didn't see Diddy again for years until they ran into each other at Rockefeller Center around 2001. He told her he missed her and later called her to try and get her to come over, though she continued to refuse. He called again a few days later, and she reluctantly and regrettably allowed him to visit. The security came with him, she says, which made her feel a bit better. He showered her with compliments and apologized for his past behavior, but began dropping hints about the two having sex again, the lawsuit states. When she rejected these advancements, she alleges he violently grabbed her, forced himself onto her, and kissed her without consent. Thankfully, she fought him off, but realized he had clearly not changed in this case. The final lawsuit we'll be covering today comes from Adria English, a former adult film star who was hired as a sex worker at one of Diddy's famous white parties in 2004. She said she worked in sex trafficking over time and alleges Diddy demanded her to have sex with a celebrity jeweler by the name of Jacob Arabov. Taking this photo, which is also included in the 114-page lawsuit. She says she continued to be passed around by Diddy even after this encounter, being assaulted by a number of his high-profile clients. Adria also believes Diddy has hidden cameras in every room of his mini home, a claim we also see being made in the Lil Rod lawsuit. Diddy's lawyer responded to Adria's claims by telling TMZ no matter how many lawsuits are filed, it won't change the fact that Mr. Combs has never essayed or sex trafficked anyone. We live in a world where anyone can file a lawsuit for any reason and without any proof. Fortunately, a fair and impartial judicial process exists to find the truth, and Mr. Combs is confident he will prevail against these and other baseless claims in court. I've linked all 9 current lawsuits against Diddy down below in the description for you to read for yourself. Every single one paints a very disturbing picture of Diddy's inner world, and I would encourage you to continue educating yourself on the ongoing investigation from here. God knows we aren't anywhere close to the end yet, and it wouldn't surprise me if this goes on for the next few years. There are 3.5 decades worth of Diddy's alleged alleged criminal acts for prosecutors to foil. The most flooring part of it, however, is that not all of it is new information. This kind of stuff has been circulating for a while now. Kimora Lee Simmons said in an interview with New York Magazine in 2004 that Diddy once threatened to hit her while she was pregnant before getting down on his knees and begging for forgiveness. Gina Flynn, who had dated Diddy for 5 years, claimed on a podcast in 2019 that Diddy once stomped on her stomach so hard it took the wind out of her breath, telling Tasha K, "I couldn't breathe. He kept hitting me. I was pleading to him, can't you just stop?" She claimed he grabbed her hair and continued to punch the back of her head. Then in 2022, Aubrey O'Day alleged on the Call Her Daddy's podcast that Diddy dropped her from his label after she refused to do things for him in other areas than just music. Wendy Williams correctly suspected in 2018 that Diddy was treating Cassie like a possession. These things have not always been hidden very well. It's just now that we're getting to see it all blown open in a way that Diddy himself may have been too narcissistic to ever anticipate. He's always had a tendency to weasel his way out of consequence, whether it be allegedly letting other people take the blame for him, forcing people around him to lie to law enforcement, or bribing hotel workers with tens of thousands of dollars to keep his abusive nature away from the general public. But when I look at what he's up against now, I really truly believe those days are over. At least that's what I want to believe, for the sake of everyone who's hurt and traumatized over such an extensive period of time. One silver lining that I would like to go ahead and acknowledge here at the end is that Cassie Ventura seems a lot happier now that she's safely away from her ex-partner. She now has a husband and 2 young daughters. This past May, she took to Instagram to write, "Thank you for all of the love and support from my family, friends, strangers, and those I have yet to meet. The outpouring of love has created a place for my younger self to settle and feel safe. But this is only the beginning. Domestic violence is a key issue. It broke me down to someone I never thought I would become. With a lot of hard work, I am better today, but I will always be recovering from this. Thank you to everyone that has taken the time to take this matter seriously. My only ask is that everyone open your heart to those that are still living in fear. Reach out to your people. Don't cut them off. No one should carry this weight alone. This healing journey is never ending, but this support means." On the other hand, Diddy is facing what many believe will be a federal indictment followed by inevitable jail time. And even if he does manage to somehow beat all of these cases, his reputation as a mogul, a producer, and artist is all gone. His image will never recover now that the world can finally see him for the ruthless freak he's always been. I hope at the end of the day his victims can find some sense of solace in knowing his reign of terror is coming to a close at long last.
Lights off.
It makes me so mad that billionaires pay less in taxes than I do. And Trump wants to give us even more breaks. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people. Tax cuts for billionaires like him. Kamala fights for us.
You beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily down up in the news. And we have a lot of wild news updates to talk about today, so let's just jump in.
Oh, I don't have school.
Conspiracies about P. Diddy right now are spreading around the internet like wildfire, and understandably so. All of this coming after he was arrested and charged with sex trafficking and lethal injection following framing criminal lawsuits and facing the board on his accusation. People question whatsoever is either new level and new or impacted by his alleged acts. One of the biggest theories out there right now reveal that adults write it. Our lives were shattered when we lost her. Well, it has been incredibly difficult to reconcile how she could be taken from us soon. The cause of her death has long been established. To deal with this, you also have a good number of people still trying to convince them that Diddy was behind her death. Some even helping her keep engaged in the brainwash idea, saying that the PR team put out this statement as part of a cover. And all this is now unable to people are saying about Justin Bieber's relationship with Diddy and his wife. And look at that. This has been out that Justin was extremely moved with Diddy. While Justin hasn't spoken about the arrest himself, people are sharing old clips of Justin and Diddy hanging out, and supposedly the hindsight for young Justin is very uncomfortable.
48 hours with Diddy is crazy.
It's definitely a 15-year-old's dream.
Right, even though Justin hasn't made allegations against Diddy or really said anything in this case, you have a lot of people out there reading between the lines and trying to fill in blanks. Some also sharing this clip of Justin from 2020 where he discussed his desire to protect Billie Eilish from the industry and really wondering what he has witnessed or went through when he was a kid. He's so emotional here.
It was hard for me being that young and in the industry, not knowing where to turn. I just wanted to protect it. I was doing anything wrong with her, and I was
And my only interesting speculation is that it's so big that some people think that Justin made about Diddy is going viral on TikTok. Lyrics like and that song has been featured in thousands of TikToks, some with millions of views. And if you may have suspected, most of the producers and posts the song is likely AI generated. Not in the catalog, there is no record of the producing of the people that ran it through the testing tool to determine whether it was part of the AI. Notably, all of your suspections are coming and separately there's no even more legal progress. Yes, we're being hit with another lawsuit. This one from a woman who claimed that Diddy and his bodyguard raped her in 2001 and recorded it. For some reason, claims and allegations that against them.
No, I didn't mean to do that.
Especially, there's no running away from it. The lawyer's pledge is not guilty of charges against him. He's currently behind bars. There's obviously nowhere near the end of the saga. I think the final one that'll hit him is going to be one sad, really, but when you have something with this much attention, know that it is going to be very messy. There's going to be real stuff, there's going to be fake stuff, there's going to be speculation that's just fucking outlandish, and then there's going to be speculation that absolutely makes sense. And it's important to have that healthy amount of skepticism and not treat everything as equally valid or the same. Because when the fake stuff gets exposed for being fake, it hurts the legitimacy of the very real thing. In reality, you wait to see what happens and what happens. What are your thoughts? Then, shifting gears, unfortunately, we didn't talk about what happened to Marcellus Stewart. We just talked about man on Monday, convicted of murdering a man by the police to Gale back in 1998. He bodied last January. The prosecutor attorney accused the officer that convicted Jordan 20 years earlier. He said that he felt really distinction as well. Criminal filing was considered convicted. And the original prosecutor wrongly requested a black juror that the two main witnesses were not credible and impossible. But there wasn't any physical evidence tying them to the murder. Eventually last month, the analysis found no traces of Williams' DNA on murder. Instead, the prosecutor continued to demand from a prosecutor to investigate the witnesses. Instead of that, the exonerated him because of evidence in the analysis used to prove Williams' so eventually, there was one to back and forth back to this week. But it was very important to the
So on the phone, it's not accessible.
What?
It's on beta.
What?
The Vampire Survivors.
What phone do you have?
I want to say Droid Turbo 2 or Motorola. Hold on. I'm gonna have to actually search this up again. But it does say that it's in development still.
Oh, it's been out for a long time. Maybe it's in development for older phones or phones with less power. The game is old. It started on PC, then went to mobile. Google Play and Apple, and I got it on both. And then they just dropped it on PlayStation last month.
Yeah, no, it says it hasn't like went with verification on Google yet.
I got my 15 minutes. I walked too far.
Actually, looking into it,
More minutes. So since we're on my phone, I'll just set it for now until they actually fixed its verification.
She said, I have so many issues with our
But for the
government.
meantime, I'll play some more
Many things
backpack
that I
roll.
would want to change. But don't feel pressured to support someone. There's problems on both sides. I encourage people to use your critical thinking skills, use your vote, vote small,
Oh, that's just lotion. I was about to say, what the f? This substance on my pants. I was actually pretty worried. I'm like, the fuck is this? I just got out of the shower and everything, and this is the first thing I see. Obviously the shield is dead. This. With that, we have two of those wooden swords. Make that get rid of my cactus and then get
Some thinking she didn't even need to explain herself, whereas others thought, this video really didn't do anything, that if she really supports the cause that she's talking about,
that is chest plate? Oh, sweet. Open chest plate. Is that how you say her name?
Yes, Kamala.
Kamala. But like, just with what I've been hearing about both of them, I'm like, I gotta vote for a cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger for president.
It would be nice. One day. One day. At least they can't lie to us like
Cheeseburgers never lie.
It's just delicious. I was trying to
How
say
did I
more
miss?
That person went, huh, I should probably look into this box. And not long that, the would-be assassin has finally been slapped with actual charges related to the assassination. And I know that sounds weird because obviously that was his intention, but he was initially just held on some firearms violations, which also but also his actions of multiple people not exactly for comfort. He was actually a very crazy plot twist to all this. And part of it is that FBI also or some of the more and during that, the phones were going and getting awards for those phones. And people were reviewing the cards were getting the right one. He was hundreds of pounds of alcohol. And that in these files and videos, he had known how pornography series played outside the city. A lot of well-found factors that the lies being said about the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio, a nonprofit representing the group has now filed criminal charges against Trump along with thoroughly debunked. But among so many other things, you had officials in Springfield saying the
I don't understand why they're going like, oh yeah, they're eating pets.
Pets. The rumor even being traced back to various unreliable
So we're gonna ignore the Chinese just casually eating our pets for the longest now?
With all that, the man secretly admitting to just making the whole thing up to get attention, while then also somehow continuing to defend the claims. But also, besides spreading outrageous lies about eating pets, he has repeatedly and wrongly described Springfield's Haitian population as being there illegally. This notably, despite officials including Springfield's Republican mayor and Ohio's Republican governor,
Where's the
immigrants arrived in Springfield legally. And to be exact, the 15 to 20,000 Haitian immigrants who have arrived in Springfield over the past several years have often come after being a job and two, been granted temporary protected status to be in the U.S. legally. And while Vance acknowledged that status, he also still said he'll keep calling them illegal. And now, a spokesperson for the Trump campaign has done it again, responding to this case by saying President Trump is rightfully highlighting the failed immigration system that Kamala Harris has overseen, bringing thousands of illegal immigrants pouring into communities like Springfield and many others across the country. So now with all that, you have the attorney filing the action on behalf of the Haitian community group saying Vance has been Trump's persistence and relentlessness, even in the face of the governor and the mayor saying this is false, that shows intent. It's knowing, willful flouting of criminal law. But that said, right, it's not just about the lies. Right? The case that they're making is about the harm that these lies have caused. You can't cry fire falsely in a crowded theater, and you similarly can't persistently and relentlessly make false statements that you know your megaphone causes other people to go bananas. So the legal filing describing Trump and Vance's rhetoric as an orchestrated campaign of lies that spread a false narrative that Haitians in Springfield are a gang good event, going on to say many public
another family tag, succulent right there so it can cleanse my debuffs.
To that point, there's been more than 30 bomb threats made in evacuations of schools and government buildings. And then, of course, there's been violence and residents.
Oh, this guy has 114 shield.
Specifically, the Haitian group is charging the disrupting public services, making false alarms,
Come on,
telecommunications,
bananas.
plus they're asking the Clark County Municipal Court to affirm that there is probable cause and issue arrest warrants against Trump and Vance. The attorney is saying that if there were anyone else other than Trump and Vance who had done what they've done, they would have been arrested by them. And adding, they must be held accountable for the rule of law in the same way any of the rest of us would. So I will say, however you feel about this, it's not actually clear that anyone else would have been arrested by now. And that is these types of cases that deal with these things, it can be hard to make. Also because these charges are being brought by private citizens, hearings still need to happen before we know if it'll be moving forward. And at least as of Tuesday afternoon, none have been scheduled. If and when they do, that might be the debate that go out. But at the very least, if people say it'll force the prosecuting attorney to make a public decision. But then, is this the end of Alex Jones and InfoWars as we know? Right, that is the question at hand after yesterday a federal bankruptcy judge ruled that InfoWars and other InfoWars' parent company for the system can be auctioned off. Right, this to help pay for the damages that he owes the relatives of Sandy Hook victims for spreading lies to videos of hope. Before, the family suffered harassment. He owes these families a metric shit ton of money. The jury is having awarded family members of 10 victims more than $1.4 billion in total from lawsuits in Connecticut and Texas. And that number could increase even more because the jury hasn't yet decided exactly how much Jones owes the parents of one child murdered by a student. But Jones seemingly doesn't have even a fraction of the money that he owes, which is why the bankruptcy court is approving the auction of his assets. And specifically, the ruling sets up auctions for mid-November and December that can sell off every year. And this reportedly
I will buy that watch.
Website and social media accounts as well as production equipment, domain names, inventory, and products for most of the system. Also very notably here, Jones' personal socials, including his bank account, 3 million followers, so the trustee overseeing Jones' bankruptcy case has said that he might try to ask the court to liquidate Jones' personal accounts and other intellectual property. A move that is reportedly opposed by his lawyers, but supported by the Sandy Hook families in the Connecticut lawsuit. The bankruptcy trustee also saying in court that there are several parties that have expressed interest in buying Jones' ex account. What actually happens to those accounts is going to be very significant because it does dictate Jones' future. I mean, the bidders vying to buy these assets are unknown. It's possible that some person or group, for example, would
Oh, wait, it's
also
just
the fact that the interest in Jones' personal social media accounts indicates that the party wants the company to live on. If that were to happen, legally, Jones would still be free to continue working for whatever he thinks is for his company. But really, I mean, regardless of how all this shakes out, Jones is bound to continue to talk to himself. One lawyers considers this ruling as a significant step forward that brings the family closer to their goal of pulling the accountable and the heart on. You have others saying that the victory appears to be mostly symbolic, because ultimately it will only pay the family a fraction of what Jones owes them. And according to the New York Times, court records show that Jones' personal and business assets combined are worth less than $10 million. And then using that property cut down to work and be doled out to the family because his lawyers and bankruptcy officials lacked that fees and expenses will be paid first. The court filings indicated this $8 million will be distributed to the family by the end of this process. In fact, the time is where that asset sale is probably the least lucrative option for family members, though its potential for cutting down the power to deal with the sum. Lawyers and relatives of 8 victims who sued Jones in Connecticut wanted the company to be taken down entirely and have its liquidated assets distributed among the family. And lawyers claimed to sue in Texas, they wanted to sell the Jones future income over the next decade, which would likely result in incredibly many more months. But that deal also ended in speaking about the shooting ever again. Then, probably the least surprising news of the day, there are a ton of opposition to Israel, Hezbollah, and Lebanon. And many people here, the conflict is completely speed up because Israel and Hezbollah raising more fire. Right over in southern Lebanon, there have been almost non-stop strikes for days now. Israel targeting Hezbollah facilities and leadership, and even managing to ahead of Hezbollah's rocket program, which has seen a significant number of Hezbollah leadership, and Hezbollah has continued to respond to the rockets. And now the Department of Tel Aviv, for the
I
first
saw
time
that.
since fighting
It's just an apple pie too. I was like, what the fuck?
and that's because unlike the rest of northern Israel, which does have
Yeah, it's the only thing different is it's an apple pie with a Genshin Impact box.
However, other parts of Israel weren't so lucky and they were heavily hit. But at the same time, the people in Lebanon, they went through a different situation, especially those in the southern part where Hezbollah is in effective control. And I mean, just so far, what the kills and the Israeli crisis
I love it.
really ramped up this week, the totals as well as the we don't know exactly the deaths of Hezbollah members versus civilians. Although to be clear here, right, that is splitting hairs a bit. We do know that there are substantial civilian deaths all across Lebanon, especially in the south. And then aside from how desperate they are, they've tried to Syria, which is a country that is in an active civil war. And all of this is now widely expected that Israeli people eventually make their way into the country to directly fight Hezbollah, and no one wants to be in the area of attack. This is speculation that isn't true. The military chief of staff telling soldiers in northern Israel the aircraft
how the game keeps on trying to get me to buy these bananas. You know, I paid gold for these bananas. I mean, it's good for stamina, but I don't want to buy more bananas. They don't stack up.
Well, obviously, with all of this, we're going to keep our eyes on it. The next expected update for all this is probably going to come next week after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaks to the UN. This is expected to get work tomorrow and speak on time. Also, while we're talking about the UN, President Biden is on the conflict and giving his last speech to the UN today. And I'm saying that this all-out war is
I'm playing.
he wants to have a settlement. Promising.
I am playing Backpack Roll. It's like a item management game, but well, you know how the ads show, oh, you can get like a sword, and if you get the same sword, you can merge it with that sword to level up and such. It's kind of like that, but there's also PvP aspect. So right now I've been doing little ranked. I'll buy this, re-roll, and see if I can get I found some treasure caps. Fuck yeah.
And eventually being stream captures, which are also great to have in travel. Usually stopbeam.com/Frankel and use code FRANKLORD. Scan the QR code to get 35% off with my exclusive discount. And I know that it feels like we just covered the last one, and for some of you it's still not even over, but it's well past the time to start thinking about the next global thing. Because as the World Health Organization's Director General put it, this is not a company. There was one study that estimated that in any given year, the pandemic, COVID-19 happening is about 1 in 50. So that means that people will have about a 38% chance of living through one in their lifetime. And the thing is, that yearly probability may as much as triple in the coming decade. But also, that is optimistic compared to one conducted by the
Oh, this guy has fucking flashbacks. This you fucking fat whore. He has like sword effects.
So, they're well enough. The researchers say you can cut that risk down by as much as 70%. So the real million-dollar question here is exactly which disease will spark the encounter. With that, in the past 2 years, over 200 scientists have studied this fight with the World Health Organization. They're evaluating the evidence of the virus and one or two bacteria and focusing on 1,000 pathogens in the world. Their recent report identified those category pathogens that they believe could trigger the which is very notable. That is a huge jump from the 12 pathogens they picked out the last time they set something.
I'm calling
This
the
list includes small towns like coronaviruses responsible for the last pandemic, Middle East respiratory syndrome, as well as some new characters like influenza A,
How much and how fast it's spreading.
monkeypox,
The World Health Organization declared it a global health emergency.
and dengue fever.
Up more than 230% from last year.
Then, of course, there's disease X, which sounds really scary. It may or it may not. But it's just a who placeholder term for any pathogen that we've never seen. Either because it doesn't exist yet, or it's hiding somewhere in the world with some probably a resource over trees like the Spice Harbor novel.
Oh my god, Croachy.
Although obviously the features of disease X are only hypothetical, we can make some guesses based on how diseases
This guy only won because he has the vampirism effect. Actually, I should have actually bought that second one.
Prepare for a disease we haven't even identified yet. The World Health Organization came up with a solution that it calls prototypes. Basically, these are single pathogens that are meant to represent entire families of pathogens. So in theory, scientists can prepare for each of those, and then hopefully when disease actually does emerge, it'll be close enough to one that we already have. And notably, this is not a new strategy. In fact, it kind of worked for COVID-19, but because of what was learned during the MERS epidemic in 2012, BioNTech and Moderna had a COVID vaccine candidate ready within days in 2012. Specifically, they better understood how to stabilize the spike protein, so appropriate antibodies. Maybe if you'd also done even more basic R&D for family pathogens in general, you might have been more prepared for the outbreak. Because it's not just vaccines that can get a head start. Scientists are also aiming to develop broad-spectrum antiviral drugs and monoclonal antibodies. And to further those efforts, the Blue seeking to establish a global collaborative open research consortium of each pathogen family. Hopefully, researchers from all different parts of the globe can put their giant brains together and share knowledge. Also, the way the WHO's 194 member states is supposed to wrap up 2 years of negotiations on historic pandemic preparedness treaty back in May, but agreements mainly will be written. 4 countries over finance. Property rights, there's still no deal. Meanwhile, in April, the Biden administration released its new global health security strategy plan.
So many
Which will allow for the
tutorials.
next 5 years, and announcing that the U.S. has expanded its health security partnership with 15 countries for safety. Considering the good-faith cooperation on testing, surveillance, and pandemic preparedness generally easier. Some of the everything we've talked about so far are just the preconditions for an effective pandemic strategy, which consists of 3 steps: prevention, detection, and response. Which is the first step, prevention, basically is doing everything you can to make disease outbreaks like
This guy has so many fucking cactuses. It's not even funny. I hate them.
Wildlife first, because when they encroach on or destroy animals' natural habitats, that brings more but also it stresses them out and makes them more likely to get infected with viruses and spread them. You know, or if we are
Hey, I got a vampire bat.
Also, it would be great to reverse climate change. Let's say we do all that and outbreak still occurs anyway. Once that's that, brings us to the protection. And the sooner that you identify the disease, the better you try to spread, the easier it will be to contain. The soldiers on the front line protecting our emergency
It's crazy.
That's the first
I don't
go when you're experiencing but
or like I can't even do anything with it.
It's hard to tell if the disease is something new or more of the same, which is why experts argue that rich countries have research in helping forward build genome sequencing. Because the sooner you can sequence a novel virus, the sooner you can design, test, and vaccines work, the sooner you can filter down and work with the country. That can't happen if you can sequencing the pathogen.
Should buy this mushroom.
The world, a lot of time. So, establishing open lines of communication, data sharing between hospitals and governments, that's crucial. I think within the United States, after COVID, state governments can only share their data with the federal government, which makes it harder to get a basic review. Also, another part of streamlining the detection process is making sure you have abundant quality data as soon as possible. So you see experts pushing for a national readiness plan that includes the diagnostic industry, the test manufacturers, the FDA, the CDC, private third, Medicaid, pharmacy, the community sector. Because you don't want to be negotiating contracts and figuring out who's doing what in the middle. It's better to have this stuff settled in advance. But in the event that prevention fails, containment does not work, move on to step 1, response. And I really don't need to tell you what that means because you lived through it, the lockdown, school closures, remote work, social distancing, contact tracing, etc., etc. And we get our total
Just 4 more trophies and I get like. Ooh, a rock. Fuck yeah, now I can have a boulder. That guy had a lot of armor. I thought he was gonna win. I got a boulder! Woo! This one boulder specifically can remove 30 armor. That's a lovely boulder. How much energy does he use? How do I move my sword?
I'm going to after this game.
That is the end of today's show. Thank you so much. For more news you need to know, this is the YouTube channel. This is the most recent video. Oh, this is the video. But either way, make sure you subscribe. And I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
Your severe asthma fits and ps5 says you can. ps5 is an add-on treatment for people starting over that helps you prevent attacks and relieve asthma symptoms. ps5 is not a rescue medication. It helps with swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, covered ears, rash, or eye allergies. Don't stop after treatment without talking to your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a transient infection or your asthma worsening. Avoid live vaccines. Your first joint faster to your curve. Ask your asthma specialist for Tespire by name.
You know, I thought this game was gonna end. We had Excalibur. Well, just shows my boulder was superior.
This one is grab bag. Chuck, I think that's your favorite one, grab bag. Is that right?
Yeah, I kind of dig the grab bag.
I don't have.
Just you reach in and let it come down.
Potluck.
Potluck is never a bad thing, right? It's just a different thing.
Yeah, exactly. Potluck is great because you don't know what you get. You get there and there's a bunch of good stuff.
And usually it's people's best stuff, right? They don't bring their worst stuff. So
Exactly. Nobody brings their, crap dish to
yeah,
potluck.
the B-list dish. Right, right.
And you say, like, what do you bring to potluck? And they're like, nice green bean casserole. It's like, you gotta go. You can't do it. You can't do it. I like green beans. I like green beans too, but you can't be bringing the recipe off Campbell to potluck. You gotta, now, if you have an original recipe for green bean casserole, that's what you're
So that one was from the mushroom.
Eggs
From the mushroom soup. The cream mushroom. Yeah, stuff that in. That made everything.
Smells a lot of good.
But anyway, so you got a whole set of questions I haven't seen. Pretty well.
Come on, Boldy, you can do it.
This is from Amanda. Amanda clearly believes that everybody knows who she is because that's all there is.
Just Amanda.
It's just this Amanda.
Hey, just one more trophy.
You don't know? You blew it, bro. If you don't know, you blew it, bro.
Everybody who needs to know knows Amanda.
Can't just get this back.
Amanda says,
Got the top.
what is the question you wish people would normally do not?
Ooh.
Wow.
Yeah, my bad.
Ooh. Yeah. I don't wish people to ask questions. I know how I think about life. I see myself as a servant of people's curiosity that gurgles up natively within me. Not as people who will serve my needs, my wants, by asking me questions that I wish they would.
However, I think what you're saying, though, what is the question that would excite you? People may not know to ask.
Helping out.
So their curiosity, helping her out in that question. I am helping her out.
I lost the final one.
So, I get exactly what you're saying, and so I'm just...
Hey, I'm Emerald Ray.
I know.
Here's one that no one even asked. And I don't know why.
Thanks.
I spent a whole chapter on it, and that's the physics of
what?
the title of the chapter is Unearthed Physics. And the question is,
Hey, you know, if I got bread right now.
that the laws of physics
You got milk.
here on Earth apply elsewhere in the universe. Is that an assumption? Is it article of faith? Is it, and if they apply across the universe, how do we know they also apply throughout time? Because as we look out in the universe, we're looking back in time. And so, no one
You
can-
are.
And so,
We're in your
I
head.
get to put that one in.
We're in the walls.
And that's awesome. And if you want to know the answer to that, are you that nobody? Are you that? Next question.
So So, by the way, people all act like, correct? I think you have access to this currently with our new tier system at the entry level feature. You get
That's pretty much the game.
Anybody that's going to take starts off with yo at starts off with and yeah, on that. And that's like this is like a entry level cup of coffee at Starbucks bottle. That's actually cheap. That's just a regular cup. Look, you know, I mean, it's like
Coffee's a daughter? How dare you?
I understand that. I do. It's also no. I mean, no. I'm saying though, it's like caramel macchiato, half-half, you know, whatever.
Oh yeah, there was a. I'm over here just trying to remember why I showed that. Oh wait, yeah, because fucking Greg was going like, you know how people do that emo side thing? Like, you know, the fucking hair on the side thing? I'm like, well, if I tried to do that, it's just my whole fucking hair in my face. I just flick, I pretty much make my hair go back, like I slick it back in a way. That's what I do. So it's like, I can actually see. Because if I don't do that, then it's just all over my face. You can't see shit. Why did I try to look for my coffee inside my fridge when it's in front of my foot?
Can explain Earth's, the moon's orbit around the Earth, Earth's motion around the moon. It explains Jupiter's satellite, its orbit around Jupiter. Right. Which was the first time
it's in the basin. It's in the fucking, what you call it, drinking basin.
So it's like, oh my god, this is badass, universal law of gravitation. And Herschel, William Herschel, discovered planet Uranus. Which is a planet orbiting just beyond Saturn. Okay? So it's a modern planet. It's not known to us. It's not named with a known god. And so, like, well, like Greek,
good old drinking basin.
Anyhow, that planet has been orbiting the sun, but they kept it. And it was not usually long. It was deviating. And people said, okay, it's not a planet. It isn't long. It only goes after Saturn. Beyond Saturn, we have to make other laws to apply the rest of the universe. And somebody else said, nah, Newton was too badass for that. Let's assume his laws are correct, and then wonder what defending Uranus is working. In the way that it's used. And so some brilliant mathematicians got together, French mathematicians primarily, led and calculated with Newton's laws and had to invert the equation mathematically. What did you do? Instead of having an equation saying, here's an object, what's the field of gravity at this distance? You have to ask a different question. Where would an object actually be? And at what distance to influence this object in this way? That's a whole other way to use that law of physics and the arithmetic and the calculus. So he does that. Predicts that if Newton's laws are accurate, and we have something and there's going to be a planet right over here. Take a look. And sure enough, that's...
Thank you.
I'm looking at yourself.
That's racist. I'm pretty sure it is. Let me tell you something. If there's some people that cannot complain about it, I'm like, really? We want to go down there? It's still in the great therapy class. Okay. All right. So, that night, he said, I'll look here.
This collection is about two very different visions. Now, like millionaires and large corporations, I would like to give money back to now, something is to give billionaires massive access under my plan. More than 100 million Americans will get tax cuts. Now is the time to chart a new way forward.
Episode of Big Way Fame is sponsored by Rise Kick, America's #1 fantasy sports app. Now let's get this game going. Name one? Because the A before you start studying. Don't stutter when he off of these old plans. I ain't doing that bullshit. You just call me? I didn't know I was gonna get that car, but I will whoop your ass. You think I'm losing good and dressed like a fireball? You might have
What the fuck?
Is this little box that was very telling you look, and sure enough, right next to it says where it fits in and at the distance it needs to be to serve the organism and to move on where it goes. Correct. Then, sometime later, we found binary stars within each other, far outside of the solar system. They're following with the law of gravity. Then we find galaxies, orbits. We find this galaxy as a limit. Okay, now it turns out there's a limit to moving forward. We find out that you fail in your Venus, meaning high gravity. And so you need Einstein to describe your moving forward. So it's not a matter of place of time. It's a matter of severity. How much mass and energy is packed into a small log. So you can't do the log to describe the space. But you can describe practically everything else. So that hiding, you got to the moon on
All I could think about was when I did go over that one day, I was petting the fuck out of that cat. It was just like staring at Carlos, or like, what have you brought? He's not stopping, but I'm not gonna stop him either.
But each element is now we look out in the universe. Oh my god! Halfway across the universe. We got exactly as it would have on Earth. Oh, but wait a minute. The universe is thin. So there's a gap in the way black and white. Oh, by how much? Oh, by this much. So let's shift in the spectrum here on Earth. Here's the carbon. Right exactly the configuration of the whole matter of
Which tool do I play with? Which one?
Which takes us not only from space, but through the depth of time itself. And the spacing of them is just very there's quantum physics and the speed of light. And so that also tells us that not only do the basic laws that we know of apply, but also other things like light, quantum, other things that are tied up with other measurements that enable those measurements to even exist at all. Those work as
I know, Matt, the whole time I'll talk about that Share Factory thing, I forgot that I already just got done uploading it. I'm like, man, I should upload that video. I forgot that's literally the whole reason why I was like playing on my phone.
Yeah, it's not a balloons, Jordan Nash. Yeah. So like Jordan, like if you ask him who's the greatest player of all time, he'll just be like, man, man, we don't need to have that conversation.
Ah, that's how you answer that.
Yes, but you know what he means when he says that. You know exactly what he's saying. What he's saying is, I am the greatest player of all time. But he's like, man, we don't need to have that conversation. Because he's not going to say it himself.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah, there you go.
Right, okay, so I'm just remembering now, with the help of our producers, Johann Gottfried Galle, G-A-L-L-E. In German, I'm not sure how you would pronounce that, but he's the guy who went to the telescope and found Neptune at the commands of the French mathematician, Le Verrier. So, yeah, there it is. The laws of physics. That's why it's, physicists, I think, have good justification to have a certain cocky confidence when we invoke our laws of physics that we know apply throughout the universe and all the time.
Listen, when the stuff works halfway across the damn galaxy, and then it works with other galaxies doing the same thing, it's like,
I'm an
hard
AI.
to feel, just a bit confident.
But it doesn't mean it's not justification to be an a-hole in your
Nope.
character and personality. Just when you're declaring
A figment of your imagination.
discovery or insight, it's okay.
Right? Yeah, no, that's pretty cool, man. And listen, Amanda, what a great way to get us rocking on this show.
Okay, so damn, the whole damn thing is great.
Yeah.
Drop it all, let's see what we can fit in.
Okay, let's go to Brittany Menacati. Menacati, not Menacati.
Yeah, Manicotti is like one of my favorite authors.
There you go. So she said, hi Neil, hey Chuck, I'm an aspiring chef.
The final area of this game is called the Strange Village.
Oh. Not very well.
These for that. For you.
Alright.
What the future of culinary arts may look like if and when we colonize elsewhere in our solar system, or even further.
Okay, I'm gonna answer that real quick and then we go to a break. So, you have to make adjustments for different atmospheric pressures. And let's assume we can recreate the air mixture of nitrogen and oxygen. The different atmospheric pressure will affect it. And if it's not exactly the same amount of oxygen, then things will burn at different rates. If you have a coal oven or even your gas burning, because more oxygen it will burn more violently. Oxygen promotes combustion. All of that, you'll have the moon cookbook and the Mars cookbook.
Wow.
And something else we discovered, and we're not quite sure what causes this, in orbit, people's taste buds wane. So the food that they eat, people who never had it before, they add hot sauce to their food. Punch it up. Punch it up a notch. We don't know if it's because you're weightless or because the pressure is a little different in the air. Just like being on a mountaintop. You don't put spacecraft at the same pressure as atmosphere. It's just not necessary. Because you're not, running marathons, right? You can breathe a thinner air. It's like on a mountaintop. You can breathe a thinner air and you'll be fine. But all the forces that operate on your olfactory senses, you might need a special version of your recipe for it to work on the moon. But here's something before we take it out to the break, that you have to watch out, because even if you have a delicious meal on the moon, if you open a restaurant, it's not going to have any atmosphere.
I got it. You got it there.
That's a dad joke, but I'm allowed because I am a dad. All right, let's say we're going to take a quick break.
I'm going to say that's your crater.
Good one, Josh. Good. Get out joke. That's good. I like that. Let's take our first break, and we'll come right back to Star Talk Cosmic Query. Grab that. My co-host.
was thinking to myself, going like, you know, the only ranked game that I can think of now that I actually have a good rank on is that phone game. I'm like thinking about it now, I'm like, Fortnite, I'm always on bronze because I just kind of, well, I don't really get into combat as much. Apex, well, good mechanics. I mean, they have drop, if I remember correctly, so it's like, I don't calculate drops too well. COD, well, that's way too sweaty. Even the fucking casual matches are sweaty as shit. Everyone's sweaty in there. It's like, why? I'm just trying to beat you up with my melee. It's always funny whenever I do kill them with my melee because they're just like, ah, shoot his corpse when he's dead. He's like, the fuck did I do? All I did was bitch slap you. Not my fault, you suck.
So there's two ways you can think of this. One of them is you bunch up waves of space-time in front of you.
Okay.
And then you go to the surface. On the crest of those waves, and then you stretch the waves out behind
I see Alfie's on the game as well, but he's not partying.
But
Interesting.
It may be that wormholes get invented before that. Because a wormhole is a square whose your location.
I'm gonna go grab my drink.
Walk into a higher dimension and re-enter your other location in another location. Wow. And that reminds me of my fast story. I've said it a couple of times, but now is a good time to say it. I was at Charlotte Airport. I had to go from a big plane to a little plane, and my luggage didn't have wheels. It was like a garment bag and my backpack. And I said, oh, I would regret this. I felt like I walked 3 miles. It was probably only a mile, but it felt like 3 miles. I got to my little plane gate, and I thought I'd be clever, geeky, and I tweeted. This is back when tweeting was a fun thing to do, rather than dipping your toe into the cesspool of human hatred, right? Okay, all right. Well, back when you just tweet thoughts, right? Fun thoughts. So I tweeted, and I said, can't wait till the day we have wormholes, because then all gates will be adjacent to one another. Right? I thought that's I'm card-carrying geek. That's a good tweet. And then, however geeky you are, there's always someone who's geekier than you, because that spectrum goes to infinity. All right? So someone, you only get to be king geek for a day. Sometimes not even a full day. Not even the full day. Somebody's there to unseat you. The word gets out. Like a little geekier.
A loaf of bread costs 50% more today
I
than it
need
did before the pandemic.
syringes.
Ground beef is up almost 50%.
So I need to remember
I'm
those
Donald
stats.
Trump, and I approve this message.
I'm not a monster. I don't kill for fun. You're gonna be part of a masterpiece.
Hey, lived.
And when I'm done, the world will know.
Lost my legs, but I lived.
The truth.
Where's my crap?
What do you do, Alex?
I'm a detective. You mean you're a cop? Metro PD. We joined the force together. I got it. You the doctor? PhD, psychology. Let's see how long you last. But you can call me Detective Alex Cross.
Also, Alex. Bitch.
They found him dead in his car. Apparent overdose.
Died shortly after suicide.
They got killed to cover up what happened. I think he was murdered. Whoever killed him had to change him into someone else first.
This girl's missing.
Multiple victims are connected to this.
And you know this house?
It's doing a sec. This is where it all started. Yo, it's been this big in my head. Oh, I'm living rent free. Yeah.
Where's my TV remote?
Assassin's Creed Shadows has been delayed to February 14th.
Oh,
so
you goons.
Is February 14th Valentine's Day? I'm pretty sure it is. Like, I usually don't celebrate Valentine's Day because it's because it's against my religion.
So I'll be trying to chase
and
after me.
so yeah, that's why I don't. And yeah, that's the reason. So I think it's on the 14th, isn't it? That's correct.
And I killed
yeah, in History Month. Oh. I mean, if February's Black History Month, I don't know, man. Like, there's like these little things. I don't even know. Like, it's so not an it's just coincidence. I think it's just a coincidence. Yeah, it's not like there's no way. This is a French developer, right? I mean, like, what is this? Dear players, Assassin's Creed Shadows is a dream project for us. Finally bringing the series to feudal Japan with many features developed with our community in mind, such as parkour and the renewed style brought by new technology, all set in a beautiful, immersive world. This is an ambitious addition to the franchise, a rich experience that can be lived through the eyes of two unique protagonists, but we realize we need more time to polish and refine the experience, pushing further some of our key features. As such, we've made the decision to postpone the release date to February 14th, 2025. This game will release on a broad scope of platforms, including Steam at launch. Wow.
I'm not sure if that game's gonna be good.
I don't think it will be.
They've been fucking up their games lately, so it's like, I don't know if they can make it come back anymore.
I haven't had much faith in Assassin's Creed since after Unity.
Oh yeah, no, Unity was the biggest fuck up that they ever made. It's like, how can you fuck up, how can you drop the ball that bad?
Like, they had already made, that's ridiculous.
It's like the RPG aspect of the game doesn't make any sense either. You can't kill him with the fucking hidden blade because he's like 20 levels above you. It's like, what?
Neat fucking bullet sponge time, that's what it is.
Everything about Assassin's Creed just made me so confused after Unity launched. I'm like, huh, how's Unity so bad? That's why I was wondering, so I went and fucking bought the game, played it a bit, and kind of saw what they meant. It's super cool.
That was the last game I played. I played a little bit of the London one that was after that, I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, no, I kind of feel like I know which one you mean, but I just don't remember the name either.
But that tells you something, you can't even remember the name of what the fucking game was. London Assassin's Creed, there you go. Wow.
We are looking forward to the moment that we will embark on a memorable adventure with now
Until then,
we thank you for your ongoing support. Well, let's see how well that support's going. How about that?
That was escalated pretty quickly.
Damn, let's start this off. It will get it. You guys keep making games no one asked for.
Pretty much, yeah.
Everybody will tell you, the whole gaming fan base will tell you exactly what game they would love to play, and developers will be like, nah. Half-Life 3, for example. But everybody's like, nah. Bloodborne remastered, nah.
Oh yeah, no, Bloodborne remastered.
Damn, I just need 40 seconds. There it is.
Audiences buy your game, you fucking idiot. You stupid? Are you so fucking stupid?
No, Sean. I see that you're in here with me. In my safe house.
Oh my god, no wonder this is falling apart.
That's a
They're
UV
using
light.
the reviews, they're grading the quality
Run.
of their game based
Run,
off of
bitch.
what a game reviewer says? Oh, I'm sorry. So you're selling games to game reviewers. Wow. I think I see where the problem is. Oh, ew, I wonder what it is. He was not, yes, there it is. What a fucking moron. No wonder they're failing. He doesn't even understand who he's selling video games to. He probably said, yeah, but they actually are. They're so stupid. Rate the reviews. It doesn't matter what the reviews say. 2000 says 5.4 is a negative rating. They're trying to fix the game. It doesn't matter. That would explain everything, yes. I just don't know what to say, man. Nobody refers to user reviews, though. You know who I bet refers to user reviews? Larian. From Software. Square Enix.
Yep.
Capcom. I bet they refer to user reviews. And do you know why? Because they can. The only people that rely on critic reviews are people who can't rely on user reviews. The idea that you thought that this is so embarrassing. 76 on Metacritic. You fucking moron. Well, players, they're not players. They're journalists. These are not players. Man. And also, by the way, if you got a 76 on a test whenever you were a kid, would your parents be happy?
No.
Because my mom and dad would be pissed. Yeah, they'd be fucking pissed if I got a 76. It's not even a question.
I don't know why, but I feel like he's heavily implying Fallout 76.
Yeah.
It's like, it's okay-ish, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know.
Oh my god.
Game.
It's like, well,
they could have done way more work.
apparently not. Yep, apparently not. While players praise the sense of detail and beauty of the graphics, the effectiveness of the reputation system, the endearing characters like Nyx, and some noted areas of improvement, the development team, what about the fact that like you have this cringe-ass fucking garbage where you're playing as an outlaw but you can only steal from police officers? Like you can pet animals but you can't shoot them and kill them with a gun? Like what kind of sick fucking, like, lame shit is this? Oh my god. Massive hope? Yeah, like what do you don't even, like, and what's so sad is you don't even know why you're losing. And you know what that means? It means you're gonna keep losing. You see, like, have you ever had like a WoW raid where someone got white in the raid, and then nobody addresses why you have white, and then you move on again and the same thing happens again. I don't know what that is. Anyway, let's go ahead and read the rest of this. We'll go back to it. Dominion's already hard at work at fixing these save issues, stealth mechanics, and more frequent quest checkpoints, and better NPC AI. Ooh, they might have seen the Asmongold clip. There it is. I'm confident that these updates will significantly improve the player experience by allowing us to deliver on its promise. And
Oh, yeah,
Star Wars Outlaws, a must-play game and a long-term seller.
I'll search that up real quick. Hold on.
Man.
You fell
He
into
actually
his
thinks this is gonna
trap.
happen. That's crazy. Feel bad for this guy. Yeah, I don't know what to say. In parallel, the publishing teams and developers
Available on Steam and it's $9.99. Lockdown Protocol is a first-person social deduction game combining real-time action and communication. 3 to 8 players.
And it has 20 million sales. You think Black Friday is gonna save you?
Windows
People
and
wouldn't play that game if it was
Linux
free.
PCs, yeah.
What a stupid! It's so stupid. Like, what? You don't even understand what the like.
Oh, yeah.
Running the company.
I've actually seen gameplays of that.
Like, it's
I just haven't
unbelievable. Like, how do you
learned the name of it.
Run a fucking company. It's crazy. Samoron, yes. When watch it for free. Well, to be fair, a lot of people did watch my playthrough. But yeah, that's it. Pink Sauce of Gaming. I don't know about that. In today's ultra-competitive market, players expect extraordinary experiences in the ultra-polished games from day one. We need to continue to improve where it becomes the fine-tuning our games and delivering outstanding games.
Up by Safe House and he immediately fucking died.
You know how to do that? You stop putting out so much fucking slop every single goddamn fucking month.
Yep.
Every year, you stop going to make a AAA game every 6 months, man. Stop trying to make a AAA game every 6 months. You're clearly failing. Your product pipeline is obviously flawed. Stop fucking making 10 games at a time. You can't do it. It's obvious that you can't do it. And you know who agrees with me? The shareholders. Look at this. The stock used to be $20. Well, it probably was 100 since it's 1/5, and this is a representative sample of the European market. So it's probably $100 somewhere around there, right? And now, at least in the U.S., it's $2. So you go from 20 to 2. It seems like your problems are pretty established, right? Yeah, I mean, there we go. They can make 10 games at a time if they have small teams and not AAA. Well, they're not doing that. And also, I think that if you do that, you're probably going to have problems as well. They didn't care before because dumbasses kept buying $70 and $120 of the expansion. Oh, I think so. Yeah. Ubisoft used to make a good game every other time. Now they all seem bad. Well, we haven't played Assassin's Creed Shadows, but everything that I've looked at and observed from it makes me think that it's going to be bad. Consequently, we've decided to delay Assassin's Creed.
I did what I
The
needed
game
to
is
do
already
here.
playable and of high quality. Yeah, but you said that about Star Wars Outlaws. Like, so, like, I mean, it's just, and it has all the features that you wanted to
Excuse me, soft bitch.
ambitious experience. Then why are
You were inside by Safe House under UV light. How the fuck can you punch me?
motivated by our desire to an optimal experience to launch on all platforms
Unrealistic.
configurations and to remove small frictions to address and post-title launch updates. So basically, they're admitting that like we used to just ship out things that were not really well tested, but now we don't want to do that because there's like a big risk. I also want to say, do you remember whenever I was saying how Ubisoft will be cooked if Assassin's Creed doesn't do well? And everybody was calling me stupid. Well, here's the CEO agreeing with me, and I was right about that too. Look at that. I fucking said it. And like, it's crazy how somebody can be on so much fucking opium. They can see this graph, and like the dog in the house that's on fire, and this is fine. No, it's not 160 IQ. It's 60 IQ. Wow, number down? Number down bad. Number down. Oh, big bad. Oh, real bad. Oh, what? Bad number? Red? Wait, what do you mean? You don't need to be smart to figure this out. The people that are smart are the ones that are convincing themselves that it's not bad. Maybe they need to be stupid. They're cooked release in 2025. Well, I'm sure they might get on the list for Game of the Year. Like the top 6, right? Maybe, right? Depends on what other games come up that year. But yeah, maybe they'll be on the list, right? Maybe best story or anything. But yeah, anyway, let's go back and look at the rest of it. Desire simple efficiency. We'll also use the extra time to complement the experience with UI. High-impact secondary quests will bring even more memorable moments. Additionally, as a result, listen to our player feedback on other topics and releases, starting with Assassin's Creed Shadows, will be again available on Steam on launch day. There it is. In addition to be available on first-party Epic and Ubisoft stores. You couldn't live with your own failure. And where did that bring you? Back to me. Oh my god. They all come crawling back.
That was not this working with.
You only want 30%? That's it? Oh, that's okay. You don't need that. Please, just have you and he's a gracious man. And he allows it. It's so funny, man. It really is. What have I missed? A lot. So also, we're currently rethinking our season pass model for our upcoming game. Okay, here, let me give you some advice. Maybe somebody can send this one. Nobody wants a season pass on a single player game. It's fucking stupid. There's no reason for it. You are hand-fixing a Fortnite mechanic into a single player game that nobody wants. Nobody asked for. What the fuck is wrong with you? For Assassin's Creed Shadows, all players will have access to the game at the same time, and those who have pre-ordered the game will get first expansion for free. Wow. Well, there we go.
I thought I had the fucking flare. I had a grappling hook and I fucking flung myself into the zombies. I was tormenting the fucking Nightcrawlers.
Accelerating? Whereas they're gonna make 5 AAA games a year now? And publishing practices the process in close collaboration with these teams with the objective to put players at the heart of our decisions. We will regularly update you on the progress that we're making. Lastly, I'd like to address the recent polarized coverage around our creative choices. Talking about, like, you know, the Star Wars Outlaws, the 2K, etc. We are an entertainment company. As such, our objective is not to endorse any specific agenda. Yes, it obviously is. You are obviously endorsing an agenda if you provide different types. Like, wasn't there like a Ubisoft, what's the word for it? Mentorship program or internship program that was only available to people that weren't men? That was, I know that there was a CD Projekt Red, but I believe that there was another one for Ubisoft. Can I find this?
Hijo de una madre trabajadora de un grano, vive cayendo con rápido de nuestras familias, bajando los costos como la insulina a $35, los descuentos Social Security, su pensión médica a bajo costo, no engañen, para nosotros. The pill is identical, but with 15 grams of protein, each one takes a protein.
Nice. Oh wait, I had to slide.
I am seeing demons.
on the site, Ubisoft, the company promotes its develop at Ubisoft program, stating at their develop at Ubisoft eligibility criteria, identify as a woman or a non-binary individual. You absolutely have a fucking agenda. Our objective is to not endorse a specific agenda. That is absolutely an agenda. Get the fuck out of here. You're obviously lying. You have an agenda, you're trying to push it, you got called out on it, and you're trying to pretend like it doesn't exist. That's the new reverse racist card. Yeah, they're like, oh no, we don't have one. It's in plain sight. Everybody can see this. So what? Some governments do the same. They need more women in tech. There's less than 1% in my comp. Why do you need more women in tech? Why? That's right, you don't. You don't. They need more qualified people in tech. If they happen to be women, then they should get the job. You need more women? Why? That's so stupid. The hire based on merit. Yes, it's not even a question. Our mission has always been to entertain players and enrich their lives with original and memorable experiences that resonate with a global audience. Yeah, I bet it is. Man, because the sausage fest sucks ass. I love how the implication is like, we need more women in tech so we can fuck them. Oh god, they don't endorse a specific agenda. You are absolutely pushing an agenda. Every normal person can see it. Anybody with a fucking brain can see it. That's why all of the comments and all of the responses are about you pushing an agenda. So you can't say that you're not pushing an agenda when you're making internship programs that exclude men categorically, which is like straight up fucking discrimination. And on top of that, you're adding in characters and then trying to take narratives. You're taking historical characters and you're changing your sexuality. And you're saying this is not an agenda. Get the fuck out of here. It's obviously an agenda. It obviously is. Anybody can see that. That's not discrimination. You fucking retard. It is. If you are offering business opportunities to other people based off of discriminatory reasons like age, sex, or sexual orientation, you abso-fucking-lutely are discriminating. That's the way it is. It's textbook discrimination. That's like saying, well, I mean, we don't want black people coming in here. Well, I mean, they could go somewhere else, right? Just like not here. But that's discrimination. We don't want to hire them. We don't want to hire them. Why? Why? Well, that's bad, right? We had a whole thing with that. Think about how bad that is. That guy must be a bot. Holy fuck, don't hit him, is he? I'll tell you why they do this. They do it because they are brainwashed into thinking that treating people that have had historical advantages badly is actually good. That's one. And how are people this stupid? They're not stupid, they're self-serving, and they are brainwashed. That's it. Just reverse the characteristic. Yeah. It's like, basically, if you want to find out if something's discrimination, if you did this to another group of people, would it be bad? And if the answer is yes, then it's bad. It's that simple. Not hiring white people has been going on for quite a bit for the last 4 or 5 years. I can't speak on how much that's happened. I'm just saying Ubisoft saying that they're not endorsing an agenda is patently untrue. Our mission has always been to entertain players and enrich their lives with original stories. The setback should not discourage us, but serve as a learning experience and drive us to act more quickly. More than ever, let's continue to believe through our ability to bounce back while approaching the challenges that we face with lucidity and determination. I'd like to thank you for your commitment, reiterate my confidence in our collective ability to surprise and meet expectations with a growing number of passionate players in the long term. Well, the long term really isn't looking very good. It's actually bad. But yeah, so he wrote this whole thing out. This is an internal memo. There you go. What a surprise. Assassin's Creed Shadows has been delayed, and for good reason. Do I think this delay will make the game better? I hope so, but I think that if it's like if you have a tree then it's like, let's let the tree grow more. But the problem wasn't really the size of the tree. It was the fact that it was like the wrong type of tree. I don't know how to describe it. I don't really see this making a difference. It's 4 months. Yeah, it's 4 months in a massive thing like this. Yeah, it's too late to already dying. Yeah. Ubisoft board launching, wait, what? Launching investigation into company struggles? Nah, bro, like, where do you read this? No, where do you read this? Where's the source at? You can't polish a turd. You can't put lipstick on a pig.
You can.
I was gonna make a joke, but I decided not to. Look it up, dog. Okay. I'm gonna look it up. And if I can't find it, you're fucking banned. You're not in. You're actually Ubisoft board is launching an investigation.
Yeah. Yes!
Thank you. Thank you. Funny grunt. Hell yeah. You survived VIP. We can't give VIP to everybody, okay? He's anti-ban. It's been announced that the, what's this here? Oh, it's gonna be launching. Ubisoft struggles continue, and now the board is launching an investigation into the company's struggles. What's going on, guys? It's your host with the most, A2B Albert Perkins, and it's been announced that Ubisoft's executive committee and board of directors will be launching an investigation and review of the company. This news came through the company financial statement and update, which
About damn time.
delay of Assassin's Creed Shadows, which I'll get into in a moment, and the announcement that Star Wars Outlaws underperformed. The statement read in part, quote, in the light of, remember about how everybody said that I was wrong again? About how I said that they're cooked, that this doesn't go well? Everybody's saying, no, they're a big company. That's not what's going to happen. Recent changes, we acknowledge the need for greater efficiency while delighting players. As a result, beyond the first important short-term actions undertaken, the Executive Committee, under the supervision of the Board of Directors, is launching a review aimed at further improving our execution, notably in this player-centric approach, and accelerating our strategic path towards a higher-performing model to the benefit of our stakeholders and shareholders. It wrapped up by saying, finally, let me address some of the polarized comments around Ubisoft lately. I want to affirm that we are an entertainment-first company creating games. This is about the rest of it. I don't need to see the rest of it. But yeah, I already read all that. Shareholders are pissed. Well, okay, imagine if you give somebody, you're like, I'm gonna give you a pizza, and I want you to give me 2 pizzas back. And then they come back, and the box is gone, and there's just a paper plate, and there's one slice left of the original pizza, and they say, sorry boss, this is the best we got. Would you be upset? I'd be fucking furious. I'd be out of my goddamn fucking mind. And it's like those slices are like this. It's like this, right? Like you go to like Gotti Town or like one of the pizza buffets, and they have like the little tiny slices. Yeah, it's this one here. I slap them. Well, they are. Yeah, that's the thing. And so yeah, it looks like they're launching oh my god, a whole ass investigation. Well, I think this is a leadership problem and it's a production problem. I think that at the very, like, you have this guy who is saying The game was good. It had a 76 on Metacritic. He's looking at game journalist reviews. This is a person who fundamentally does not understand the nature of his audience. He doesn't understand what he's doing. He's out of touch. Yeah, he's completely out of touch.
Yeah, to me, fast track me into a home barista. All you need is 3 biscuits to make them just
I think they need to get a new CEO. I'll be honest. I think they do. This guy is not it. Structural issues? Yeah. You're at a touch amount of time, buy Ubisoft. I mean, give me a few weeks and let's see, no, like $30. You know, maybe after February, that'll be enough. Yeah, we can buy it, you apply for CEO, I guess so, right? Yeah, they're disconnected from the real gaming culture. Every chief executive from the same family. Yeah, and there has been also like a lot of accusations. This is like super meta level, right? But like at Ubisoft, there's been accusations and concerns that and there's like a conspiracy theory that I don't know how to actually pronounce his name. Guillermo, like I believe, because he's French. Like I don't know how to pronounce his last name. But like his family, it might be his, I think it's his family, is that, Guillaume? Yeah, is that it? Guillermo? Either way, yeah, that sounds right. Having, like, intentionally lowering the price so they could acquire more of the company and have more control over it. So, like, I think that's obviously shading a lot of, like, you know, high-profile investors in the company. It's going to be shading their perception of how the company is being run, and I think it's pretty clear that that's probably a smaller but also, you know, noted reason why the investigation is occurring. So yeah, that would explain a lot. Yeah, right, and it would, because it's like, how could somebody be this stupid on purpose, or without it being on purpose, right? So it's really hard to say. Likely shareholders of this will drive big-time people away from UB Plus subs. Well, it will. It definitely will. But Ubisoft Plus is a bad product to begin with. They don't have enough of a, like, basically everybody wants to have their own subscription service, but not, like, there are already too many, like, let's use the forest analogy, right? Like, you can't have 500 fucking, you know, like, gigantic 50,000 ton sequoia trees in a forest all at the same time. A forest and an ecosystem can't support that. And everybody wants to be the sequoia tree, nobody wants to be a bush. And the problem is that, guess what? A lot of the existing people die out. And there are too many things that are competing for a monthly subscription fee. And a lot of the, again, also you have this as a big factor, first mover advantage. That means if you're first to the market, you have an incumbent advantage. Netflix, World of Warcraft, Twitch with live streaming, YouTube, right? All of these things. Steam, yes, you have Google, right? You have first mover advantage, which can sometimes result in a de facto monopoly, which is a huge problem, but that's a bigger topic. The point is that these things are very dangerous. And I think that this can happen very easily, too. Yeah, WoW is the first MMO confirmed. WoW is the first MMO that hit the mainstream and capitalized on a subscription model. That's the reason. Like, WoW was effectively the first big mainstream MMO. EverQuest was nothing compared to WoW. It was just nothing. Like, it was like, it was like H1Z1 compared to PUBG or Fortnite. Like, yeah, sure, it was there. It was a battle royale, but, like, it's nothing compared to them. So, yeah. Ultimate Online? Yeah. The free market is always a transitionary state to either oligarchs and monopolies or state-controlled capital. Well, and that's what has to happen, right? Is you have to stay in between that and have a culture and a system that facilitates that tug of war. Because the tug of war and being in the middle of that is what's best for consumers. So yeah, anyway, this is a good thing, by the way. Very, very good thing this is happening. I hope this makes the game better. So it seems, yep, there it is. And this is so funny because, it's like, people were posting this before Ubisoft even made the announcement that they're delaying the game.
2015, you lied on other people to get yourself out of trouble.
Essentially cast aspersions on opposing counsel, and I don't think that that is proper.
I assume that message has been relayed to the witness, and I do believe it was intimidation.
False assertions, false representations, and misleading representations before the jury.
Miss Love, I'm gonna take it out from first. I haven't had one for the last couple of times. Everybody else has.
Day 136 of the Untitled YSL RICO trial was wild. Defense lawyers get to cross-examine Kundera Zachary and all his lies from 2015 and 2017. Miss Love and Max Shar are getting a heated exchange towards the end. Yeah, the cross-examination on Kundera Zachary is actually pretty entertaining, so stick around towards the last half. Take subscribe to the membership. Let's go, boys. Alright, first look at Todd on day 136. Got the suit and tie on. I feel like he has actually lost a little bit of weight, maybe like 5-10 pounds maybe. He's got a grill in that thing. Oh no, you got the 2 teeth down here. Kundera's back up on the stand. Apparently the state finishes with him quickly, so.
And you said that you weren't slime back in 2015. Do you consider yourself slime today? Rightful and YSL, you would consider the same thing, right? Did you tell Dennis and Gabriel that Rightful and YSL were the same thing?
Why are you telling the feds then, man?
Tell shot at the gambling house. Thug and you were inside the gambling house at the time of the shot at. Is that right? Did you tell Gabriel and Dennis in August 2015 that Thug and you were inside the gambling house at the time of the shot at? Did Woody and Mookie shoot at Kel on MLK after Kel shot at the gambling house? Did you tell Gaither and Dennis that Woody and Mookie shot at Kel on MLK after Kel shot at the gambling house? The video that you and Mookie made where Mookie was shouting out Kel was made in January after the shooting at the gambling house. Is that right? And in that video, Mookie was mad about shooting, right? Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis in August 2015 that the video was made in January? Did you tell them it was made after the dugout got shot out while Thug and you were inside? Mookie was mad about treason. The tension between YSL and its gang escalates after Woody and Mookie shot at Kel. The night that Donnie Thomas got murdered, January 10, 2015, Shannon and Yak were the two who first told you that they caught Nut down bad, correct? Did you tell Detectives Gaither and Dennis that they told you that first? They both told you that it was Shannon, Yak, Nars, Duak, who caught Nut down bad and killed him.
Oh, Nut down bad. Someone's objecting. He's saying he lied.
You and Shannon were at Thug's condo when you were talking about how they killed Nut. Is that right?
I lied. You were sick and you got somebody in the hospital.
When you say you were in the hospital, did you say you were in the hospital on January 10th, 2015?
Earlier that day, yes, then I went home.
Okay. Nard was not at the condo when you all were talking about that, right?
We never talked about it.
Okay. Dennis and Gaither in August 2015, but Nard was not at the condo.
I lied.
Shannon goes to leave and to see a girl while you were at the condo. Yes, to leave.
I was there. Y'all did not do this for me. I was sick. And I was there.
Never enough. Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that?
I lied. I got caught with money. I had 100 shoes on, so I was lying.
Hey, you got called with 100 shootings on it, like they denied him hit probably or whatever.
Did Shannon say his gun had no more bullets?
Shannon never told me anything. Shannon don't even talk.
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that Shannon, you don't know that Shannon's gun without a bullet?
No, I was looking for Shannon because he doesn't know what he did wrong.
Did Shannon take Mookie's gun to leave when he went to go get the girl and go to the store because his gun was out of bullet?
No such thing.
Did you tell Gaither and Dennis that Nard had AK-762 during the murder of Donnie Thomas?
I told him when I was about to talk to him.
Did Shannon and Yak tell you that Shannon had an ps5 at the time during the killing of Donnie Thomas?
No, Shannon only told me nothing about it.
Did you tell Detective Gaither and Dennis that Shannon had a .45 XP
No,
at the time?
I was lying. If I did, I was lying. I know I think that they only told him that I was lying and saying I never did.
Then they took the rental car back after Vincent hit the gun, according to Shannon, correct?
They never told me nothing. Me and you were in the car. How can I do that?
Okay, after Vincent hit the gun, they took the rental car back, right?
Telling them what they did with the rental car and who hit the gun. From a jury's perspective, does this prove YSL is a gang? I'm not sure.
Did Shannon tell you that he and Yak were going to pick up Yak's girl, but they felt the same note?
Shannon never told me nothing. Shannon already told me. I told him I was lying.
Shannon tell you that they would go back around and start shooting at Nut.
No, Shannon never told me nothing.
People are more motivated today to actually get through the witness quick and ask him concise, direct questions. He's doing better today.
Did you tell the police that Shannon told you that after getting up, they rolled back around and started shooting at them? Is it true that Shannon nor Jack ever mentioned that Kel was on scene or that they saw Kel outside with Nut? Shannon and Jack tell you that part of the reason that they shot Nut was because they believe during the gang meeting on MLK and if gang meeting, Nut put YSL and 30 feet on a plate. Or meaning, Nut gave the green light for members of this gang to harm members of YSL and 30 feet.
Hold on, that's new to me. He's saying Nut gave the green light to kill YSL members? I thought this was all over like record label drama. Then Nut saw that people were trying to steal his artist.
Did you tell the police as well that you learned that it was this gang only after G and Thug got on Twitter and started tweeting? While you were in Miami, was G laying around on the couch all day because he was afraid? Did you tell the police that he didn't really get up on the couch because he was scared because his homes were getting shot at?
And that's not when I was imagining Reed laying on the couch, shaking, looking out the window for people. This is like one of these like characters.
Thug stopped playing with you as hard as he had before. Is it true that Thug stopped paying with you after all of it, for whatever reason that you had to tell him to do it? Don't tell them what they said about it, okay? But is it fair to say that you believe... Your Honor, that is not responsible, and you do say that I'm not related. Your Honor, please not as a citizen.
So she's been asking for hearsay the entire time. They're talking about me around Woody no more, so drama or negative or something.
Is it true that you believe that Thug found out about Donovan Thomas's murder after the murder itself? And did you tell the police that you believe that Thug found out after it happened? Did you tell the police that Nars and Milton were always on go because they were over the street?
Over the sewers, the crash out on me?
Did you tell the police that Thug acted normal and asked them why they showed up while you were in Miami?
Hold on. Didn't the state trying to say that Thug rented the car and this was all planned? Well, right now they're saying that he didn't know until after and asked them why they did it. That's what Congrady said in the interview.
Shannon and Ness, in your words, tell Thug that it was because Ness didn't go and give green light for YSL and 30 people to be harmed. Did Rudy shoot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan? You all suspected that Rudy shot up Lucci's studio on Metropolitan.
I know I had that phone book and John has had a lot of those shoes on where they said it.
Was Rick Holmes Twine at the studio at the time that it was shot up? Was it purple truck here? Shannon, I'm sorry, that Rudy was
Yes.
his white guy.
I told you.
Yes.
I told you.
This is all great. But I think a lot of these colleges people call
Chicken fries.
I just want to see some exactly
Chicken fries.
ballistic that put people in these colleges
Yeah.
with all these shootings. Does that exist? Because we've seen very minimal of any of that.
$10,000 on whoever shot at Lucci's mom's house, whether they were told that. I don't know who did it, and I'm not offering to do that.
I'm so sick of her saying that all offering to the truth. I'm so sick of that.
Especially Francis would also
I'm not saying that you can transcript, and I'm not offering to the truth of the matter. I'm offering with effect on the paper and the action they had. The night that Nell was killed, did you see Lucci and Chelsea pull up at first time? Did you tell the police that you started to pull up at first time?
don't know.
Did you purchase a PP3 for Ruby for $1,000? Well, Ruby gave you $1,000.
I guess, yeah.
Bro, this trial is such a shit show.
Didn't you?
This audio is turning shitty. Why is audio so bad?
Did I do it?
Did you cheat to get your shit?
I just told you. I'm not talking about this. I believe for one thing. I was out of town 3 years.
You admitted there as well.
No.
No?
I'm 40 months. When I come against 2018, I never fucking told you.
Did you plead guilty to participating in something?
I was down 4 years already. They thought me transfer. I had already 14 more months in jail. So I might as well take transfer with 4 years instead.
They're saying you pled guilty to the gang shit because then you was able to get out earlier.
And with the gang in that case, why is that?
Yeah, but they told me what? Because I was on probation for the same gang, so it's on another shit. I thought they had thought I could do this stuff.
Feeling like that.
Plead guilty as a did that April 28th hearing, but then as a second, the document has it.
I plead guilty of that. I plead guilty of committing gang shit.
And you pled guilty and admitted that this activity
So he thinks pleading guilty is different than admitting. To the state, it is.
Let's face it, there's people out there who hate the fact that you and I feel right. They're determined to select for exercising our inalienable God-given rights to self-defense. You need to check out the USCCA. They offer the education, the training, and the self-defense liability insurance so that you can have peace of mind if something happens. And in today's climate, you may need to be legally prepared to face the justice system. No matter how big a case of self-defense you think you have, go to uscca.com and see what being a member is all about.
We don't play favorites. We make custom fit floor liners for every vehicle type. Trucks, SUVs, sedans, big or used, big or small. Custom fit protection, no matter what you drive.
It's admitting your guilt, but he's saying he was doing it together,
I admit it, but the only reason I do I keep telling y'all that my previous case, I make sure everything was the same in here.
identified you are Dr. Clear.
5.
Did you tell Detective Gaither, Thorpe, and Dennis that you didn't really know Duarte?
I don't know where it is.
Because he was Jack's partner.
That's what I was asking.
I just telling you, just leave so far.
Were you still
I didn't have it last.
Shannon during that interview with Detective Thorpe after Gaither and Dennis?
I can answer this plane, right?
Absolutely.
I don't remember, but Thought know he was dead wrong on top of me.
Here.
Well, y'all put autistic drinking and fear
I was not happy about her sharing out. He was looking at pictures of his boys, identifying his police.
Menard brought the Draco with strap to Third House the day before Simon Thomas was gunned down.
I don't remember. I told her on the name. I don't know. I don't know.
60 subs, you aren't subscribed. Come on, 60 subscribed though.
During that interview on August 2019 at the Thorpe Union, when you showed a picture of Shannon standing at a window in the tunnel, did you tell the police that that picture of Shannon was taken days before the murder of Simon Thomas? And after that, did you also tell the police you didn't know of her buying guns for his father?
If I told him, I'm saying that he was doing that.
Did you believe that they wanted you to say something about her?
Yes.
Okay. And did you believe that after your preliminary hearing, they wanted you to say what everything?
Yes.
Yeah, ho. I'm playing holding him real big boots. You play well. Yeah, ho. That's how the ball builder. That's how the ball builder on the big old snake.
Wrote down his boy's name and the date and signed it.
Are you able to tell the jury who those people are in the unnamed? And at the bottom, is it a post that you made at YSL Local? And are you in the front seat of the car with Shannon? And in the back? In the back. In the back. To be counted on?
So he was going through social media and Shannon, like what?
Shut up.
We want books. We want paper towels in the class. I bet y'all want racist too. I like money. Waiting on the paper towels.
Probably money.
Do you remember telling them in that 2017 proffer that Shannon came to Doug's apartment after the murder and told you something about the murder? When they tried to get you to tell them exactly what Shannon said, you said, I don't want to talk about that.
Because I did a research anyway. I told you if you look and did your research,
Did you tell them in that interview that you saw Jack at the condo, particularly the Sky House condo, at around 9 or 10 on the night down in Thomas Split?
Yes, but a lot of
In this interview, if you're thinking or if you're being tricked, what makes you lie in this interview?
look, I thought that was my lawyer. I didn't know they just came and woke me up like the way for them to go out for a little bit or something. But I know the Harris was, but he wasn't even in it. I had a whole different way, so I didn't know what was going on.
Nard was in the car, and that when he found Jack, Shannon, and Duop were all in the car at some point on the night of Donald Thomas' murder.
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that they did not get the guns from Bentley? Did you tell the police that Jack, Shannon, Duop, and Nard did not take the Nikion along with the murder?
I was just told Shannon had nothing to do with it.
Did you tell the police that Shannon told you he committed the murder?
I also told them that he had nothing to do with it. I was lying. They got still with it.
I'm gonna ask you. Did you tell the police you changed your mind and now you get to believe Shannon?
Yes, but the lawyer told me just go along with what you had already ever told me.
Now, do you remember being at a concert
Why
in
you
March
got
of
that?
2015 where
Still
Thug
is about
spoke
to
about
30.
Mr. Rich Homie Quan, but called him instead a horrible name that starts with a B and rhymes with Rich on stage in March of 2015?
B word, Homie Quan.
I don't think I was there.
Were Rich Homie Quan and defendant Jeffrey Williams working together anymore by March of 2015?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that by March of 2015, defendant Jeffrey Williams and Rich Homie Quan were not working together anymore?
I don't know.
Did you know not to hang around with Rich Homie Quan?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that he did?
I don't know.
Did you tell the police that after Shannon told you that he had caught Nut down bad, he later said he didn't do it?
Did I tell them that?
Yes.
Shannon saying I caught Nut down bad is crazy if that really happened. The state says he's one of the shooters.
Did you tell them that Thug was the only one in possession of one rental car and it was the Infinity during that time?
I told them, Rudy told me that was Thug. I never told them I saw Thug in the car. I made that clear to them plenty of times.
Okay. Did they ask you rather, were Thug and Quan beefing at the time Nut was killed?
I don't know what I told them.
Did you tell them no after Nut was killed, Thug and Quan were beefing?
I don't know.
Tell the police that YSL believed that Rich Homie Quan was part of Nut's gang.
I don't know.
See yourself in that segment of the video. All right.
Oh, this is a 2009 Rock Crew video, I think. He must be really young in this. I guess they're skipping that for now?
Did you tell the police that based on what Shannon and Yak told you and Nard, that the murder of Donna and Thomas wasn't planned, but they just made a decision once they saw it? Did you tell the police that in the 2015 interview?
So, how is this Thug's fault? If it wasn't planned or anything, how is Thug getting in trouble for renting a car? Dude, the RICO charge is ridiculous. If you have friends that are a gang that commit a crime without you even telling them to do it, you can get a RICO charge on you.
I don't remember if I did or not. Shannon told me.
Hold on, he is short as shit.
Do you know about how old you were? Were you under 15?
Wait,
She's finally done. Cross-examination now, starting with Max Shard.
We've never spoken before in our lives, have we? No. You recall yesterday repeatedly saying, I don't know, and I don't recall. Okay, let's be real. When you said, I don't know, and I don't recall, in some of those questions, that wasn't the truth, was it?
No.
Okay. That wasn't the truth, was it?
No.
Okay. This is accurate. When the state asked you if you know what a gang is, and you said you don't know, that was not the truth. You do, in fact, know what a gang is, correct?
I know what I heard is.
Okay. When the state asked you if you know where about TIG Studios, and you said you don't remember, that wasn't true, was it? You do know TIG Studios, correct?
I don't know that for real.
You don't know where TIG Studios are?
I don't know that for real.
When the state asked you if you remember the night that Kenneth Copeland got jumped at Club Crucial, and you said you don't recall, that was not true, was it? You do recall that night, don't you?
Yes.
Two charts coming in hot.
Being at, and I'm not saying at a particular time, being at Jeffrey Williams' condo at all that night going into the morning, whenever it was, you said you don't even remember being there, that wasn't true, was it?
Can I tell everything?
Yes.
I don't remember being on that night, but I was like first Thursday morning. Like, that. Sounds good.
because you went to Miami from Jeffrey Williams' studio, right? That next morning.
I said in the morning about that.
Right, so you had to have been at some point, correct?
I told y'all in the morning.
I'm not saying you remember everything, but you do remember something from those statements, correct?
Yes, I remember something.
Okay. The reality is, you don't want to talk about the things you said in 2015, isn't that true?
I'm surprised he's agreeing with all this.
In 2015, you lied on other people to get yourself out of trouble, didn't you?
Oh.
Okay, but those lies are the very things that you don't really want to talk about here today, isn't that true?
Yes.
You understand that this trial is important for these gentlemen back here.
Objection, Your Honor.
We're not going to have the I don't recall routine today, are we?
I asked a question again, I don't know.
I appreciate that. Did you take that picture?
I probably did, but I said I don't know.
Okay, did you tell us that in 2015 you took that picture?
Yes.
Okay. Who is in that picture? Is that Shannon Stillwell? Do you recall when that picture was taken? 14. When you were saying that agree, is that true, or is that saying something you're saying out of frustration?
No, I have trouble reading it right for it.
Okay. Can you read that back? And if you can't, so if I read it, would you be able to tell me if I'm reading it accurately?
That's a lot, right? Like, he can clearly read. He typed shit in 2014, 2015.
What hairstyle?
So they've been saying that the suspects have dreads and shit. In this picture, Shannon has no dreads. Trying to be like, it wasn't Shannon, he had dreads.
What hairstyle does Mr. Stillwell have in that? Short hairstyle or like mine? Okay. Let me ask you this. When you were saying yesterday when you were frustrated, you couldn't see that shit. Is that true? Do you have trouble seeing differences?
I told yes, and they did all the research before they asked me to see. They were so honest about it.
Okay. I understand. I guess my question is, do you see Shannon right now? Okay. Are you aware that today Shannon Stillwell has dreads? So you don't know what the Shannon hairstyle is?
I had some Shannon like 10 years.
In 2015, Shannon had short.
Yes.
Brad handgun, correct? Or when I say handgun, I mean firearm. Something like that.
Yes.
Okay. You hop in the car with Sledge and Garlington.
Yes.
And you went to Alexis Bryant's house where SG was, correct?
Yes, I think I told y'all that.
Where did you live? Okay. And you went there because you wanted to protect her, because she was your girlfriend.
And my cousin was there too.
And your cousin was there. So drive to Alexis Bryant's address. And you see people shooting from a car, or at least you see the car. And you see shots being fired at the house where Alexis Bryant and your girlfriend SG are, correct?
Yes, I think I said that.
What did you do? And that upset you.
Yes.
And me and was already upset.
You got jumping for
And the two of you decided to get revenge on the people that were doing this to your girlfriend and your cousin, correct?
Girlfriend, but yes.
Ex-girlfriend. I'm sorry. Your girlfriend is fired at the house in the
Yes.
I can bank when I want, where I want. There are no hidden fees. I checked the fine print.
Take it back to the community on what you concern.
And they partner with the school, I always root for it.
All right, no.
And one of the guns that was used was a gun that belonged to Mr. Slade, correct?
No, it belonged to me. I just told them that's not that problem.
Okay. But it was yours or Slade's. You were arrested with it on May 7th, 2015, when you were driving around with Summer.
I think, I thought it was May the 5th.
Either 7 or 9 days after the shooting, you were arrested with that gun. Okay. And you were aware that the shell casing for that gun would come back to that price.
Objection calls for speculation.
You were aware that that gun left shell casings unseen.
Objection, that would call for speculation too.
I mean, you and Nick were shooting the guns. Yes, you knew that. Yes. Okay, you were aware that the shell casings were unseen.
Your Honor, I'd ask for clarification. Which shooting are you talking about?
Okay, both teams from April 20th.
See, I didn't know anything about shell casing, so I got locked up with the gun, and they said they preliminary hearing, but I don't know how much shit about shell casing.
Okay, so listen, thank you for bringing that up. That preliminary hearing where you learned about the shell casing, that was prior to the August 5th, 2015 statement, correct?
Yes.
So you knew that information going into the day that you did.
I think I did it.
You remember when the state started using the term word they and those people? Remember that?
Yes.
And remember when I objected? Yes. Remember when I asked you to clarify who they were talking about?
The reference to what Mr. Sharp did and asking if he has a question about that.
I'll get this question. Remember when I asked this one to clarify who they were and those people were? Yes. And those would?
I was going to say
You were not talking about. No, I thought you were talking about calling from the shed. Right. Your testimony here today, my girl, Shannon was not there at all. My neighbor put it in 2015. I told you that, but it's
Clarifying on the situation that channel wasn't there yesterday.
what time is it? What? April 28, 2015? No. Alright. Have you ever heard anyone that
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant to that question.
How is that not relevant when she hinted at it through direct? I guess she never really asked directly about Tom Peters, but she had told direct.
April 28, 2015, you faced aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and 2 aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Aggravated battery, you had criminal damage to property charges, correct? You had gang act violation charges, correct? Yes. And you had possession of a firearm during commission of a felony charges. 2 of those. Yes.
Holy shit, how much time did you take that?
And all in all, your understanding, prepared to go speak to the police on August 5th, how much time did you believe you were facing? Like 189 years. 189 years? Okay.
No wonder he started singing. I thought he was facing like maybe like 10 to 20 years or something. That was just a guess in my head.
But whatever day you were arrested in July, the August 5th, the time you gave your state, you were held without bond, correct? Yes. You didn't have a bond. Yes. And you were being held in Rice Street. Is Rice Street a place you wanted to? And I'm not going to get into your medical history, but you have specific medical concerns, correct? I don't know. Okay.
Damn, I forgot to. Yeah, he's sick as shit. With sickle cell and Rice Street.
You feel would give you treatment, appropriate treatment for your medical needs, Rice Street. I won't die. You wanted out of Rice Street, correct? You also had some issues in federal court, correct? And that revolves around the purchase of guns, correct? And you were accusing them of essentially struggle. They wanted to talk to you. You didn't have to speak to them. I don't know if that thing actually called up. I almost like called myself and locked up. Okay. You heard investigator Gaither say that you wanted to come down here to state about these cases.
That kind of Quindary is really a liar.
Without any hope of getting out, isn't that correct? You wanted to talk to the police to try to get yourself out of trouble. At that time, I didn't know the details of that case right here, like what I was why I was being charged with. And the reason you want to talk about other cases is because information that you give is a bargaining chip for me in the future for you to get out quicker, correct?
Man, snitching. His boys shooting up houses?
First thing you said, I think, was that you weren't there that night. Yeah. That was a lie.
Well, not like the credibility of the witness in front of the jury.
You knew what happened, not because you were there, but because Demetrion had come over to your house the next day and checked you about what had occurred, correct? And that Demetrion had told you that him and Tay and, this is a quote, what it was, Shannon, confession by Demetrion was made up, correct? That was a lie. In the beginning of that clip, investigator Gaither is confronting you and saying she's got phone records. Yes. Okay. And she's telling you that she knows you were home all night. And you say to her, I'm being honest. That was a lie. You claim you were being honest. It was a lie. You said, I promise I wasn't there. That was a lie. No, no, no. You went on to talk about the shooting of a house where the mother of a rapper named Lucci lived, correct? Yes, I get it. You ended up telling lies to the police about that case. Because I did the gun, I can bring out all these things. Okay, so you were trying to get ahead of that case because you were aware that the gun you arrested in was that shooting as well. Yes. One of those other cases that you wanted to talk about was Diamond Thomas. Okay, you and your understanding, that was a big case. That was the type of case that the police are interested in. That's the type of case that if you give information about that case, it can help you get a bond.
Objection, speculation.
In his mind, right? You have to look at his mind statement, his mistake. That's his bias and motivation. This desire to help yourself caused you to tell a bunch of lies on August 6th, 2016. Is that a yes?
So as a juror, do you believe that he lied back then, or do you think it's the truth? Or it could be 50-50 for some of those jurors, dude. It depends on like the type of person the juror is. That's the tricky thing about trials, man. Like, you don't know if this person is going through shit, eating shit.
Investigator Gaither never charged, so he's still in never charged. Did the district attorney's office, the county district attorney's office, ever charge in this indictment Shannon Stillwell with the events of April 28, 2015?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that question. You guys speak for yourself and hearing.
Separating his client from the incident. In 2015, he said Shannon was there, but now he's saying it was a lie. Sure, sorry.
You know, in this indictment, Shannon Stillwell is
Well,
even accused
I just looked
of
at the
April
online
28,
schedule.
2015
Apparently on the
shooting.
online schedule, I don't work for another 4 days anyway.
The gun
So I'm
at the
supposed to come in
time.
1 day.
And I know that you said it's lying, correct? You have to leave 2 statements to the police about these, all of these. You met with the police in August 2015 with Jason, Dennis, and Thorpe, correct? And then, as the state brought out, you also had a proper section set up by your attorney, correct? I don't know that. Okay, you understanding? Did your attorney set that up? I doesn't know until I got this. You've been asked about what you said about Shannon, my client, allegedly confessing to you. Mr. Zappa, you would agree that the truth never changes, correct?
Your Honor, they can bowstring and
You would agree the truth never changes? You would agree that if you tell a true story on different days, that story should not change. Jesse Williams' condo that night, or that morning, early hours in the morning, Shannon was not there. Is that wrong? I'm talking about in court. Now, I heard that they're saying it. Okay. However, this statement that you gave August 5th, 2015, you told the police that you pulled up with Elizabeth and you saw Shannon when you were lying. Now, they was on the last round on one more. They lied. But I'm asking, that's what I said on August 5th. That was the lie you told. Yeah. And what was your about that? Yeah, that was that's exactly. On March 3rd, 2017, you were asked about when you pulled up, right? And you said the only people there were Jack, Doug, and Dolly, correct? And that Shannon didn't show up until later that morning. So that Shannon was not there.
Pick the correct briefcases, and you could pick up $10,000 cash at Twin Arrows. Join the fun on Saturdays in September, every hour from 5 till 10 p.m. in the $10,000 Crack the Briefcase. 44 total winners get to pick 4 briefcases, win the cash inside. If they total $1,000, you win $10,000. The $10,000 Crack the Briefcase at Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP in Arizona or 1-800-GAMBLER.
March 3rd, 2017. Again, you said that Jack, Dolly, Doug, and you were at the time, correct? And you were specifically asked, where's Shannon? And you told, did you recognize that voice? The person who asked you? You told the police and the DA that was sitting there that Shannon was with some girl with me. And they didn't show up at Jeffrey's condo until 4 or 5 in the morning.
There's something holding the timeline here about when girls arrived and shit.
That he and some other guys killed my face. Alright, well, he said that he went he said with Yak, okay, that is the slide in 2017, correct? Shannon told you he caught knocked down bad when he got there that morning. That's what you told the police. Yes. After he got dropped off by the girl. Yes. And in fact, you're the person who let him in the condo when the girls dropped him off, correct? Yes. Because you need a car to get into the condo and you had to go down and let them in, and that's how you started. 2016, 2017, your story got the purpose of this supposed confession changed. You claim that Shannon tells you after asking you for a gun or asking you for a gun so you can go see girls, correct? 2017, you're claiming Shannon confessed. You're claiming you never saw Shannon that night when you were lying, and you're claiming Shannon confessed after he returned, after he's been dropped off by the girls that you saw. Both lies. But the lies change. I don't even know the truth doesn't change, but lies change, correct? Did any of the investigators, did any of the district attorneys sitting up there with you say, hold on, Mr. Jeffrey, back in 2015 you said this, now you're saying to explain why it changed. Did anyone ask for clarification of why your story had changed?
Doing what any lawyer would do, point out this witness's story changed several times.
The line you gave was that Shannon said we caught the end nut down bad, right? You also added that lie by saying Shannon told you that there was him, Yak, Nars, and Zulak in the car, correct? As Ms. Love brought out the threat examination, you also claim that Shannon gave you all sorts of details about the incident. That was the lie you told in 2016. But I have information that maybe you can help, right? Get me out of jail. Give me meaning. And it was a confession that somebody told you that the information was that was a lie.
So sorry, man.
He lied to you told how they went out. to that 2015 case in what, 2017? Late 2017, you were out of those 189 years. How much time did you end up serving? 28 months in Rice Creek, but I have another thing about Rice Creek. Right. And you ended up in 28 months as a 27 months in Rice Creek. Total sentence for the shooting case and the gun case, correct? No, I had but I ain't never did the gun case. Were they left with 27 months? No. You admitted to being in possession of guns that were on the scene of multiple shootings. Being present and making a video with Antonio Slade threatening to shoot Shell Cow. Yes. Video with Antonio Slade? Yes. That's part of the indictment, correct? She got the foundation. She doesn't know what the foundation is. You admitted to posting a picture with gun pointed at the camera with John Garlington? Yes. When you got the different homicide? Yes. That's part of the indictment. You don't know? Were you ever put on this indictment? No. Were you ever charged under this indictment? No, they didn't know when you charged me.
He went from facing 189 years to only serving 27 months and not being in this RICO when he's in like all these years of that.
Were you aware that in open court?
Objection, Your Honor, as to whether or not I ask that the witness be required to give a foundation for anything done in my opinion.
Were you aware that in open court, the love wanted to remind your attorney?
Objection, Your Honor, that is not relevant, and that is improper, and Mr. Sharp is safe.
I mean, she did do that. She was trying to remind him, you're out on 20 years probation.
Objection. The last line of questioning by Mr. Sharp, when the state objected based on the beginning of the question, and Mr. Sharp asked the question that he did. Are you aware that the attorney told your attorney that you face 20 years probation? This is not the first section in a question regarding something that is improper that has come up. And I would ask the court to remind counsel that those types of texts do not focus on questions, do not relevant on questions, and it's an attempt to essentially cast aspersions on opposing counsel, and I don't think that that is proper. It's not a question of
Your Honor, I only cast aspersions on opposing counsel. I was casting aspersions on what opposing counsel did. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it when I was in court the other day, and we were sitting there talking to an open court to the attorney of a witness, and openly saying, I just want to remind him, he's on probation for 20 years. I mean it, and my thing is, you know what he said. Yeah, that message was to be related to Demikian Garland. Excuse me, to Quintarius Zachary. That's the only reason it would be said in open court. And I assume that Mr. Shine, in his short tenure as attorney for Mr. Zachary, conveyed that message because that message was made loud and clear in open court. Mr.
It's the wrong fucking dude.
Mr. Shine's not the one on probation. Mr. Zachary is. So yes, when the state says to about a state's witness to their attorney in open court, I just want to remind him he's on probation for 20 years, and I'll charge him with perjury and will revoke his probation. Whatever was said, I would lie in the transcript. Yeah, I assume that message is related to the witness, and I do believe it was intimidation. I'm not going to sit here and say it's witness intimidation and all that. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is intimidation in the colloquial layman's term sense. And it was a message that was sent, and I wanted to see if he received the message because that is relevant to his bias and motive in testifying.
Your Honor, Mr. Sharp knows that, number one, all of the things that he's representing, if being said weren't said, and he still knows that that was an improper question to place before this witness. And to the extent that any attorney is asked something outside the presence of the witness, to ask the witness, was he aware of something that was said outside of his presence, Mr. Sharp has no good faith basis for asking the witness a question. It is not relevant whether or not the witness's attorney, some other person, was told that his client should not commit perjury. And I don't think all of what Mr. Sharp said was false assertions, false representations, misleading representations before the jury under 403.
No, Your Honor, that not one time Mr. Sharp was understanding when I claimed that his love intimidated him. I never used the word intimidate. They heard the jury talking about. What I said was, are you aware that his love, I can't quote directly, but Mr. around 20 years probation, which was said. I don't even independently know how many years probation is. The only reason I know is because Ms. Love said it in open court. So everything was factual, and I think it's relevant when a DA is saying, and I'm not trying to pick a fight with Ms. Love. If people are difficult witnesses, we all deal with difficult witnesses in different ways. So I'm not even trying to judge what she said or how she said it. All I'm saying is it was said, and I wanted to know if he got that message, because that message was clearly intended for him. It wasn't intended for Mr. Shine.
No, I'm not sure that's true, because at the time I don't think they had negotiated the terms of the community deal. But Ms. Love, your objection was sustained, so it's really all there is to it.
The judge is like, all right, it's sustained, who cares, let's move on. So I'm saying, these judges don't give it up sometimes.
I think the main thing too is that Mr. Sharp keeps talking.
Ms. Love, I'm going to take it back in first, okay? I haven't had one for the last few times, but everybody else has.
You see what I'm saying, bro? She in the test. That's what was going on there. Alright, Yak Audi for her, Doug Weinstein off.
Yak is from Cleveland Avenue, right? You know, Yak is from Miami, and that he travels back and forth to Miami pretty frequently, right? And Yak was a member of rock crew. But he is an artist. He does rap, correct? He writes music, right? He sings, he raps. And he's with the YSL record label.
Every day with Mentos Milk. Yes,
Correct? Yes. You testified that you were back then, right? Yes. And that at the time of that interview, August 5th, 2015, and I guess preceding that, you've been going through withdrawal, right? But one of the things that you said on the rep was that you can't put a guy with autism and ADHD in an interview room and expect him to tell the truth. You remember saying that? Okay. You think people with autism can't tell the truth?
Yes, but attention is.
Are you blaming your mind on your autism?
I'm blaming my state of mind in that interview. I'm blaming my state of mind
On your mind.
and not my heart.
But folks with ADHD, they're capable of telling the truth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you testified, you thought, F everybody else, right? Including everybody else. F Yak. F my client.
I was especially wrong for that.
Yeah, especially wrong for that, because he's sitting right over there right now on trial, right?
Like, he made show me nothing but like love.
I'm glad you heard you say that. Thank you.
You never showed me nothing but love, bro. Wow.
And you testified today that you love Arlington, remember that?
Yes.
You testified also that you don't want to name folks, you don't rely on folks from Cleveland Avenue, right? Yes. And Yak's not from Cleveland Avenue, so you can rely on him, right? Yes. And your play that Arlington came to you with, that play was to name Shannon and Yak as being involved in the murder or not.
It really wasn't. Like, Arthur told me, like, what somebody else had implicated him and wanted him to do.
Yeah. But in that interview, you lied, and you said that Yak was involved in the murder of Johnson. You told him about that. And when you lied,
I'll be right back.
they didn't dive in and ask you details about it all, did they? They just took that, and they went with it, correct?
Yes.
No further questions about that. And you remember testifying that you're cool with Copeland, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, right. Yak never told me nothing. Remember saying that? No. Yak never told you he was involved in the Donovan Thomas murder.
No.
So you just made all that up.
Yes.
But you're sitting here today, right?
Yes.
And my client Yak is sitting over there, right?
Yes.
And you're not on the indictment.
No.
So it worked out okay for you. It didn't work out okay for Yak, did it?
No.
So you lied in 2015. In 2017, in your interview, you lied then too.
Objection, ask and answer.
But in that 2017 interview, you also said you didn't believe those guys did it. You didn't believe Yak did it anymore. You remember that?
Objection, ask and answer.
In your 2017 interview, you said you didn't believe those guys, being Yak, Shannon, and the others, did it.
I'm gonna answer your animal's brain.
Go ahead.
Yes, I said that, but I had already told the lawyer, you know what I told y'all, like, I don't know how I ended up in there.
I understand. Thank you for
I
that.
had been telling them like, already that I was lying.
Yeah. And when they asked you who you thought did it, you said that you thought Kenneth Copeland did it.
Yes.
But never mind.
You said Woody did it?
Dennis and Gaither, that you thought Rudy was the shooter.
Yeah, objection, it's a mischaracterization. And
He can answer yes, he told them that, or no, he didn't.
Is that the end of your objection?
You told Dennis and Gaither that Rudy was the shooter in your 2017
Okay.
interview.
Yeah, and we're not sustained on that.
And not just, do you remember in your interview in 2017 with Dennis and Gaither, do you remember saying one reason you thought Rudy was the shooter, that y'all were calling him all day?
I'm going to object as to this line of questioning. I think it gets into something that has been litigated and open discussion.
I withdraw the question. Do you appreciate that here today, your lies have caused Yak?
Objection, improper question. Objection, improper. Relevance.
Alright, that's it for day 136. Pretty wild there towards the end. Weinstein was pointing out more lies. Everyone pointing out lies. Quindary Zachary apparently lied a lot. Hit subscribe to his channel membership. Peace out.
They say if it's too good to be true, it must be. But at WGU, you can get your degree with the same accreditations as the large universities. See why over 95% of employers say they would hire another WGU grad. And learn more at wgu.edu.
Got the things to talk to you is new. Now you're ready.
Not sufficient evidence of did this happen, and inconsistent statement of did this happen. Yes, it is. As it relates to, are you talking something on the computer? Which kind of computer? Again, I have to confront you, but you don't at this point, because he said, I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to.
Day 135 of the Young Thug Life Rico trial was painful. This law questions Quindary Zachary about what he told police in 2015 and 2016. Quindary is on his stand, he's in pain and asking for if everything he told the police in 2015 is true, he is a snitch because he was telling them a lot of information. You'll see. Just subscribe to Good Voice. All right, from Mary Zachary back up on the stand. Not looking too happy. Looks tired.
2015 interview that you had with Detective Baker and Dennis. Do you remember that? When you say you don't remember, what are you talking about?
There's going to be a lot of I don't recall or remembers today.
Do you remember telling them that you graduated? Even if you say it was a lie, if you just tell me if you remember saying it or not, and then it's whatever it's going to be, okay? Higher when you were on fire. Does that medicine make you sleepy or something? Relax? You seem a little bit more relaxed today. So, you are okay. You're angry, but have you taken the same medicine today? And that makes you angry? Did the state make you go back to Did you want to go back to the jail? Did you tell the court you were rather be in jail than
So he's clearly frustrated that over the weekend, I would imagine they were being very bossy and not letting his mom leave.
Why are all my messages coming in late? But yeah, that was Neil deGrasse Tyson I was listening to. What the heck?
He's gonna be like, I don't recall.
I hate when it does that. Sometimes they just flood in all at once.
Did you know your mother's phone number on August 5th, 2015? I got you. Did you know it on August 5th, 2015? If you don't,
I remember you from my stream before.
I'm gonna myself. Like, actually, this is all so pointless.
The dude who asked about the physics podcast.
I think there's a bunch of objecting in the background, like we can't hear it. Of course, 2403, waste of time objection, I would imagine.
And just now we saw, so we've been kind of putting
Okay, listen, I got ADHD. Can you please ask me some better questions?
in the interview, they said, did you say anything about your thing? Ms. Leslie, have you watched any of the social media or any of the prior testimony of other witnesses, any witnesses, in TikTok, videos, or anything at all that other people testified in this case? Okay, that's fine. So is that a no? You've not seen any other testimony in any other way in this case? So you have no idea who else testified? Were you told by anybody to just say, I don't know?
Now she's hinting that people talked to him over the weekend or something. He's clearly just tired and annoyed, and he's a terrible witness. Don't act like, why is she trying to throw that narrative in the jury? It's so shady. There's no evidence of it. If there was evidence of it, it'd be different. But there's zero.
Did you know about the stomach that got installed? Did somebody install it? When did somebody shot it? Huh? Who was it that shot up? That shot up electric? Do you remember something to the victim that pulled up at the person's house? Now, who was electric on April 28th?
Why are we telling the police all this information?
Do you know who said it? The guy called Greg. You know who that is? All right. If they started shooting at the house, you said you saw them shooting at the house. Do you remember telling the folks that they did this at summer told you, or electric told you, that they're saying shooting at them from deep in the parking lot? Was it shooting at the house before or after what you guys have gone at first? Why you think? Okay, because the person did it happened after they hadn't left
He told me to order everything.
Why do you feel it necessary to let the police know that nothing truly did it have anything to do? Okay, why you find it necessary? Okay, well, you had the best relationship with him. Loki told Milton that he was shooting at somebody that night. Do you remember telling police about Lil D telling Milton that either he was shooting at somebody or somebody was shooting at him?
Isn't that hearsay though? Because it's like 3 people involved. It's Lil D telling Mootunk, and then Mootunk telling him. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, this co-conspirator role is cool. None of this should be coming in.
What about 30? What is 30? You know, anything about 30?
This witness is pointless. From a jury's perspective, I don't see how they touched him that much. I say it every time this seems like a bullshit.
Did you tell police initially that the reason I told you he was shot at? Did you this person might have this is not hearsay or security video for two reasons. Because he later was confronted with knowledge that he had. So first, what he told him, X, Y, and Z. So we're not offering this to prove that what we told him that our legal government didn't know that. But we do this because when we see this on the hearing on Friday, that even though he's saying it was her, and that story involves everything Neptune, and really told him that Levine had closed the lead and came to on Neptune, and that he wanted to get back at Levine for everything Neptune, so therefore he said sharing.
Alright, if it's not being offered for the truth.
So it's being offered for the truth.
That's what I've been saying. Every time she says it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, as a normal person on the jury, I feel like at least half of them don't even understand that they're not offering it for the truth. She's saying it's a crime, they're going to take it as the truth.
And also,
Can't find the TV remote.
So let's elect a president who knows what it's like, and Rock has found his team.
I felt dismayed, but since getting the art supports from the Good Feet store, I'm more confident. I would recommend
That's the right view. What's your personalized art
really down and take up the reading or surmising or transfer because it really does not give this to the thing to just recall. 9 years ago, those things would do nothing for his next money. And I believe that I was just
Chicken fries? No. Yes.
By pretending not to remember, and then selectively remembering certain things that he thinks is going to help the defense. That's not fair to the state, to the victims, or to this side, period.
Well, that's how the cookie crumbles in front of us. Like, I understand what you're saying, it's not fair, but you get the call and put on your case. If you have a witness that is not being cooperative, that's your out. It's like anything as a prosecutor. Why did you put it on the stand?
That allow me to get to specific points. This is not even like you being broad and coming back with me asking you for these very important things that the jury needs to want to make sure you and I ask you because this is very important because their interest is that. And their interest is law that says that that call allow me to serve within my witness the way that I would be focused on the way that really started doing it. And nothing to do with whether it's perfect. It has to do with, all the other evidence, getting the room with this incredible industry program. So what's something that you told me that
that's a nice way of the judge saying you're taking too long.
I don't remember anything about that. I apologize for interrupting. Oddly enough, though, he has told us some stuff because well, maybe Friday he did, but I'm not going to so yesterday he said, and he was saying he wants to help him with the truth and stuff. The answer to know anything on these other stuff, I know for a fact that they're not doing it. You have to engage in getting what they need. You start communicating. You start communicating. So, I remember that his account that when we come out, certain things is not true. And I have to do that. And I don't try to do that. Because that's the first thing they say. You know, first, good time to do. And then why, people lie out here trying to help us. I think it's very relevant and very important for the state to figure out who else is safe when they know the effective, ethical, political, and okay, that's exactly, yeah, that's my real interesting. Yeah.
prosecutor, so it's either supposed to be a one group. In fact, the witness said that I don't remember, something he does remember, and then it's extremely together. So that may be, you know, the decision on their but by video, audio, certain information. Okay, but when the prosecutor,
yeah,
and what I for me that happens is when the state health protected agency got voted before I would be objective because they would not be given the opportunity to see the fire station and perform the safety test. That's my opinion.
And that's why we need to get to the that's why we need to here you said it was just like asking him to say you're going to say I have to first ask him like if you do this again he said yes or no well then I have to confront him then you kind of like what is the fact check why do you not believe it in order to say it if you know he said it just ask him if it's true and then you can teach him what you think because whether or not it's true is entirely different from what
I got to respond to that. This is case tends to go line by line, or pretty much line by line.
That was the same.
Your case tends to, from what I got is
I said the doesn't know why they could be entire transcription, so it takes so long.
Yeah, the fact that we seem to be going on by line practically on by line. I have, as I said, I have to confront him with certain. You don't at this point because he said I do not remember a single thing about that interview, and I'm not going to remember a single thing about that interview. But the fact that the alleged interview have not been confirmed and the record will only reflect that he said within the interview. The record will not reflect that there was substantive proof of some act about the machine. All of the proof is that he said it in the interview, not that the substantive underlying report will still find him to be right about that. You did not have to put him as a sentence which he said if he has established sufficiently, which he has for me. He doesn't remember. I don't remember is equally a way to get to extrinsic evidence of the prior inconsistent statement as no, I didn't say that. And you know, if he said, I don't remember the fact that I'm asking him about that's one thing. But this idea of looking at something statement that I'm holding, but the idea of that I'm looking at something and asking him basic line by line is an improper way to gauge whether I'm properly asking the question. Because I'm asking him substantive question. It is not substantive evidence of did this happen and an inconsistent statement of did this happen. Yes, it is.
Judge disagrees.
Okay. I have lost state and specifically Ms. Law. Every time there's been a ruling against her, she took the law and argued every single part.
What do I say every video? Miss Love never takes her L.
I appreciate that the attorney at times is going to want to take a request to the court to reconsider its ruling, but I don't think that needs to happen every time in the form of solo. Thank you.
Did Dion, Tay, Shannon, and Trayvon shoot up Perry Holmes that night?
Oh, I did.
Did you tell the police when you first went in that Dion, Tay, Shannon, and Trayvon shot up Perry Holmes that night? Did you tell the police that you had not talked to him?
Figuring it out, and she's still getting it out there for this one.
I'm asking you whether you knew the police had your phone records. Do you remember talking to them about these people? Like, yes, I mean, that you say that you did in August of 2023. And this is probably the best that we get. One way you of April 28th was that the leak line case.
The leak line was telling everyone everything.
And the leak line, the one that actually shot us out. By the way, how many guns are there?
Arizonans value family and freedom. I am within the Marines to protect those freedoms. Now, I protect them as an election official. I'm Secretary of State Adrian Torres. We brought together election officials and local leaders to train for November. I've worked every level of our elections and will ensure they're secure and accurate. And this year, we expanded ballot tracking for voters. Our mission is to protect your freedom to vote and have that vote counted securely. We're ready.
Especially children, face sudden uncertainty, high costs, and challenges accessing their medication. To lower drug prices for patients, Congress must hold big pharma accountable.
Are you saying Rob is in the wrong now that you're going to get a piece of little hospital? So the body you remember now.
She's really trying to add in really hard.
You can't remember a minute ago. And most people when they post this and all that, then why do you tell them to be called Winston? I would tell them if you were to call Winston and you see the value, then that you get attention. Do you remember telling me that Taylor was another than college?
How do y'all feel about this? Her going over 9-year-old statements about me being
You don't remember telling me whether that orange or 30 in college was the same year as Winston, probably in 08 or something like that. So the answer you did not know that he wrote and he was on 14. Okay? Miss Jeffrey, you had to get something. Do you remember telling the police it was right after the weekend got done? Do you remember how you knew who was at that shop after the weekend got done? Do you? The next question is
Nothing funny, that's just the same with a lot of people.
do you remember the question? Do you remember telling the police? We will say on things that I know he shot me that was an apple and that was an alleged good thing and right away we very violent and not too much. Have you ever heard of Jimmy Fair as it relates to a cotton company? What is that? Which cotton company? Yeah.
His name's Quentin Big. He's looking at the reflection of his hair right now.
Position in the car that you can still be doing when you're having that time. Do you remember telling me that then you can do you remember telling me that we on one side, right? We're not saying not to be during the season. Where most of the life, do you remember telling me that the Shannon was a varsity passenger? I didn't say that. Do you remember telling me that Shannon was a varsity passenger? Do you remember telling me that we were sitting behind Shannon? Why do you ask me?
Holy shit. Holy shit.
Mr. Will you please answer the question one time? Do you remember telling the police that Shannon was a varsity?
I did not expect that.
Telling the police that you were sitting behind Shannon. Do you remember telling the police that Demetrion was sitting behind Munson? Hypothetically, if you tell the police that Munson was driving, how would you keep Munson out of it? He said today they were trying to keep Munson out of it. How does telling the police that Munson was driving keep Munson out of the shooting? You don't remember? Nope. Do you not remember? I'm not remembering because you see any people that you know out in the courtroom that you care about? I understand, but you know who I was in this case, don't you? You haven't seen anything about this case?
Objection,
Are you concerned about being dismissed? What is PT? Okay.
Oh man. I don't know. I don't know what to say.
You got out of the car and you stayed in the car. I gotta ask you this, but have you ever won red around April 2015? Do you remember telling the police Shannon and Hey got out the car and Munson stayed in? Listen to the question she's asking me. Do you recall telling the police that Shannon had a Draco 762? Say the one?
Gun was in my name. How can someone else have my gun? But there's apparently evidence that he was giving guns to people. So, but holy shit, has this day been terrible. But either way, I don't think this proves much.
How many guns can you shoot at one time? You personally. At one time? How do you hold a chopper? How do you hold a 762 and a 723 and shoot them both at the same time? How? Show the jury. Now, would the court please instruct the witness to show the jury? If you're saying you can do it, so show the jury how it would be done. Do you recall telling the police that Tay had a 762? Did you tell the police that Teddy's gun looked like a big old deer gun? But did you tell the police that Demetrion had Munson gun? Did you tell the police that on April 28, 2015, Demetrion had that gun? Did Rudy trick you out of those guns? Did you tell the police that Rudy tricked you out of those guns? Did you tell the police that you and Munson parked way back and Tatum got close to the house, like the front driveway or something? Do you remember talking to police about what you did on April 28, 2015 regarding ammunition?
Objection, asked and answered.
You sustained this about what they did until they got the police. So, sister, that was fun to you, you chuckled. Did you tell the police that Summer's cousin dropped you all off at the house?
No.
Was Summer scared to go back to her house?
Objection. calls for speculation.
Hey, Johnny, explain what you did with shoes. Establish the basis I'm sorry, confused. John, I would object. Well, you're the one who just did it. I'll come back and forth to each other. We could turn on your mic. Go ahead and ask the question if you would establish for me.
Shard said something. Didn't have his mic on, but we heard that.
Did you tell the police that Motu was mine? Thug's relationship with Rudy kind of bring everybody together.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did Thug's relationship with Rudy bring you in closer?
When it comes to insurance, nobody gives you coverage confidence like AAA, which means they don't need wacky ads with talking animals and... Oh my.
Figured out your gimmick, huh? Outsmart spokes animals and choose coverage confidence from AAA.
Just lying. Did you tell the police that Thug starting to push it with Rudy is what caused you to start hanging around him?
She's trying her best to connect everyone to Slime and Thug, and they're almost all a nice big friend group, but now she's giving baseball on why she should be able to ask all these questions. Very boring.
And by limiting the state, including its case in the way that the state sees fit, the defense essentially simply sanitize our state our case and to prevent us from presenting and using the evidence we have at our disposal through our evidence to provide and tell a continuous story through each witness.
Now it's the defense's fault that their evidence is not admissible. The majority of the evidence in this trial, I swear, is just snitching. They don't have real hard evidence.
Which the defense has every right to come in and attempt to tear down. The state, more of the people that the state is on behalf of should be disadvantaged as a result of not being able to teach them. I appreciate the court allowing me to share that with you. Do you recall telling them that it occurred either in November or December of 2014? Do you recall?
So this gambling house shooting. Thug's car got shot up here.
Jeffrey Williams' car or vehicle was at the dugout on the date that the shootout occurred. Do you recall telling the police that during the shootout, Thug's window was shot out?
The same thing Woody told the police, so.
Thug said, nah, I ain't fooling with them, so take it my window. Do you recall telling them you're surmising that they were trying to show who had more girls, more money, or which one of them had more money?
Tell me how that matters to the state giving wise of the game. Them having a competition about who gets more girls and has more money. It literally doesn't matter.
Thug would come into crucial gifts of money and stuff to throw and tell didn't want them to do that. Your Honor, this goes directly to other matters that we have shown in contempt to do for short trials. We ask that the court allow the state to present this evidence to the judge.
Objectively speaking, judge just states that the judge just said, shut your ass up, man.
Did everyone with a gun run out and start shooting? Do you recall telling the police that you did not run out because you didn't have a gun? Have you ever been shot?
First said you don't remember if he's been shot. So him, Mootunk, and in the dugout boarding.
And you never telling the police that Mootunk told Rudy and Thug that it was Kel who shot out Thug's window.
We've heard about Kel shooting Thug's window in this trial legit probably 5 to 10 times. Like, this is the definition of cumulative.
And all this happened after the shooting at the dugout, but you already good thing and specifically Kel was a part of it. Is that right?
I know she's trying to impeach him from the jury, prior inconsistent statements from 9 years ago that probably none of us would remember. I just don't know if this is going very well.
I talked to you in 2015, on January 10, 2015, into the morning of January 11, 2015.
So this is about the Don Thomas murder now.
You told me that Shannon and Jack talked to you about the Diamond Thomas murder because y'all were at Thug's house talking about it, didn't you?
Shannon and Yak told him about the Diamond Thomas murder because they were all at Thug's house after the murder. I think that's what she just said.
And the police asked you which house?
This is the problem. That's not what's official.
Yeah, number one, I object to speaking objection. And
how am I supposed to combat this?
And two, it doesn't matter what the transfer says. I'm asking a question.
Your Honor, there needs to be a good faith basis. And we cannot just ask any question we want and just make up things and have it say, I don't remember. That's misleading.
And Your Honor, making up things.
See, all that little bickering right there. She just says she's going to ask anything, it doesn't matter, which is crazy for a prosecutor to say. There has to be good faith basis and reason for her to ask it, especially in front of the jury. And now the jury just saw that whole interaction. I'm telling you, I truly believe over half the jury is picking up on, like, the interactions and they don't like Miss Love.
Shannon and Yak talked to you about killing Donovan Thomas, partly because y'all were at the house talking about it, right? And you all were at Thug's house, right?
You know what's annoying about all this? She's gonna play these interviews. Probably tomorrow. And the next day. Probably all day tomorrow.
You remember the police asking you what color it was? You told the police you forgot what color it was, but that Thug's manager Amina had rented it. You also told the police that you and Woody were in it. Later on, you said later that night. You said that you went to a little kickback. Which part is a lie? That you said it to police or that it happened? Did you tell the police that Woody had nothing to do with her?
She really wants that in front of the jury because obviously the defense blames Woody for the murder of Donna Thomas.
Shannon and Yak. Shannon was the one that told you first about killing them, didn't you? And you told the police that both Shannon and Yak told you the same story, didn't you?
I was snitching.
Didn't you tell the police that you went to Thug's house? You had just pulled up at Thug's house and walked in with Moncton?
I told you. I remember just telling you I was sick. I wasn't there.
You told the police that you all went to Florida after Donovan Thomas' murder, didn't you?
State really likes getting that in front of the jury because of their lay low narrative, even though there is evidence there was a Young Thug show in Florida. So it seems like they were going to be there either way.
I was after Donovan Thomas' murder. Thug was acting sort of nonchalant. He was acting sort of
Snitching, telling them what Thug's demeanor was like. We haven't really seen Thug a lot today. Got a clean black jacket on, suit jacket.
It's me. I don't know about my rights. Pretty sure y'all violating.
I don't know about my rights, but y'all violating them. I need some trucks. Holy shit, bro. I don't see how this witness helps the state at all. Comment down below if you think she got anything productive in front of the jury. That proves why Sells a gang. Hit subscribe. Love you guys. Peace out.
Sister Rachel Morin loved her 5 children. She met a monster, a criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. I lost my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart. The last thing that we need is more of Kamala Harris.
Hello?
This video has been sponsored by Opera. It was almost 2 years ago when I saw this video by Steve Mold where he showed something that I'd never seen before called the atomic trampoline. He also showed how it worked by just getting a regular ball bearing and by dropping it from about a foot and a half. And honestly, it was pretty lame. I'm just kidding though, and that was exactly what he expected to happen, and this was because this cylinder was just made of some generic stainless steel.
Is that it?
This, on the other hand, was the actual atomic trampoline.
Well, wait,
and for the
if
most
I could
part,
get another one of those in
it
here.
was basically the same thing. However, what made it a lot more interesting was that it had this extra layer of special metal on top, and when he dropped the ball onto it, the difference was almost unbelievable. It just kept on bouncing, almost like it was never going to stop, and it just didn't make sense to me how this kind of generic-looking piece of metal was able to make such a huge difference. Steve quickly cleared up a lot of this confusion, though, by explaining that it was made using a relatively new and unique type of material called amorphous metal, or metallic glass, which was very different than normal metal. He then went on to talk a lot more about it and why it was so bouncy, but the whole time, the only thing that I could think of was that I really wanted to buy one of these atomic trampolines. The only problem was that according to Steve and hours of my own research, a setup like this was now impossible to buy, and Steve was only able to get this one by borrowing it from another channel called Grand Illusions. When I found this out, I was honestly pretty disappointed, and I still don't really know why nobody makes them anymore. What I do know though is that not being able to buy one kind of made me want one even more, and at this point, it was pretty clear that there was only going to be one way for me to get an atomic trampoline, and I was going to have to try and make one myself. The only tricky part was that I still didn't entirely know what metallic glass was, and I definitely had absolutely no idea how to make it, but for some reason, I felt that I could do it. I decided to just go for it. So I just jumped right into working on it, and I felt that the best and most important first generic industrial methods that showed how to make things like ribbon. On the bright side though, all of this research still wasn't a complete waste of time because I was able to find a lot of interesting information about metallic glass in general. For example, there are apparently an insane number of metallic glasses where each of them have completely different compositions, and they all vary in their physical properties like density, elasticity, and hardness. This also meant that they all likely varied in their level of bounciness, and because of this, I almost definitely couldn't just make a disc of it using the easiest recipe that I could find. In my mind, if I wanted it to bounce just as well as it did in the video, I was gonna have to make the exact same metallic glass. So I went back to Steve's video, and this time I listened to it much more carefully, and it was around the 7-minute mark that he thankfully said exactly what it was made of, and that it contained zirconium, beryllium, titanium, copper, and nickel. With a bit more research, I was then able to find that this composition in particular was called Vitraloy 1, and it was actually one of the first commercially viable and mass-produced metallic glasses. Its exact composition was also conveniently listed on Wikipedia, and it was apparently 41.2% zirconium, 22.5% beryllium, 13.8% titanium, 12.5% copper, and 10% nickel. At this point, I now knew exactly what I had to make, which I felt was some good progress, but what was honestly kind of scaring me was the fact that it contained beryllium. This because in general, beryllium is known to be toxic and horrible, and when I looked it up, it said that breathing in its dust or fumes could cause permanent scars to develop in the lungs. This in turn could then apparently lead to something called chronic beryllium disease, or berylliosis, which is an incurable and potentially fatal lung disease. It really sounded like it was basically just the asbestos of metals, and what made it even worse was that apparently just one single exposure could potentially lead to berylliosis. Overall, this all honestly sounded pretty terrifying, and at first, it kind of made me want to just abandon the entire project. However, after thinking about it for a while, and reading a lot of stuff about beryllium in general, I started thinking that it was actually possible for me to work with it safely, and I would just have to follow two very important rules. Number one, make as little beryllium dust and vapor as possible, and number two, absolutely don't breathe in any of it. In general, Rule 2 was actually relatively easy, and all I needed was some good ventilation and maybe a mask, but Rule 1 was a bit trickier, and it would severely limit the ways that I could make the disc. This because minimizing dust would mean that I wouldn't be able to shape the metallic glass like normal metal by grinding, cutting, or machining it, and instead, I was gonna have to somehow directly make pretty much the exact disc that I wanted. In my mind, this left me with only one real way, which would be to melt all of the ingredients together and to pour them into some sort of mold, and at first, this seemed relatively simple. However, when I looked into things a bit more, I realized that there were a couple small details that were gonna make this process way more difficult. The first was that all of the ingredients were sensitive to oxygen, and this meant that I could only melt them with absolutely no air present. Then the second was that to form metallic glass, the molten metal had to be cooled as fast as possible, and this meant that the mold that I used had to have some sort of cooling system. Altogether, this definitely wasn't ideal, but I still felt that it was doable, and at this point, I was fully committed to the project. So I immediately dove right into planning it, And the first thing that I did was reach out to Steve Mold to get the exact dimensions of his disc, and he was nice enough to help me out.
Imagine this. You're a mythical ancient Greek woman called Pandora, and you've just received a very intriguing gift from Zeus. Now, you've been advised, opening gifts from Zeus is generally a bad idea, but you also really want to know what's in the box. So what do? You open the box? Maybe just for a second. Just a tiny peek to see what's inside. What's the worst that can happen?
You die.
We would love to not be making a video about pandemics. We're very aware that COVID emerged not very long ago. It was really horrible and millions of people died, and now we'd all rather never have to talk or think about it ever again. Unfortunately, this series is about the world's most pressing problems, so we don't get to pick them based on whether they're enjoyable to talk about. If we were making a series about the world's most fun problems, we'd be talking about ice cream or something. But we're not. Instead, this video is about the threat of catastrophic pandemics. COVID-19 was a global disaster. Millions of people died, and we still haven't come to grips with the fallout. But future pandemics could be even worse than COVID, potentially killing hundreds of millions, collapsing civilization, or in the worst imaginable case, killing pretty much everyone.
I then spent the next few weeks trying to come up with a setup that I thought would work, and my first idea was to do something similar to when I made Purple Gold. This because to do that, all I needed was a simple furnace with a crucible, and with a small tube shooting in some inert argon gas, I was able to easily protect all of the molten metal from air. I was also able to quickly pour it all out into a graphite mold, and even though it was extremely reactive, it only seemed to get slightly oxidized on the surface. In my mind, this basically solved pretty much my entire problem with air, and I figured that for the cooling part, the only thing that I would have to do differently was pour it into a perfectly sized little disc mold and to quickly cool it using something like a computer heatsink. What was also nice and extremely important was that it was very easy for me to do all of this in one of my fume hoods, which would completely protect me from the scary beryllium. Overall, I really felt that this solved pretty much all of my issues, and I was actually very close to testing it out until I randomly stumbled onto this paper that I'd somehow never seen before, which explicitly talked about making discs of metallic glass. They also included a photo of something that they made, and it was pretty much exactly what I wanted, and what was especially nice was that they explained exactly how they did it. Specifically, they said that all of the ingredients were arc melted together and then suction cast using water-cooled copper molds under a purified argon atmosphere. At first, a lot of these words honestly didn't mean very much to me, but with a bit more searching, I found that at least on a lab scale, this seemed to be a somewhat common way to make metallic glass. It also seemed like the main part of the setup was this thing called an arc melter, and with even more searching on Google, I was able to find a bunch of photos. I then took a closer look at what appeared to be the simplest one, except what kind of concerned me was that I honestly had no idea what I was looking at. After examining it a bit more though, I realized that it was actually a lot simpler than I thought, and it was basically just a standard welding setup with some extra parts. This was especially highlighted by the fact that it was powered by a common welding power supply, and that the positive output was connected to a standard tungsten welding electrode. There were of course some major differences though, and the first was that the other wire, which is normally attached to the thing that's getting welded, was instead attached to a water-cooled copper crucible. Then on top of this, all of it was enclosed in a glass or metal shell and filled with an inert gas like argon, which would completely protect it from air. With this setup, it was also apparently possible to liquefy almost any metal, and I found this really cool demo of one on YouTube. The moment that it was turned on, it immediately released some blindingly bright light, and this is because a plasma was being generated between the electrode and the copper crucible. This plasma was then so hot that it was able to almost instantly liquefy any metal that it touched, and it honestly kind of blew my mind how fast it was able to melt it. With that being said though, after seeing this, I almost immediately wanted one, mostly because it looked really cool, but also because it really did seem like an arc melter would be both the easiest and safest way to work with the metallic glass. What I also think made it even more enticing was that with a slightly larger one like this, it was apparently possible to incorporate a custom mold into the water-cooled copper crucible. This would then allow me to directly suction cast the molten metal into the exact disc that I wanted, and at the same time, it would also cool it extremely quickly, which was very important, and at this point, I was pretty much fully committed to getting an arc melter. The only problem was that just by looking at it, I knew that it was going to be expensive, and after talking to someone on Alibaba for over a week, the final quote that I got was $14,000. This was way more than the close to $0 that I would have had to spend on my other setup, and the number honestly kind of shocked me. It was clearly the much better and safer option though, and on top of this, they confirmed that it was no problem to make a disc mold with the exact dimensions that Steve had given me.
Imagine being here, waiting because doctors risk prison for helping you. That's Arizona's abortion ban. It forces women who are miscarrying to wait until a medical emergency.
Voting yes on 139 ends the ban. Vote yes.
So what, you're saying there's some criminal up on the mountain with us?
Anyone there? Hello?
Not getting your signal very well.
Thank God, we need help, please.
So I decided to just go for it, and after a few months of patiently waiting, I eventually received this large wooden box. I then spent the next 15 minutes taking everything apart, and I got rid of all the packaging, and I was very happy to see that I now had everything that I needed. More specifically, I had the power supply, a water chiller, and a vacuum pump, and of course, the space-age looking arc melter. Now, all I had to do was put it all together by first plugging in the wires from the electrode and the crucible to the power supply, then by connecting the chiller to all of the blue water lines, and lastly, by attaching the vacuum pump to this little pipe sticking out on the side. I also went and got my argon tank, and I attached it to this part at the top, and when I was done, I felt that it was looking pretty good. I then opened it up to check out the copper crucible, and I was really happy to see that it was exactly what I had asked for. In the middle, there was the custom mold, which I will talk more about later, and around it, there were 4 small rounded wells, which I could use to melt metal. There were also 2 custom ones with an exact diameter of 44 millimeters, and I had made these just in case the mold somehow totally failed. This way, I would at least have something to potentially fall back on, and like the mold, I'll talk more about them later on.
GG.
Either way, with it all assembled, it was finally time to test it out, and I was pretty excited. I was also kind of tempted to just immediately try making some metallic glass, but at the same time, I knew that it was an absolutely horrible idea to do my first attempt with beryllium. I mean, it definitely made a lot more sense to first actually learn how to use it before working with something dangerous. So instead, I decided to start out with some iron, which I felt would be similar to the metallic glass because it would also have a high melting point, and when it was molten, it would be sensitive to air. I also just happened to have all of this high purity iron, which was perfect for this, and I loaded up one of the small wells. I then lowered down the main chamber and I clamped it shut, and I turned on the vacuum pump to pull out all of the air. To monitor this, I just looked at the pressure gauge, and when I eventually saw that it stopped going down, I closed the vacuum, and I opened the valve to the argon. This caused the argon gas to rush in and for the pressure to increase again, and when it eventually got back to around 0, I turned off the gas, and I flipped back on the vacuum. I then repeated this exact same process 3 more times, and when I was done, I closed both the vacuum and the argon valve. All of these cyclings should have then left me with a chamber that had effectively no oxygen or moisture in it, and only inert argon, and I was nearly ready to start blasting the iron. The only thing left to do was to flip on the power supply and to quickly do a horrible job setting up a camera to look inside, and at this point, I just had to click the pedal on the floor to make it go. So I quickly lined up the electrode above the iron, and I was honestly a bit nervous, but I just went ahead and clicked it, and the whole thing immediately lit up. Within a fraction of a second, the argon between the electrode and the crucible had been turned into a plasma, and I don't know why I was so surprised that it was working. Working! The only problem was that it seemed to be struggling to melt the iron, and this was because the power supply was still at its lowest setting. I started it like this because I wanted to start safe, but clearly it needed more power to generate a hotter plasma, and I quickly ramped it up. As I did this, it immediately got a lot brighter, and not long after, there was thankfully some molten iron. This was actually really impressive, considering that iron melts at around 1500 C or 2800 Fahrenheit, and to do this in seconds was kind of insane. What I thought was even more impressive though, was that in less than a minute later, it had completely liquefied, and I had an absolutely ripping hot blob of iron. It also didn't seem to have any oxides forming, which told me that the inert atmosphere was working, and overall, I was very happy with my purchase. I mean, it really was just as cool as I had imagined, and even if I completely failed to make the metallic glass, I had absolutely no regrets.
That's really...
But with that being said, the iron wasn't going to get any more liquidy, so I stopped blasting it, and I let it cool down. Then, several minutes later, when I felt that it was ready, I popped open the chamber, and I saw my beautiful little blob of iron metal. I was also really happy to see that it didn't look like it got oxidized at all, but it was surrounded by a bunch of black junk, which I think is just carbon. I then took a closer look at it, and when I flipped it over, I noticed that the bottom side wasn't properly melted. I really thought that I'd avoided this by absolutely blasting it, but clearly the cold copper really did its job, and the stuff at the bottom would probably always struggle to melt.
When you're a Marine, you're ready for anything. I'm Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, and it's my duty to protect Arizona's elections. Having worked at every level of our election system, I'm committed to its integrity. With officials and staff across the state, we're ready. I served in the Marines because I believe in our democracy. When you vote in November, rest assured it's safe on my watch.
Some people carry a briefcase to work. I carry one of these. I'm Nick DeWork, one of the first members of the American Climate Corps, and I run 3 chainsaw crews. Our job? Prevent wildfires, and I've loved every second of it. Because climate change is threatening our way of life, and I want to do something about it. But some politicians want to cut the clean energy plan, causing my job and thousands like it to come crashing down. We can't let that happen.
But moving on, the machine clearly worked, and now, the only other thing that I had to do before working with the scary beryllium was test the mold. Up until now, I also never explained how this mold even worked, but thankfully, it was supposed to be pretty simple. The basic idea was that the mold itself was made from 2 separate pieces that were just sitting snugly in the crucible, and between these 2 pieces there was a cavity in the shape of a disc which had a diameter of exactly 44 millimeters and a width of 3.5 millimeters. Then, according to the manual, to fill this with metal, all I had to do was melt some metal on top of the mold, which apparently wouldn't fall through the hole, until I opened the vacuum valve. This was then supposed to pull a vacuum through the hole in the bottom, which would cause the metal on the top to get quickly sucked in, and once it was full, the cold crucible would cause it to almost instantly freeze. After that, I just had to pull the entire mold out of the crucible and open the two halves, and this would leave me with, at least theoretically, a near perfect disc of metal. In my mind, this all seemed relatively simple and straightforward, and to get things going, I just loaded a bunch more iron onto the mold. I then sealed the chamber and cycled it like before, and I blasted it until it was completely molten. Now, to turn this red-hot metal into a hopefully beautiful disc, I apparently just had to quickly open this valve on the side and pull a vacuum. I then expected to see all of the metal to just quickly get sucked into the mold, except, well, absolutely nothing happened. It just sat there with seemingly no intention of going into the hole, even with the vacuum on full blast. I then spent the next several minutes trying a bunch of different things to make it work, like increasing the power and blasting it directly in the center above the hole, but it didn't seem to make a difference. I also tried it again using a lot less iron, and I heated it for a lot longer, which I was hoping would help it melt at the bottom and magically fix everything, except that still totally failed. So, using this mold apparently wasn't quite as easy as I assumed, and in a desperate attempt to figure out what was going on, I ended up spending the next few days trying a bunch of random things. I also ended up trying it with lower melting point metals like aluminum and tin to see if that would make a difference, and with those, I was actually able to get some to go into the mold, but the result was always trash. Many more repeated failures then eventually pushed me to the point where I started thinking that there was actually something wrong with the mold, and I was honestly getting pretty close to just giving up. However, I then decided to try it one last time doing something different, and I'm really glad that I did, because to my surprise, it actually seemed to work. Almost all of the metal was sucked into the mold, and when I popped it out and opened it up, I was shocked to see a nearly perfect disc. Oh my god. It worked! That's perfect. It's actually perfect. It's a nice little disc. Wow. I then attempted it a couple more times, doing the exact same thing to make sure that it wasn't just a fluke, and it worked every time. This of course told me that the mold wasn't broken or something, and it was kind of just poorly designed and super finicky. What I mean by this is that for it to work, I found that I had to use a specific amount of metal, heat it for a certain amount of time, and open the vacuum valve at a particular speed. If I didn't do all three of these things properly, it would usually fail, where the metal would either refuse to go in, or only a very small amount would, and in the worst cases, most of it would just get sucked out the bottom of the mold. But with that being said, my mold crisis was now apparently solved, and at this point, I was confident that I could actually do it with beryllium, and it was time to try making some metallic glass. So I went and got all of the metals that I would need for this, which, as I mentioned earlier, was zirconium, beryllium, titanium, copper, and nickel. All of these were also the highest purity that I was able to find, and besides the beryllium, which was the lowest at 99.5% pure, all of the others were at least 99.9. But moving on, with all of these metals in hand, what I had to do next was measure them out and to get the exact amounts that I would need for that Vitroloi 1 recipe. I also decided to start out with the beryllium, which was going to be a bit more difficult because it could only be handled in the fume hood, and when I felt that I was ready, I cracked open the bag. I then made sure to handle it as carefully as possible so that any dust that was let off would be kept at a minimum, and I quickly found a piece that I liked. I then gently placed it on the scale, and the goal here was to try and measure out exactly 1.34 grams. With such large chunks, this wasn't really going to be possible, but eventually I was able to get 1.348 grams, which was close enough, and I sealed it all in a vial. I then spent the next 20 minutes measuring out 5 more vials of the beryllium, which would give me a total of 6 separate attempts at making the metallic glass, and I felt that this would be more than enough. This meant that at this point, I was done picking through all of the dusty beryllium, and what I had to do next was the extremely fun part, where I got to load the masses of these 6 samples into a fresh Excel sheet. From there, I was able to do a bunch of calculations, where the first one was to convert all of the molar percentages in the recipe to mass percentages, and when I was eventually done several minutes later, I had the final amounts of each metal. What was also essential to confirm was that the total mass of each run added up to around 40 grams, which would give me a volume of about 6.6 milliliters. This is because, as I mentioned earlier, the amount of metal was very important, and at least based on the tin, I found that this was the ideal amount.
Hijo de una madre trabajadora inmigrante, Rubén Gallego pondrá primero a nuestras familias, bajando los costos como la insulina a $35, protegiendo el Social Security y atención médica a bajo costo. Rubén Gallego, para nosotros.
It's mesmerizing. Cleaning that greasy mess with Dawn Platinum.
And not even scrubbing.
Well, fluff my feathers. It cuts through the slimy stuff better than their old dish soap, removing 99% of grease. That's why only Dawn is trusted to save wildlife.
But either way, with these numbers in hand, I ended up spending the next hour measuring out all of the other metals, which was honestly a lot more tedious than I thought. This was mostly just because there was a lot of them, but also because I had to use bolt cutters to carefully shave off small amounts of the pellets to get to the exact measurements. Eventually though, I was able to finish measuring everything out, where this was what I would be using for run 1, and I thought that it was kind of interesting to see it laid out like this. It was also kind of satisfying to see the other 25 vials that I would be using for the rest of the runs, and at this point, I was almost ready to make some metallic glass. The only other thing that I still had to do was move the entire arc melter to my fume hood, which was honestly kind of a huge pain, and to also add a HEPA filter to this part here, which would trap any beryllium dust or vapor that might get pulled out by the pump. Also, while I was at it, I decided to add a two-way valve to the argon input at the top, which I should have done from the beginning, and I replaced the power supply with one that I found on Amazon, as the original one was kind of a piece of crap. With all of this in place though, I was finally ready to try making some bouncy metal, and after months of preparation and waiting, I was very excited to say the least. So I just immediately got started, and the first thing that I had to do was add all of the metals to the copper crucible, which you might have noticed was different than the one before. This is because I'd swapped out the one with the mold for this one that instead had a huge well in the center, and that would actually be able to hold all of the loose metal pellets. To a small well in the back, I also added a bunch of extra titanium pellets, which was very important, and I'll explain why in a bit. With everything loaded up though, I then closed the chamber and I started clearing it from air, just like I had done many times before, and while I was doing this, I kept the fume hood glass as low as possible. I had also hooked up the vacuum pump to another foot pedal, and I moved the argon valve really close to the opening of the fume hood, which allowed me to do all of this while being completely protected. Right now, this was probably a bit overkill, but it wouldn't be later on, and to prevent any possible screw-ups, I decided to just do it like this every time the chamber had to be cleared. When I was eventually done though, I was ready to start melting stuff, and I flipped on the new power supply. I then started blasting the titanium at the back, and this wasn't something that I had done before, but with the metallic glass, this was very important. This is because even though the argon that I was using was 99.999% pure, it probably still contained a very small amount of moisture, carbon dioxide, and oxygen, which could all react with my metallic glass and potentially contaminate it. So I was of course going to have to do something to try and get rid of them, and thankfully this was supposed to be easy to do by just melting some titanium, except unfortunately, I was going to have to do this every single time. With that being said though, I was now finally ready to try combining all of the metals and to melt the scary beryllium, and I would be lying if I said that I wasn't at least a bit nervous. I was also kind of assuming that this whole process would be relatively clean and nice, especially after melting the titanium, but I was almost immediately proven wrong. Right away, there was a bunch of smoke that was being let off, which I thought was interesting, considering that the metals were supposed to be super pure. However, I assumed that it was probably just from some minor impurity, and I was hoping that it wouldn't get too much worse. Except it apparently did. I mean, it really looked like the ball of beryllium had just exploded and released a whole bunch of toxic dust and smoke, and this was definitely something that I did not like. This wasn't too surprising though, considering that the beryllium was the least pure metal out of them all, and I should say that despite all of this nasty smoke, I still felt that things were going okay. But anyway, what I had now was a really hot and kind of crusty looking blob of potentially metallic glass, and in an ideal world, this melting step would have now been done. Unfortunately though, the world that we live in is far from ideal, and in this case, there was probably still a bunch of unmelted metal at the bottom, which I was going to have to deal with using this convenient tool that was built into the machine. At least according to the manual, it was supposed to allow me to easily flip over the metal. However, I quickly realized that this was going to be extremely frustrating. After 5 minutes though, I was eventually able to flip it, and on the bottom, it was possible to see the outline of all the pellets that clearly didn't melt, and I just immediately started blasting it. It then all quickly started melting again and getting much more evenly mixed, and what was nice was that it didn't seem to let off nearly as much smoke. What was less nice though was that according to every source that I had read, to get a good uniform mixture of the metals, I was gonna have to flip it at least 3 more times. This definitely wasn't ideal, but I also really didn't have a choice, and when I was eventually done, over 20 minutes later, I had a nice blob of red hot metal. Now, all I had to do was just let it sit there and wait for it to cool down, and for the cold crucible to quickly pull away its heat. At the same time though, I felt that it was a good idea to watch it very closely and to see exactly how long it took to solidify. This is because in general, when making metallic glass, getting it to freeze as fast as possible was extremely important, and with the vitriol in one, this was going to have to happen in less than a few minutes. This way, there wouldn't be enough time for any of the metal atoms to crystallize or to form any ordered structure before solidifying. Instead, at least in theory, they should all get locked in a random and amorphous state, and this is supposed to form a metal with very different properties that's commonly referred to as a metallic glass.
Imagine being here, waiting because doctors risk prison for helping you. That's Arizona's abortion ban. It forces women who are miscarrying to wait until a medical emergency.
Voting yes on 139 ends the ban. Vote yes.
With that being said though, at this point, it looked like it had completely solidified, and considering that it had only taken about a minute, I was relatively confident that this was metallic glass, and that I now had a beautiful blob of bouncy metal. Before drawing any real conclusions though, I was first going to have to get it out of this beryllium-riddled chamber, and with this setup, it was thankfully pretty easy. All I had to do was lower the glass as low as possible, and to pull out all of the dust by turning on the vacuum pump and trapping it in that little filter. I then refilled it with argon, and I repeated this cycle a few times just to make sure that there was absolutely nothing left. After that, I flipped the two-way valve, which opened it to air and equalized the pressure, and now I was able to safely open it. So I carefully flipped up both of the clamps, and I slowly lifted the chamber to reveal my beautiful chunk of hopefully metallic glass. I then removed it from the crucible using some tongs, and I wiped it down with some wet paper towel to remove any toxic residues, and I took a closer look. What immediately stood out to me though, and what honestly kind of surprised me, was that at least in this form, it didn't seem like it was anything super special. It really didn't feel any different than normal metal, and I mean, I know that I was holding it with tongs, but still, with a density somewhat similar to pure iron, it kind of just felt like one of those iron blobs that I'd made earlier. I of course couldn't just judge it by how it felt though, and I was gonna have to be a bit more scientific, and I was gonna have to do an actual test. So I went and got one of my ball bearings, which are normally used to just shoot from a slingshot, and when I dropped it, I was pleasantly surprised by what I saw. I mean, it obviously wasn't even close to as good as what Steam Mold had, but it definitely seemed like it was abnormally bouncy, and I thought that it made a really interesting sound. There was something about it that just sounded springy to me, and I felt that this was a really good sign. To be absolutely sure that this was anything special though, I of course had to compare it to some regular metal, and I decided to just use one of the blobs of iron. Then, all I had to do was drop the ball bearing, and I was honestly a bit worried that it would end up bouncing just as well, and that what I had made was actually trash, except it was almost laughably bad. It wasn't even close to anything that I would say even resembled a bounce, and this told me that I was definitely on the right track. At the same time, I also felt that turning what I had into a proper flat disc, and that giving it a solid base to sit on would make it significantly bouncier, and that was of course what I had to try next. Before moving on though, I was first going to have to finish melting the 5 other runs that I had prepared, and I did my best to do this as fast as I could. However, despite this, it was still a very long and tedious process, and what made it even worse was that runs 3 and 6 apparently had beryllium that was even more explodey, and it looked like the beryllium was sprayed everywhere. It also filled the entire chamber with so much smoke that it was almost impossible to see anything, and this was quite unfortunate to say the least. On the bright side though, the other runs seemed to be totally normal and not even make that much smoke, and I also ended up seeing something that I thought was really interesting. More specifically, this was during run 4, when I had accidentally touched it before it had fully solidified, and this caused a small amount of it to get pulled away as a little string of goo. And this wasn't like any other metal I had ever seen. In my opinion, it was a lot more like melted plastic or molten glass, and I felt that this was another really good sign that I had actually made metallic glass. But anyway, when I was eventually done 4 hours later, I had 6 beautiful blobs of metal, and I was feeling pretty hopeful. I also did a quick ball bearing test to confirm that they were all bouncy, and at least from this, they all seem to be about the same. Okay. The only sad part was that when I weighed them all, the ones that were extra explodey had lost way too much mass, and this told me that most of the beryllium had probably just been sprayed around the chamber, and I wasn't going to be able to use them. However, I didn't think that this was a huge issue, because even without them, I would still have 4 attempts to make the discs, and I felt that this was more than enough. With all that being said though, at this point it was getting really late and I was completely exhausted, and I decided to come back to it the next day. When I returned in the morning, I was really motivated to get started, and the first thing that I did was swap out the crucible for the one with the mold. I then dropped in some fresh titanium, and onto the mold, I added the metallic glass that I had made in the very first run. After that, I closed everything up, quickly did all of the argon cyclings, and melted the titanium, and I was ready to go. So I just started blasting it using the same technique that I had successfully used on the tin, and when I felt that it was hot enough, I carefully opened the vacuum to the mold. This then caused almost all of the metal to get quickly sucked in, only leaving behind a small bead at the top, and I was genuinely shocked that it had actually worked on my first try.
Huh, okay.
So apparently, all of my practice had paid off, and now, inside the mold, there should have been a nice, and hopefully perfect disc of metallic glass.
Imagine this. You're a mythical ancient Greek woman called Pandora, and you've just received a very intriguing gift from Zeus. Now, you've been advised, opening gifts from Zeus is generally a bad idea, but you also really want to know what's in the box. So what do? You open the box? Maybe just for a second. Just a tiny peek to see what's inside. What's the worst that can happen? We would love to not be making a video about pandemics. We're very aware that COVID emerged not very long ago. It was really horrible and millions of people died, and now we'd all rather never have to talk or think about it ever again. Unfortunately, this series is about the world's most pressing problems, so we don't get to pick them based on whether they are enjoyable to talk about. If we were making a series about the world's most fun problems, we'd be talking about ice cream or something. But we're not. Instead, this video is about the threat of catastrophic pandemics. COVID-19 was a global disaster. Millions of people died, and we still haven't come to grips with the fallout. But future pandemics could be even worse than COVID, potentially killing hundreds of millions, collapsing civilization, or in the worst imaginable case, killing pretty much everyone. Sounds pretty bad. How likely is that exactly? Well, first some good news. It hasn't happened so far.
So, the only thing left to do was to get it out, and to do that, I quickly cycled it with the gas, and I flipped open the chamber. Then to release the mold, I added some screws, and with a makeshift piece of metal, I was able to carefully pull out the entire thing. With this in hand, the only thing left to do was open it up, and inside of it, I was expecting to see a nice and beautiful disc, but I was immediately disappointed. This is because what I got instead was an ugly piece of crap that somehow didn't even fill the entire mold, and what bothered me even more was that it seemed like it was pulled in very weirdly, which caused this gap to form in the middle. On top of this, there was a lot of metal that was definitely getting sucked out the bottom, as evidenced by the tail, and what was also really bad was that it looked like even if the button at the top had gone into the mold, it would have only barely been able to fill it. Overall, this was a little sad to say the least, but at the same time, I wasn't too worried because I of course still had a few more attempts, and I felt that they would be more than enough to succeed at least once. However, apparently they were not, and while the next attempt was technically better, the one after that was an absolute disaster where almost all of the metal had gone right through the mold. This left me with only one last try, and at this point, I felt that it was pretty clear that I was going to have to do something different, so I decided to cut off some of the extra stuff from all of the failed attempts, which really did feel like trying to cut glass.
Oh.
I then combined all of it together, and I was hoping that with all of the extra metal, it would actually fill the mold, except it was the complete opposite, and I was never able to get any to go in. All that I ended up with was this huge and kind of useless chunk that I couldn't cut or break apart because of the beryllium, and at this point, I couldn't help but feel pretty frustrated with how things were going. I mean, it was probably a bit naive to think that it was all just going to magically work, especially because the vitrolloy had completely different properties than the tin, which probably required a different technique, and I had never even worked with it. But still, after all of these failed attempts, I couldn't help but kind of lose any faith that the mold was actually going to work or be remotely reliable, and I really did not have the motivation to spend another entire day measuring out all of the metals and then doing all of the melting and flipping, only for it to just probably fail again. Despite all of this though, there was still some hope, and I hadn't completely given up yet, because there was still one last thing that I had to try, which was that special 44mm well that I had mentioned earlier. I had made these just in case this exact scenario happened, where the mold completely let me down, and in my mind they were so simple that there was no way they wouldn't work. However, long story short, it again ended up being a complete disappointment, and this because it didn't at all spread out into a thin layer like I was hoping it would, and instead it just sat there as a ridiculously thick blob. I then just kind of said screw it, and I decided to keep adding metal until I got a full disc, which ended up taking all of the metal that I had, and when I was eventually done, I was left with this horrifically ugly monstrosity. I mean, on the bright side, unlike all of the other attempts, it was actually a full disc, and there was part of me that wanted to just accept this as my final result and call it a day, but I knew deep down that it was complete trash. There was also no way for me to fix it without a ridiculous amount of grinding or machining, and it was at this point that I basically just gave up. Over the next few weeks though, I couldn't stop thinking about it, even while I was working on other projects, and inevitably, I ended up with a bunch of ideas that I really wanted to try. For some reason, I was also feeling really confident that I could actually get the mold to work properly and consistently, and I decided to just jump right back into the project, and I started weighing out the metals. This time though, I was very careful to only choose the beryllium balls, and none of the shards, which seemed to be more explodey, and I also weighed out 30% more of everything. This is because I felt that 30% more metal would be the perfect amount, and that it would be just enough to compensate for all the metal that was getting shot out the bottom, while simultaneously not being so much that it would refuse to go into the mold. I'm not sure why, but I was also feeling weirdly optimistic, so I decided to only give myself 4 attempts, and with all of the metals ready, I did all of the same melting and flipping steps. When I was eventually done, I had these 4 beautiful blobs of metallic glass, which pretty much looked exactly the same as the ones from earlier, except they were 30% bigger, and I loaded the first one onto the mold. I then did all of the typical gas cyclings and titanium melting, and after hours of tedious work, it was finally time to see if any of my new ideas were actually good, or if it would all end in another complete failure, and I just started blasting the metal. As usual, this caused it to all quickly melt, and now, the first major thing that I was going to do differently was to just keep blasting it for a ridiculous amount of time. This is because I found out that unlike normal metal, metallic glass is significantly worse at conducting heat, and it was very likely that it just took a lot longer for the entire thing to fully liquefy. So I decided to heat it for no less than a minute at near max power, and when I felt that it looked good, I moved the electrode to the middle, and I continued blasting it there for another 10 seconds. This would just really make sure that it was fully liquid above the hole, and then after that, the only thing left to do was open the vacuum valve. I also had to do this slowly and very carefully, which I felt would help prevent the metal from just blasting through the mold, and almost right away, it all started getting sucked in. Then not long after, it started looking very similar to my other attempts, where there was just a small bead left at the top. The only difference this time was that the bead looked like it was slightly bigger, which kind of implied that it didn't all go in, but at the same time, I did start with a lot more metal, which made it hard to tell. Either way, I then let it cool, cycled the gas and popped it out, and part of me was mentally preparing for what was probably another miserable failure. However, that absolutely was not the case, and inside of the mold was what looked like a near perfect disc.
Oh my god. It actually worked.
I mean, it still had some issues, but it was way nicer than any other attempt, and I really couldn't have asked for anything better.
Yes! Yes! That is good.
So clearly, getting the optimal amount of metal was very important, and just using a slightly different technique had apparently made a huge difference, and I was both extremely excited and relieved.
Carrie Lake wants control. When Arizonans rejected her extreme run for governor, she refused to accept the result. And Lake supports an abortion ban that forces women to carry the child of their abusers, taking control over the lives of Arizona women.
So what you're saying, there's some criminal up on the mountain with us?
Anyone there? Hello?
Not getting a signal very well.
Oh my god, we need help, please!
With that being said, I then went ahead and did the exact same thing for all of the other ones, and a couple of them were still a bit finicky, but in the end, I was actually able to make 3 more discs. Like the first one though, none of them were quite perfect, and they all had some slight defects, and on the surface of them, they all looked like they had some weird ripples. However, from what I could tell, this was extremely minor, and it only seemed to be visible because they were so shiny, and overall, I still felt that they were more than good enough. But moving on, now that I actually had it in disc form, what I of course had to do next was test out my theory from earlier, and to see if it was bouncier. So I went and got my stainless steel base, which had been made by my friend Justin, who runs the channel The Thought Emporium, and he was able to machine it to the exact same dimensions as Steve's. I then carefully placed my disc on top of it, and I went and got my ball bearing, and for what felt like the millionth time, I was overcome with disappointment. This is because somehow it seemed to be only barely bouncy, and it was apparently even worse than that huge piece of trash that I had made earlier. At first, this kind of surprised me, and I started thinking that I probably just screwed up measuring or mixing the metals, but at the same time, I knew that something was off because of the sound that it was making. Every time the ball hit it, it was making a clinking sound instead of the bouncy one that I had heard earlier, and in my opinion, this had to be happening because the disc wasn't perfectly flat. This was probably causing it to slightly pivot and to get slammed into the base every time it was hit, and it was very possible that this was absorbing enough energy to completely ruin the bounce. It also thankfully seemed like it was a relatively easy thing to fix, and the obvious answer was to just glue it down. Before I could do that though, I was first going to have to clean it up a bit by cutting off all of the extra stuff with some bolt cutters and by shaving down the nubs with some wet sandpaper. I also had to very lightly sand down the side that I was going to glue so that it would stick better, and I did make a bit of dust doing this, but it was also completely unavoidable. When I eventually felt that it was looking good though, I shot a bunch of super glue onto the steel base, and I quickly swished on the disc. I also slid it around to make sure that everything was covered with glue, and I honestly did a pretty horrible job, and the glue is dripping everywhere. However, regardless of that, I still felt that things were going pretty well, and after waiting a day for it to fully cure, I quickly cleaned it up. I then carefully slid some acrylic tubing over it, which I was able to find on eBay, and now it was time to see if the glue had magically fixed everything. So again, I went and got a ball bearing, and I nervously hovered it above the tube, and well, it did somehow magically fix everything. I mean, it definitely seemed like it was bouncing just like in Steve's video, and thankfully, it was no longer making that clinking sound. The new sound that it was making was definitely more bouncy, and it was much louder than I expected, and at this point, I was still genuinely surprised that it was actually working.
It actually works. That is really cool.
It's actually amazing. But with that being said, I was now super happy and relieved that the glue had worked, and at this point, there was only one thing still left to do, and that was to get all of the other discs onto a steel base. So I quickly cleaned them up, just like the first one, and I glued each of them to a fresh steel cylinder that I had made using a service called Protolabs Network. This gave me a total of 4 nice looking little setups, and with all of the extra stuff that I had to cut off, I was actually able to make a 5th one. I then gave all of them their own tube, and now I was finally able to do what I dreamed of when I started this project, and I tested them all at the same time. This was honestly mostly just for fun, but I was also really curious to see if there would be any difference, and I wasn't surprised to see that there was. I mean, I think the metallic glass itself was mostly fine, and I think the main difference just came down to the quality of the disc surface. For example, the third one had by far the crappiest surface, followed by the fourth, where both of them had little bumps and divots that I was hoping wouldn't be a problem, but they consistently performed the worst. In theory though, I think that this could all be easily fixed by just grinding and repolishing the surface, but as of right now, I don't really have a way to do that safely. At the same time, I'm also more than happy with numbers 1, 2, and 5, which seem to perform almost just as well as Steve's, and that's more than enough for me. This is because it allows me to keep one for myself, give one to Steve, which I promised I would do in a comment on his video, and to also give one away to you guys. If you want a chance to get it, there are also no real requirements, and you don't need to subscribe or comment or do anything like that. All you need to do is send a nice email to giveaway@nilered.ca, and after a week, I'll have the winner randomly picked. And just as a point of safety, because I don't think I said it in the video, the metallic glass in this disc form is totally safe, as long as you don't break it apart or try to sand it or grind it. But with that being said, in the end, this project turned out to be a lot trickier than I thought, especially with the whole mold setup, and I'm glad that it actually worked out. What's also nice is that it gave me a huge interest in metallic glass in general, and I plan to do some more videos on it in the future. For now though, I think I'm done working with nasty and toxic beryllium, and I'm gonna try focusing on some even more dangerous projects, like making nuclear-powered glow toys.
When you're a Marine, you're ready for anything. I'm Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, and it's my duty to protect Arizona's elections. Having worked at every level of our election system, I'm committed to its integrity. With officials and staff across the state, we're ready. I served in the Marines because I believe in our democracy. When you vote in November, rest assured it's safe on my watch.
Downy, free and gentle. Softer clothes for skin's sake.
Alright, so this idea is something that I've been wanting to do for years, ever since I made regular glow toys, and I think I'm pretty close to being able to do it. There are still just a few things to work out though, to make sure that it's all done safely, and it may or may not end up being really expensive. So, this is why, as usual, I'm extremely thankful for all of my supporters on Patreon and for my YouTube members for making projects like this possible, and of course, for the sponsor of this video, Opera. I've been using Opera on desktop for a while now, and in my opinion, it's still my favorite browser. This is because it's both really fast and intuitive, and it's loaded with a bunch of extra features, and it also just got new updates to its native browser AI called Aria. One of the biggest updates is that you can now access Aria without even using the sidebar, and it's possible to open it by just hitting Control/ or Command/. Another nice update is that if I then hit Tab, I can enter page context mode, which is a neat tool that uses Aria to extract information and to summarize text on any page. Also, something that I want to add is that it's totally optional whether or not you use Aria, and it would only be activated if you choose to turn it on. Besides Aria though, they have loads of other features, like their tab islands, which has really helped me get all of my tabs under control, especially when I'm doing research for a project. What's also super convenient is that they even have a free built-in VPN service and ad blocker, as well as this sidebar, which I think is really useful. This is because it lets me easily access all of the social media that I often use, like Messenger, WhatsApp, Instagram, and TikTok, and it even has an integrated music app where I can listen to things like Spotify or Apple Music. On top of all of this, they also have something called Lucid Mode, which I think is pretty cool, because with just a click of a button, it's possible to immediately enhance any video. With that being said though, I've been having a really nice time just using Opera in general, and I still think that it's worth giving it a try for just the sidebar alone. It's also of course completely free to use, and you can download it right now by clicking the link in the description. That's it. As usual, a big thanks goes out to all my supporters on Patreon. Everyone who supports me can see all my new videos at least 24 hours before I post them to YouTube. You'll also get access to all the older videos that I had to take down, and if you support me with $5 or more, you'll get your name at the end like you see here.
Imagine being here, waiting because doctors risk prison for helping you. That's Arizona's abortion ban. It forces women who are miscarrying to wait until a medical emergency.
Voting yes on 139 ends the ban. Vote yes.
Marketing and creative decisions can be hard, but maximizing marketing and creative impact is easy. With Smartsheet. Smartsheet ignites creativity and accelerates marketing strategy to execution. No more switching between multiple tools to track resources and align teams. Need centralized intake and automated project creation? Done. But not before you visualize results across real-time dashboards, reports, and a powerful dam. So are your marketing and creative teams operating at their peak? The choice is yours.
This video has been sponsored by Opera. Back in 2019, I was sent some old jewelry from a viewer, and I was able to turn it into these pure 24-karat gold bars, which I thought were pretty nice. Since then though, I've been really interested in gold in general, and a couple years ago I stumbled onto a form of it that I'd somehow never heard of before. It was something called purple gold, and this website was selling it as jewelry, and in my opinion, it was one of the nicest forms of gold that I had ever seen. However, the color of it also kind of seemed unnatural, and at first, I honestly thought that it was probably a scam. With very little research though, I quickly found out that purple gold was actually real, and according to Wikipedia, it was an alloy of gold and aluminum. Now, I'm not someone who's normally into jewelry, but for some reason, the moment that I saw that it was real, I really wanted to buy some. More specifically though, I really wanted a ring that was made entirely out of purple gold. However, long story short, that website didn't sell one, and as far as I could tell, there wasn't a single company or person in the world who sold a pure purple gold ring. At first, I thought this was kind of odd, but apparently this was just because purple gold was a huge pain to make and to work with in general. It also turned out that Li Hua, the owner of that website, was one of the only companies that even made purple gold jewelry. With all that being said though, I still really wanted a pure purple gold ring, and now, knowing that it was actually impossible to buy, I kind of wanted it even more. At the same time, I also felt that it had to be possible to make an entire ring out of it, and I started thinking that this was something that I might just be able to make myself. I mean, I had absolutely zero experience with purple gold, and I had never made a ring out of anything before, but for some reason, I really felt that I could do it, and I decided to just go for it. But anyway, to get started, the first thing that I had to do was figure out how to even make the purple gold, and with a quick Google search, I was able to find a lot of videos and articles talking about it. However, none of them gave any real information on how to make anything remotely decent. With a bit more searching though, I was eventually able to find this patent, which turned out to be extremely useful. This because it not only gave a lot of good info about purple gold in general, it also explained how to potentially fix one of the biggest problems with it, which was how fragile it was. It said that normally, with the typical mixture of about 78.5% gold and 21.5% aluminum, it was as brittle as glass or porcelain, and that it was way too fragile to make any jewelry with it. However, it claimed that by altering its composition just slightly, or by adding some other metals to it, like palladium or nickel, it was possible to make purple gold that was significantly stronger. It also provided a bunch of example recipes, and the one that caught my eye was this one, which appeared to be the simplest. It didn't require any other metals besides gold and aluminum, and the only difference was that the gold content was slightly increased to 81%, which would make it about 19 karat gold. This was what I decided to go with. The only tricky part was that besides the ingredients, it really didn't tell me anything else, and there was pretty much no information on how to actually make the purple gold. So unfortunately, this meant that I was going to have to figure out everything myself, and considering that it was supposed to be really hard to work with, I was honestly kind of worried. What made me feel slightly better though was that at the last second, I found out that all of the purple gold that's sold by Li Hua is actually based on this patent. So even though it didn't give any real instructions, I at least knew that the recipe itself should have been trustworthy, and I decided to just go for it. With that being said, I could now actually get started, and the first and most important thing that I needed was some gold, which unfortunately isn't exactly cheap. So I initially planned on buying as little as possible, and I figured that something like 20 grams would probably be more than enough. At the last minute though, I convinced myself that it was a good idea to get a bit more, just in case I needed it, and long story short, I ended up with this 100-gram bar. In total, this cost me about $5,700 US, or about $7,800 Canadian, and this immediately put me over the budget that I originally had for this project, and it was probably way more than I needed, but oh well. Either way, I now had this beautiful and shiny bar of gold, and just looking at it and holding it in my hand was oddly satisfying. The only sad part was that it was kind of useless to me as one big bar, and unfortunately, the first thing that I had to do with it was destroy it. More specifically, I was going to have to break it apart into a bunch of smaller pieces because I had to be able to measure out very specific and accurate amounts of it. To do this, the most obvious way would have been to tear it apart manually using something like a chisel and a hammer, but that would have been an insane amount of work, with most likely mediocre results. Instead, I felt that it was a much better idea to do it chemically, so I just carefully placed it in a beaker, and I poured in a bunch of concentrated hydrochloric acid. I then turned on the heating, and over the next few minutes, it slowly warmed up, and it eventually started boiling. Then, when I felt that I was ready, I shot in some concentrated nitric acid. Almost immediately, there was a lot more bubbling, and the solution started changing color. This is because the nitric acid was reacting with the hydrochloric acid, and it was forming nitrosyl chloride and chlorine gas, both of which are yellow. More importantly though, unlike the hydrochloric acid alone, this new acid mixture, commonly known as aqua regia, was able to attack the gold bar. It wasn't super fast, but it was slowly shredding it apart, and it was turning it into something called chloroauric acid, which was then getting dissolved away. So, what I was doing here was basically breaking it apart at the atomic level, which was way better than I could ever do manually, and on top of that, it was just a lot easier. All I had to do was occasionally add small amounts of nitric acid, and over the next few hours, it very slowly disappeared. Eventually, all that was left was just a thin sheet of gold, and with just a little bit more acid, I was able to completely get rid of it.
A long time ago, the distant ancestors of humans were just one of a load of different apes struggling for survival. Then, over millions of years of genetic mutations, we ended up getting quite big brains, and with them the ability to shape every corner of the world through tools, language, writing, science.
There was now absolutely no trace of the original bar, and all 100 grams of the gold was dissolved as the chloroauric acid. I then let it cool down to room temperature, and what I had to do next was turn all of this chloroauric acid back into metallic gold. At first, it might not make much sense why I just dissolved it all, only to immediately bring it back, but it'll all make sense in a few minutes. With that being said, I then just grabbed the beaker and started walking over to my other fume hood. No. Okay, that was actually just a beaker full of water and food coloring, and what I really did was pour it all into a bunch of extra water. I also washed the beaker a few times with some more water to make sure that there was absolutely no gold left behind. Then after that, I stirred it around to make sure that it was all fully mixed, and when I felt that I was ready, I dumped in a concentrated solution of potassium metabisulfite. This caused the entire thing to quickly turn brown and to heat up a lot, and I was really happy to see this. This is because it meant that the potassium metabisulfite was working, and that it was reducing all of the gold in the chloroauric acid back to its metallic form. The very important part, though, was that it wasn't all just coming back as a large chunk or something, and it was instead crashing out as a superfine powder. So, by just dissolving the bar and bringing it back, I had effectively pulverized it to a dust, and again, this was way better and easier than anything I ever could have done manually. Over the next 30 minutes, pretty much all of it sank to the bottom, but there was still a small amount of it floating around. So I decided to leave it overnight, and when I came back to it the next day, it was completely clear. I was now able to get rid of all the water, and I just quickly poured it out into another container. I was also very careful to not lose any of the gold, and when it eventually looked like there was almost no water left, I transferred it all to a small beaker. I then poured in some boiling distilled water, and I turned on the hot plate, and I let it sit there for several minutes. I was doing this to get rid of any residual potassium metabisulfite and other side products, and after that, I did it a few times with hot hydrochloric acid. This would help get rid of any trace impurities of other metals that might be there, and when I felt that it looked good, I washed it a few more times with hot water. What I had now should have been some super nice and clean gold, and all I had to do next was dry it, so I cranked up the heating on the hot plate, and I waited for all the water to disappear. This ended up taking over an hour, which was way longer than I expected, but when it was eventually done, I had some nice and crispy powdered gold. When I weighed it, it was also 99.99 grams, and this meant that I had only lost 0.01 grams in this entire process. However, considering that the original bar was only 99.99% pure, it was very possible that this small amount was actually just some impurity, and that what I had now was more pure than it was before. But anyway, at this point, all of the gold was ready to go, and the only other thing that I needed was some aluminum, and I bought this bag of it from eBay. It was supposed to be 99.995% pure, and it was the absolute highest purity that I was able to find. It also came as a bunch of small pellets, which I felt would make it easy to measure out, and now it was finally time to try and make some purple gold. So I carefully measured out 4.95 grams of the gold, which was really easy to do in its powder form, and I added it to a small crucible. Normally, I also would have added something called borax, which would both help the gold melt and prevent it from sticking to the dish, but I unfortunately couldn't do that here because it would react with the aluminum. Either way, I then just started blasting it with a blowtorch, and very quickly the top of it turned red hot, and I could slowly see some of it starting to melt. As I kept heating it, it was also slowly shrinking, and about 30 seconds later, I was left with two separate blobs, which eventually combined to form a nice little bead. I then kept blasting it just to get it as hot as possible, and when it was red hot, I dumped in exactly 1.61 grams of the aluminum metal. The ones that were touching the gold almost immediately melted and combined with it, but it looked like the others needed a bit more convincing. However, even after making them red hot, they still weren't melting, and this was because the thin oxide layer that naturally forms around aluminum was holding in the liquid metal. So to actually get it to mix, I was gonna have to poke at it a bit, and I was happy to see that it all easily combined together. What I was more happy to see though, was that below all of the crusty oxides on the top, it looked like there was a nice and free-flowing liquid. I was also kind of surprised to see this, because there were at least a few comments that I read online which said that doing this in the presence of air would turn the entire thing into a horrible oxidized mess. However, it wasn't nearly as reactive as I initially thought, and it definitely seemed like it could be possible to pour this into a mold or something. With that being said, I now theoretically had a mixture of 81% gold and 19% aluminum, except it wasn't even remotely purple, and this was because it was still way too hot. It was also still a liquid, and to get it to turn purple, I was gonna have to let it cool down. As this happened, it was supposed to slowly crystallize as an alloy, where most of it had the chemical formula AuAl2, which is the form that has a really nice purple color. According to the patent though, by skewing the gold content slightly higher than the typical 78.5%, it would push a bunch of it towards a gamma phase gold aluminum structure. I honestly still don't entirely know what that means, and I've had a very hard time finding any good info about it, but the important part was that it was supposed to make the alloy a lot stronger. When it did eventually get to room temperature though, it sadly still wasn't purple, because it was covered in a bunch of blue oxidized junk. If there were actually any purple gold, it was all hidden inside, and to see if it were there, I was first gonna have to get it out of the crucible. So I just carefully poked at it with a metal spatula, and even without any borax, it was surprisingly easy to remove. What I had now was a super crusty and ugly piece of metal, and to see if I had actually made any purple gold, all I had to do was break it open. I also figured that this would be pretty easy considering how weak and brittle even this stronger stuff was supposed to be, so I just tried snapping it in half. However, it turned out to be a lot tougher than I expected, and it really didn't feel like I was even close to breaking it.
Why is it showing
So instead, I
old?
decided to just quickly kill it with a hammer, and I kind of assumed that it would easily shatter. But again, that apparently wasn't the case. I mean, I didn't exactly hit it super hard, but still, it definitely didn't seem like it was as brittle as glass or porcelain, and all of that gamma phase stuff appeared to be working. But anyway, I then just kept hitting it, each time doing it a bit harder, and when it did eventually break, I was really happy with what I saw. Inside of it was a bunch of beautiful purple gold, and the color of it almost seemed unnatural. What I thought was kind of odd though, was that it wasn't quite the purple that I was expecting, and it seemed like it was a lot pinker than the jewelry I'd seen online. This made me think that maybe I'd chosen a bad recipe or something, but when I checked the patent, it actually said that it was supposed to be a pinkish purple. It also said the same thing for all of the other recipes, and again, considering that this was the patent that the Liwa stuff was based on, I trusted that it was probably good. I also started thinking that maybe the darker color only came out later on in the process, or when it was being polished or something, and I decided to just keep going. So now, assuming that this recipe was good, what I had to do next was somehow figure out how to go from just making a bunch of crusty crap to a nice and shiny ring. This was going to be a lot of work though, and just thinking about all of the different things that I was going to have to test kind of overwhelmed me, and this made me feel that the only way to move forward was to just take the process step by step. This way, I wouldn't break my brain and I would only have to focus on one major problem at a time, and right now, I felt that the biggest issue was the oxides. This because they were clearly making everything a huge mess, and if I even wanted a remote chance of making anything nice, I was definitely going to have to get rid of them. To do this, there was also only one real way, and I was going to have to somehow stop the aluminum from reacting with oxygen in the air.
From smart digital tools and competitive rates to personalized help on your home buying journey, we're with you all the way home. Chase, make more of what's yours.
So I went online looking for some ideas, and after searching for a long time, I was only able to find two decent suggestions. The first was to buy a super expensive and specialized inert atmosphere casting machine, and the second one was to basically custom build something that was equivalent. However, I really didn't feel like it had to be that complicated or expensive, and after thinking about it for a while, I came up with an idea that I thought was relatively simple. I figured that all I had to do was use this small tabletop furnace that I already owned, and to load in one of my smallest crucibles. Then after that, I just lowered in some stainless steel tubing that I'd gotten for free, and I quickly bent it to fit around the furnace. What was important though was that at the other end of this tubing, it was connected to a tank filled with inert argon gas that I'd gotten from a local welding shop, and that was basically it. What I had now was just a regular furnace with the ability to shoot some argon into it, and I really felt that it was going to work. There was only one way to find out though, so I quickly added the gold, started a steady flow of argon, and I set the furnace to 2200 Fahrenheit, which is about 1100 Celsius. Over the next 15 minutes, it then slowly heated up, and the gold powder slowly shrank, except it was looking like it was having some trouble melting with the top open, so I covered it with some KO wool. After that, it only took a few minutes to have a nice little blob of gold at the bottom, and now I could add the aluminum. This time though, I decided to use some much larger pieces of it, which weren't quite as pure, but I was hoping that they would liquefy a lot more easily than the smaller ones. To load it in, I just carefully dropped in the first piece, and I was very happy to see that it all quickly combined with the gold. I then added the rest of the aluminum, which also quickly got sucked up, and at this point, it was already looking way better than the first attempt. What I was especially excited about was that it looked like there were barely any oxides, and this meant that the argon was doing a decent job. This was also really impressive considering that the aluminum was red hot and that it was way more reactive than normal liquid aluminum. But anyway, what I had now was some nice and relatively oxide-free purple gold, and what I had to do next was try and pour it. In theory, it probably would have been a good idea to protect it from air while I did that as well, and I did consider putting together some sort of specialized setup. However, instead, I decided to go with the very sophisticated method of just going as fast as possible. So I just quickly got rid of the argon line, pulled the crucible out of the furnace, and tried pouring it out onto a preheated graphite mold. As I did this, I was really hoping to see a nice stream of red hot metal, but nothing was coming out, and it didn't even work when I tilted it completely upside down. At first, I was kind of confused, but then I realized that all of the purple gold had just frozen in the crucible. Apparently, just a few seconds was enough for it to cool down below its melting point, and I was clearly going to have to get it as hot as possible. So I just put it back in the furnace, dropped in the argon line, and covered the top, and I left it there until the entire thing was bright red. I then again attempted to go as fast as possible, and it was still a bit stubborn, but I was actually able to pour it out. The only sad part was that it was a complete piece of trash, and having to remelt it had apparently caused it to get really oxidized. This told me that I only had one real chance to pour it out, which wasn't ideal, but at least now, I knew exactly what to do. So I quickly whipped up a new batch of the purple gold, and this time when I poured it out, I was really happy with what I saw. I then let it cool down to room temperature, and when I took a closer look at it, it was definitely the best result that I had so far. I mean, it still wasn't perfect, but it looked way cleaner, and it wasn't anything like the crusty mess that I had before. The only thing that I thought was odd was that it was silver, and I had assumed that without a lot of the oxides, that it would have been significantly more purple. At the same time though, I figured that maybe it was just a bit of aluminum or something that was on the surface, and that it would be really easy to get rid of. So I decided to try sanding it a bit, and I was assuming that when I flipped it over, I would see that really nice pinkish purple color, except it was still just silver. I then tried sanding it even more, thinking that maybe I just hadn't taken enough away, but it didn't seem to make a difference. When I saw this, I was honestly kind of confused, and the only explanation that I could think of was that I had somehow failed to make the purple gold. So to check this, I was going to have to break it open, and this time, I was even more surprised by how strong it was. I was hitting it way harder than before, and it didn't seem to do anything, and eventually, it ended up making a huge dent in my wooden table. After hitting it 7 times though, I was finally able to crack a small piece off of it, and I was kind of upset by what I saw. This because inside of it, it was definitely colored, and it made no sense why sanding it wasn't working. What I thought was even more upsetting though, was that it was only barely pink, and it wasn't nearly as vibrant as the first attempt. This also really didn't make any sense to me, because I had basically done the exact same thing as before, except without any air present, and it really shouldn't have had any effect on the color.
It makes me so mad that billionaires pay less in taxes than I do, and Trump wants to give them even more breaks. Kamala Harris will cut taxes for working people. Trump fights for billionaires like him. Kamala fights for us.
Okay, so as you can see, you might get a little wet on Jurassic World the ride. So I don't really know what's going on, but maybe we should wait until
God.
We're the Bemis family from Beaverton, Oregon, and we're on a trip to Los Angeles for our latest family vacation. We hit everything on our must-do list, except for one thing. We've never been to Universal Studios Hollywood, so we're going to the park with a couple of expert guides to show us how it's done. This is Universal.
All right, guys.
Oh my gosh! Look, we even rolled out the red carpet for us.
Get in there, ready? 1, 2, 3.
This is perfect for what I
Your
do.
Universal Studios Hollywood super fans and your guides for today. I'm Andre.
And I'm Julia. We're both from LA, and we love all things Universal Studios Hollywood. Like, I've been to this park more than I've seen blood relatives times love.
Same. We're going to give you a grand tour of the entire park like only a couple of super nerds can.
We're going to hit up Super Nintendo World, all right? Jurassic World. Then we're going to go to the world-famous studio tour. And then we're going to go to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter. So pretty much all of the worlds.
But also a land, Minion Land, right? So, Bemis family, are you ready for your best day in LA? Yeah! Then Universal Studios Hollywood, here we go! Yes! Scooby-Doo, always a favorite of ours.
However, I was gonna have to be absolutely sure that this wasn't an issue with the new setup or with the different aluminum. And to test this, I just quickly did the exact same thing, and I made a fresh piece of it, and I waited for it to cool down. I then got my hammer, and this time I protected my table with a steel plate, and after one good hit, I was really happy with what I saw. It was actually purple, which told me that my setup and my aluminum were probably fine, and I still have no idea what went wrong with the first one. Either way, I then took one of these pieces, and I assumed that with the much stronger color, it would actually sand properly, but that apparently wasn't the case. Like before, no matter how much I sanded it, it never turned purple, and I just couldn't understand why. What was even worse though, was that after this, I tried just sanding the purple part itself, mostly out of desperation, and I was devastated when I saw that it turned silver. I had no idea how this was even possible, but it was a horrible thing to see, because if sanding it or grinding it wasn't an option, it would be extremely hard to make anything nice out of it. As a completely last-ditch effort to fix this problem, I decided to drop this little piece of it into a beaker and to add some hydrochloric acid. I thought that maybe just a very thin layer of aluminum was blocking the purple gold or something, and I was hoping that the acid would get rid of it. However, as the aluminum disappeared, it just slowly went back to being pure gold, which I actually thought was pretty interesting, but it didn't help me at all. At this point, I was really lost as to why this was happening, and I had almost no idea how to fix it, and I ended up spending the next few days trying a bunch of other random stuff. I then spent another few days reading everything that I could find online, and after finding absolutely nothing useful, I honestly kind of felt like giving up. Before doing that though, I decided to look at the patent one last time, and this turned out to be a really good idea because I saw something that I had somehow never noticed before. It was also almost just said in passing, but it was here where it was mentioning the purple color, and the key words were, at least on annealing, at 600C. This didn't directly address the problem that I was having, but it implied that there was a way to enhance or recover the color, and I figured that this was my only chance. So I just quickly preheated an unused crucible to 600C, and for this attempt, I also made this fresh new piece that I had sanded down nice and flat. Just like all the other times, this made it completely silver, and it kind of just looked like a generic piece of metal, and I had a hard time believing that this could actually turn purple. There was only one way to find out though, so I dropped it into the crucible, and then based on absolutely nothing, I decided to leave it for about 30 minutes. When I came back to it, I was honestly feeling pretty hopeful, and I was really curious to see how it was doing. So to get a closer look at it, I just carefully pulled out the crucible, and I dumped it onto some insulation, and I was genuinely shocked by what I saw. Almost like magic, it had actually somehow turned purple, and the moment that I saw this, I was really relieved. This because it was very obvious that the heat treatment had worked, and the project was thankfully no longer at a complete dead end. What I thought was really interesting though was that as it continued cooling down, the color of it slowly changed, and it was gradually shifting more towards that pinkish purple. However, it didn't seem to get quite as pink as I saw with the first attempt, and when I took a closer look at it, it appeared to be a darker purple. I mean, it still definitely wasn't as purple as the stuff that I saw online, but this at least showed me that even with the same recipe, the color could actually be pretty different. This also made me think that maybe by annealing it for longer, or just in a different way, it might have been possible to make it even more purple. With all that being said though, right now what I had was still kind of a piece of crap, and I felt that the most important thing to do next was to see if it was even possible to make something nice. More specifically, I had to see if I could actually mold it into a specific shape and then clean it up, and I was really tempted to just immediately try and make a ring. However, I knew that starting with something complicated like a ring would be a horrible idea, and it would introduce a whole bunch of new issues, so instead, I decided to just make a simple little bar. In particular though, I really wanted to make one that looked exactly like a typical gold bar, except that it was purple, and I went ahead and melted a bunch more metal.
Sister Rachel Morin loved her 5 children. She met a monster, a criminal, illegal immigrant that raped and murdered her. I lost my sister. There's no reason why these kids should not have a mother. It just breaks my heart. The last thing that we more of Kamala Harris.
How the economic machine works in 30 minutes. The economy works like a simple machine, but many people don't understand it, or they don't agree on how it works. And this has led to a lot of needless economic suffering. I feel a deep sense of responsibility to share my simple but practical economic template. Though it's unconventional, it has helped me to anticipate and to sidestep the global financial crisis, and it has worked well for me for over 30 years. Let's begin. Though the economy might seem complex, it works in a simple, mechanical way. It's made up of a few simple parts and a lot of simple transactions that are repeated over and over again a zillion times. These transactions are above all else driven by human nature, and they create 3 main forces that drive the economy. Number 1, productivity growth. Number 2, short-term debt cycle.
Junk 'em.
I want some serious
I'm going through.
Someone else earns more. When someone's income rises, it makes lenders more willing to lend money because now he's more worthy of credit.
After got one of my small bar molds, and this time I was gonna blast it until it was red hot. I was really hoping that this would prevent the metal from freezing and help it fill the mold.
It's still showing old comments. That's crazy. I forgot to unmute myself. I forgot something.
Imagine being here, waiting because doctors risk prison for helping you. That's Arizona's abortion ban. It forces women who are miscarrying to wait until a medical emergency.
Voting yes on 139 ends the ban. Vote yes.
Smooth, sophisticated feel, refined look. But these napkins aren't just elegant, they're surprisingly affordable, making them perfect for breakfast, or dinner, or breakfast for dinner. Vanity Fair, elevate every day.
Hello everyone and welcome to Internet Common Etiquette. This is my Halloween special, but you know, I don't normally celebrate Halloween. I just think it's odd to spend the whole month talking about ghouls and ghosts and other shit that's not real. That said, I have been experiencing some strange phenomena in the old etiquette set. For instance, that just appeered on my wall last night.
Grim moved
Clearly this is just some kids playing French.
But
until robots a fan of Halloween. Oh, my closet's acting up again. Anyway, this is a perfect opportunity to bring everyone down a peg by showing them that there's nothing supernatural going on here because
Well, I get it ready real quick. Would you dump this out and give me some water with ice and this show? I already put food in his bowl. He just didn't see it, so you could just take him and show him. Go, go. She has a snack for you. Go, go, Graham. Go, go. Good boy. Go. No, go, go. Here.
Grim, come on.
And it doesn't even show up on the app. It just keeps repeating the same old comments for me. I don't get why it does that. Holy shit, dude. I mean, let's put something else on. Yeah, Ubisoft is probably gonna die. Boy, what the hell? Love don't judge, but I do.
Man, kids are getting up. Like, I'm talking about, like, their whole life. Like, they're spawn camping themselves. It's like you spawn in Halo, the first thing you do is look at the ground and you throw a grenade.
The drink.
What drink?
There is.
Water or juice?
First thing you do.
I thought you had your Coca-Cola.
No, that's why I'm confused.
And here I am, my old man arc. Because today we're complaining about a TikTok trend, okay? A dangerous trend.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I mean, if the TikTok trend is, let's do this thing that makes oxygen stop going to your brain, I feel like that's not a good trend. Like, you don't have to be an old man. You don't have to be a doctor to see that. I can see that right away.
No, the answer is no. I'm very cool, still very hip, that's very with it, okay? But I did want to talk about nitrous oxide today, aka laughing at it, aka with it, aka doing a Kanye. Look, it's kind of an old thing, and that's kind of become a new thing because we've Americanized this small little canister that used to, you know, you used to get this little cartridge thing.
Now you get a big one.
People would inhale it and get high.
It's 2.0.
Get it at dentist.
I heard you.
Oh, that needs to go out.
What?
All of that up there needs to go out.
Don't worry about. Ow! Shut up. Made me burn myself. Shut up.
The galaxy gas is like, let's actually do this. I
Yeah,
mean,
it was.
It's two very different things.
Turned it into a flavored giant canister that kids are walking around full and doing in their classroom.
Oh, I see that video.
about this clip? The crazy thing is that, like, if you watch this, you can clearly see the moment where the oxygen stopped going to his brain. Like, watch his face. You see that?
I'm not laughing.
Like,
I don't think
that
it's
shit,
funny.
like, real talk, like, that's actually scary.
Yeah, that's scary.
To me, like, that's scary to watch. Like,
You can get an aneurysm
for
like
like
that.
a, you know, like a 0.2 or 0.3 seconds, right? That's, wow. I can't see how somebody can watch that and be like, oh yeah. Fucking load me up.
Just the youth that are on this, it's also mainstream celebrities. Like Kanye West was recently exposed for
What
being...
the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
His doctors apparently got him on it.
Are you kidding me, man? Why are you gonna do this? Why do you do this to yourself?
Addicted to nitrous oxide. I say exposed, but he also posted this video.
He posted
Ryan
himself.
Garcia did on the nitrous. So I don't know how much you can expose somebody who's just posting that.
Yeah.
But rappers
I'm not gonna
everywhere
say
are sort of also
type of doctor.
getting into this. In fact, Adam22, who does a podcast, kind of covering some of this stuff recently. Well, released a video 4 years ago talking about this drug is taking over the rap game. Even back then, it was becoming more popular. There was a lot of said about it.
Now, it all seems like fun and games at first, right? Like laughing out, it's going to be so bad. But in the long term, is when you really start to see nasty side effects kick in.
Funny enough, if you fast forward 4 years to today,
He's doing it. Yeah, he's doing it. That's what's so crazy. It's like, every person that I see talking about galaxy gas and doing whippets, when I hear them talk, like, this is the way that somebody talks that does this stuff.
Don't do that.
Touch it.
Why?
It's sticky.
You say that.
It's insane. Like, how do you watch this and be like, oh, wow, I know what I want?
On his podcast recently and did whip it on his own podcast, which I thought was weird for somebody who's like, yeah, this is bad, it's going to ruin your brain. Alright, what's the blow that so bad, Michael?
Alright, now you added 22 there. Hold it.
But it's not just the kids and rap.
I mean, what did you do? Like, bro, sign me the fuck up. What you doing?
First, even Joe Rogan's podcast has seen some of this stuff. Ari Shaffir, a comedian,
The Amazing Racist.
live on the show. What is that?
He's Spanish. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, with it? Yeah.
Oh, no.
With it? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Is this legal? No.
No?
I'm gonna forget how to play pool.
Okay.
Look at some brain cells.
Okay, so then he's taking snippets while Joe Rogan's reading. Do they kill brain cells? Yes or no? Yes. But you heard the background and kind of thing.
Wait, I don't need to tell. I don't need to talk to the subject. I watch people talk about whippets. Like, every rap song about whippets. I understand Spanish, so as not understand their English. Oh no, 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 no. What's crazy, man? I have to find the actual radio, yeah. And that's the thing, is like, I laugh at it, right? But like, you actually just fucked your life up.
And then somebody's like, no, and somebody else says, well, no, they just sell them in, like, head shops, everything. And that's like part of the problem, is that while nitrous oxide is supposed to be just for, you know, medicinal, like as a drug to be consumed by people, it's supposed to be
so much more
controlled. At the same time, there's also this kind of loophole where it technically can be sold for culinary purposes, where it's sold for like whipped cream, because you use the whipped cream canister, you need a little bit of nitrate in order to make it like fluffy. But it's not going to make you high because you're not actually testing stuff. So the loophole that has been figured out by these companies is that you can sell these canisters as chargers for whipped cream. Right. And this brings us to Galaxy Gas. This is currently the most popular way to use nitrous oxide. When you go to their website, they say that it is intended solely as a food processing. It must be so annoying for them to have to pretend like they're not just selling drugs to kids. And it's like you have to always talk around it, and it's like, yeah, you can use these on strawberries, and there's also for pasta, and yeah, of course, you want to sell, you don't want to, don't use them by itself, and it's like a drug front, you know? It's not like a drug front, and it's not even a drug front. It's just a drug store, and you go into the store and you buy drugs. But you tell them you're not. I'm buying this to make strawberry shortcake. Oh, okay. I need this heroin. I'm buying cocaine to make Coca-Cola. Oh, okay. That's totally fine. Let me ring you up. Helen. For whipped cream and culinary use only, you say yes. And then they have recipes for how to use their product. And you can imagine being the person whose job it is to do that. That's like the most useless fucking job in the world. Like, yeah, it's like your job is to, you have to write these bullshit articles that nobody's gonna read. All their different stuff here. However, this is just a couple. Yeah. Part of the reason I'm doing this is it gives me off the way people regularly cover this stuff where they go, people are misusing Galaxy now. That's using it as a food product.
So it's supposed to take your desserts to the next level. By using it the wrong way, it leaves people high.
It's not a food product. The creators know it's not a food product. This is just how they get around the law, right?
Things are getting a hold of Galaxy Gas and similar products following a dangerous trend on, of course, all places social media. And while it has many legitimate uses, it also creates a brief but potentially deadly high.
The way to cover loopholes like this isn't going like, oh, kids, by the way, you can get high from this, and it's totally okay. So it's called Galaxy Gas. It's on Amazon right now. Use discount code CNN for 10% off. No, it was always intended to be abused. So I saw this video kind of talking about this. This video is the guy who did Galaxy Gas. He says he has no idea at the bottom, as if he thought this was, and this, by the way, this is not the creator of Galaxy Gas.
No, Graham.
This video was created. A video with a totally fake caption. Commercial that got saved. And it's of them talking about the food aspect of all this. And people believe, like, just believe this stuff.
Galaxy Gas is the purest culinary nitrous in the galaxy. Why start your morning off with that boring Keurig coffee when you can just as easily?
No.
So, if the bad acting wasn't sort of already a dead giveaway, I've seen Raid Shadow Legends ads that are more authentic and believable than that. I'm sorry. More proof that this is just a really cover account. Albeit they're going through with a bit. They can create those recipes. Oh, yeah. You go to their website, they have, like, all their YouTube videos are them, like, creating little, I guess it would be, like, really good if you work with this company and you have, like, a relative that's, like, basically a fucking retard. And they can't get a job anywhere. They're like, yeah, okay, once you get to the right level, you try to cook. But you're like, I don't know how to cook. I don't even know how to write. Yeah, that's fine. It's just, they can't read. Yeah, they can't read either, so it's a match made in heaven. Little recipes with their things. Like, so they're really committing to the idea, oh, we're really Everyone's using this to shut stuff up. But even when you know it's not true. And that's because if you were to actually use these canisters for their intended purpose of whipped cream, it's way too much. Like, you only need a tiny amount of nitrous to fill an entire whipped cream can. And so this report at Fox 8 Local did a good job of breaking it down.
A whipped cream per container. Now, a can like this typically takes about 6.5 grams of nitrous oxide to make. Compare that to this tank, like 2,000 grams of nitrous oxide.
Well, I mean, damn, I mean, you want to buy a 2,000, I mean, that seems like a lot. Well, if you think about how much whipped cream you can eat for 2,000 grams, that sounds amazing. That's a lot of whipped cream. It's 800% value.
Posted things out similarly, you can make approximately 22,000.
It's just crazy on this. Like, imagine being a kid who gets to come to school with a strawberry watermelon 200 gram Galaxy gas can. Like, you're gonna be the coolest kid in ninth grade. The funny thing is, you're gonna be the coolest kid in ninth grade for 5 years in a row.
Servings of whipped cream with that strawberry watermelon nitrous. Look, it's preposterous when you actually learn how much whipped cream this stuff is made of. You think that anyone in their right mind is not the creators of the product who are giving it out know that. The reason they're selling something that makes 22,000 servings of whipped cream, which no normal person needs, is because they know nobody's using it actually for culinary purposes.
Of course.
The other thing is a lot of...
By the way, coffee brings up a really, really good point here. Totally fucking right. That the serving sizes, oh yeah, this is the serving size of 22,000.
Products are not sold by a culinary place. It's sold by, like, bake shops. In fact, remember the guy who posted
yeah, it's like, where do you want to buy these? Oh, when you go to the... So, like, what's the closest thing you have to a drugstore?
Whoa,
Hey, it's pretty close. Yeah, you buy it.
Galaxy Cat. I'll show you them again. That's the buddy, and this is the other guy. Because he did not invent it, supposedly invented it.
For you to stress out.
Find him as the promoter of something called Cloud Smoke, where he is making promotional videos for a vape shop.
The vape in my pocket is Rebel Bars, the red apple frozen flavor. It tastes amazing, and of course, this bar has juice indicators.
So obviously, this guy is not moonlighting as a chef. This is just a cover story to sell an illegal product. It's otherwise illegal. Now,
Salvia is like Salvia is still like how they would go and buy it. Yeah, we go and buy it. Not we, I never. Just because it was expensive, not because I'm afraid of it. And so I never did it. But my friends would go to like Planet K, and like we were like 15, 16.
Crazy! I want to be clear. I don't believe that's the guy behind all of this. People have been wondering for a while, who is behind Galaxy Gas? Guys, because nowadays, first of all, nobody's really in front of their product anymore. They shoot this reduced Logan Paul.
Nah, watch those ones too.
And they cover their sleeves. So it's hard to know if the problems kind of cover it back. But we have a hint from an old magazine that they forgot to scrub off the internet. This is a feature in a vape shop magazine that says "It's new high trend." Here you can see the first mention of the founders, what I believe is the founders. It says they're brothers Amor, Sammy, Ben, and Kareem. They run something called SEK International, and they're the owners of Cloud9 in Georgia. So the company that guy was promoting, they own it. Sam, Ben, and Kareem Amor. How can we know this is true?
because if you go to the state of Georgia, you can find that the guy on file for Galaxy Gas LLC is Khalil Amor, and the same guy is CEO of SDK International. Well, that's with the same last name as those brothers. Wow. Again, you can also find in a complaint against Cloud9 and SDK, we also see Khalil Amor.
It's not Cloud9, it's Cloud15. So many fucking stuff. This is crazy.
Khalil Amor and Sammy Amor all
Oh my
named.
god.
So, I think these are the guys behind it. They don't want to be on the front of their culinary organization for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
But they are seemingly the guys behind it. At least they're registered.
You want to use
as
the
the guys behind
battery?
it, especially Khalil Amor.
Now,
So you want to use this battery?
That because this has gotten so popular and so many people are doing it in schools, as well as just culturally, it's kind of nice to just having another moment because of these
It's what all the cool kids do.
supersized canisters of nitrous.
I'm trying to
It
think
is
of what
also
game
being looked at by
I would
regulators
play
very closely, and I think probably will get shut down or be
that were
meaningfully
against
kind
the
of
mind.
watched. In
And
fact,
it'll probably get nerfed, and then they kids will have to just go back to doing drugs, like, normal drugs. But yeah, until then, they're gonna go on as much as they can. Good? Yeah, they're gonna have to go back to just smoking weed.
Galaxy Gas, a lot of people haven't seen it, recently terminated their
Policy.
So in just a few days ago, a couple weeks ago,
What if I
they
take your phone and
terminated
tell
their
the
company under the wall. Additionally, you used to be able to buy their products on Amazon, crazy enough, and now they're unavailable. So are they?
That sounds like bullshit. I looked it up the other day and they were there. Galaxy Gas, Amazon. I'm gonna be real, like, I've seen a lot of this. Yeah. It's a reseller? Oh, you know what, bro? I think you could be right. I think these are resellers. Because it doesn't say Galaxy Gas and it says Monster Gas. A NAS Zip. Yeah. No featured offers available for Galaxy Gas. Yeah, look at this. I can pull it up real quick so you guys can see it. I don't know if you can see it. But, yeah, all of these are not, they're not actually Galaxy Gas. So maybe they took them off because they were worried about getting too much attention.
Going under? Are they trying to hide? It's unknown. But what's clear is that all eyes are on these guys, and they're definitely being
Yeah, hold
watched.
on.
Now, do I think that's going to be the end of the deposition? No.
I still need too much clothing. Why?
If I wanted money, what I would do is I would get you another one of those and then try to sell them. Because I sell them to as many kids as possible before the next day gets sold.
Similar people trying to make money on a similar idea, but I want to be clear, all of it is simply loophole. Has wanted to sell with freaking flavored charts, but you know it's not true because of the size of the things that they sell and where they sell them. In fact, while looking at this video, even though Galaxy Gas is unavailable, you can get a similar size tank for nitrous oxide, you can get $24, which would do about 500,000 servings of whipped cream. Directly from Amazon, you can get it shipped to your door. Free delivery.
That's a lot of ice for me.
Not report like, oh, people are misusing it for food. No, it was always intended to be misused. It was always
I don't think most people are doing that. They're doing some overnight storage of stuff you can do for more volume than your laptop.
Are you done?
It's pretty simple. You don't have a lot to do.
I'm not leveling up anymore. These gems now instead are exploding when I pick them up.
And I don't care about like who's behind this stuff
rehab would bury their shit in a jar and then ferment it and get high off fumes? Yeah, they did that back in the day too. It's called getting shit-faced. But no, it's been very common actually. Like that's not new at all. And they would also do it with cow shit too. Yeah, that's a really old one. Yeah. Let me go back. I'll link you guys this video. This is I think it's uploaded in second channel. Well, yeah, there it is. Actually, I didn't know that. I forgot. But yeah, there it is. There's the video. What a life. Man. Why take the limit to stand up
I already told you because they're exploding his head. No, it was a thing I picked.
It's being used to be getting high. Yeah, I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you.
Arca, and I need
wonder
to
what's gonna
unlock.
happen. To be honest, like I really do. Like I don't even know. Because the problem is like regulators are really stupid. And so are they going to be able to take control of this? Are they going to figure out what's going on? Or are they just going to fuck it up? Because I feel like they're probably just going to fuck it up.
I was just looking at the unlock.
That's exactly what I think would happen. You see the one made for the guy who stole millions in crypto? No, I didn't see that. But I think that there's a lot of, like, this is what's going to happen, right? It's like kids are going to start doing this more. And I do think that if you're a kid and you're doing this, and like you're like,
I did.
it's just like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, how do parents let your kids do that? I mean, it's permanent brain damage. Yeah. You need a business license like in many EU countries. Oh, you think so? Maybe you're right. I don't know. Depends on how many money you make for it. Yeah, true. Would you admit it if you've done them? Would you admit if you've done them? Yeah, sure. Why not? Like, I've smoked weed before. Definitely. I did it twice. I didn't like it. I stopped doing it. I drank alcohol before. I've drank alcohol, like, many times. Like, I was younger, right? I mean, like, up to, like, 22. I would, like, drink alcohol socially. And, like, not a lot, but, like, maybe 1 or 2 beers. And then I stopped doing it because I didn't like drinking alcohol, and I just drank it to fit in. And I was like, okay, well, why am I even doing this?
Where's
Fuck
the
this.
next?
And then I stopped. So yeah, ever get sick? No, I never got sick. Like I just don't really like it. I don't enjoy it. It's not it's not like there's no good part of it to me, right? Like it's not fun to do. It's not fun to pay for it. It's not fun. It smells good. I don't like the way it smells. It's just not something I'm interested in doing. Now, if people want to drink alcohol or do drugs, I don't really care. You know, I'm not gonna be like, oh wow, this is so bad. We shouldn't do this. But if you ask me like what my opinion on it is, I don't think anybody should do it. Like unless you're doing it for like a medical reason, then I actually don't think anybody should smoke weed and anybody should drink alcohol. I think the world would be a better place if nobody did it.
I haven't.
We are living in Lyndon Johnson's America.
Whilst media, referenced in articles about the plagiarism or in videos.
Today's episode is all about the most disgusting, violent, and downright scandalous controversies to unfold in the realm of fast food. From Jack's employees contaminating food with menstrual blood, to McDonald's managers selling drugs using the drive-thru window, to a Burger King refusing to serve the disabled. Welcome to yet another installment of the internet's most infamous fast food disaster. If you're watching this video, it's more likely than not that you've received bad customer service at fast food stores. While it can be extremely frustrating, most of you out there have the social awareness not to make a big scene out of it. And, work towards a sensible compromise with the employees of the owner. Well, this wouldn't be the case with the woman who became frustrated at a Chipotle in Parma, Ohio late last year. This is the story of the Chipotle Chucker. In September of 2023, a customer by the name of Rosemary Kane became furious after receiving her order, apparently being unsatisfied with the quality of her Chipotle. Despite attempts to calm her down, Kane completely lost it and violently threw a bowl of hot food directly into the employee's chest and face. The whole incident was recorded by a bystander, with another customer immediately confronting Hain and threatening to call the cops over the matter. It shouldn't be surprising that this footage was immediately uploaded to social media, with many being outraged by the woman's absurd behavior. The victim in question was 17-year-old Emily Russell, with Rosemary being quickly arrested and charged with assault. According to Fox 8 News, when questioned about why she committed such a bizarre act, she stated, "If I showed you how my food looked and how my food looked a week later from that same restaurant, it's disgusting." Despite this, she did offer a full apology and made it clear she regretted her actions. The judge, however, was completely unsympathetic to her plea. She was sentenced to 180 days in jail, with 90 of them being suspended. According to official sources, Judge Timothy Gilligan, who was presiding over the case, wasn't quite done yet, though. While a jail sentence was bad enough, he felt that this was an opportunity to teach the woman what it was like to be on the receiving end of customer abuse. So he offered her a deal. If she worked in a fast food restaurant for a minimum of 20 hours for an 8-week period, he would significantly reduce her jail sentence. And this was an offer that she readily took. Yeah, part of her punishment from the judge was having her actually work at a restaurant. While this had clearly been an unpleasant experience for the young worker, she didn't seem to let it impact her all too much. In an interview with USA Today, she stated, "I was telling the judge she left the building and went to her car. And she came back, and that's what she did to my face. We live in a world right now where she could have done anything she wanted. She could have punched me in my face or pulled a gun out. I'm lucky that I only got a bowl thrown in my face." It was also revealed that she believed the punishment was befitting of the crime, saying she was satisfied with the outcome. In addition to all of this, a GoFundMe was started for the girl, with it racking up over $10,000 in total donations. Obviously, what Hain had done was inexcusable and shouldn't have happened, but the donations and public outcry certainly served as a nice silver lining to the unfortunate event. However, this wouldn't be the end of the story. An article was recently released by the news outlet Grub Street, where they examined her life after the incident and whether or not she had actually received a proper punishment. According to the article, she ended up being employed at a Burger King restaurant to comply with the judge's request. But this is about as far as her goodwill went. She's got some questionable comments when reflecting on the incident. The nerve to apply the trigger for throwing the food in the employee's face had been, quote, taken out of context, stating, "If you saw the full video, you'll see me waiting for 35 minutes. You'll see me say something to Emily that's not rude or anything. You'll see her talk rude to me. I wish I could post that." It's also important to clarify here that the reason she said that she was upset was that she thought that the food just looked disgusting. The order was actually totally correct, but, you know, she justified her outrage by saying that it just looked like shit. Which I've had some fucked up bowls from Chipotle before, but come on, bitch, this is like out of line. This combined with the extremely long wait time and the allegedly rude service apparently led this woman to the infamous outburst. Overall, the situation serves as a reminder that fast food workers are human beings as well. And no matter how frustrating terrible service can be, it's never worth going completely psycho over some food. A common trope in movies and TV shows is the idea of a disgruntled fast food worker tampering with the customer's order, usually by spitting on the food and serving it while the recipient will mindlessly go about eating it without a second thought. While it's disturbing to imagine, it's actually extremely rare that this happens. Most of the stories that you've seen online over the years regarding fast food contamination, it's all hoaxes, myths, and urban legends. That being said, some incidents have occurred, and one of the most graphic and disturbing occurred at a restaurant in Columbus, Mississippi. This is the story of Jack's secret sauce. On January 7th of 2017, 18-year-old Sky Juliet Samuel was working at a Jack's restaurant when she became frustrated with a customer in the drive-thru. The exact wording of their exchange is unknown, but the important thing is that it was enough to greatly upset both parties. Sky in particular got so upset that she decided to add something a bit extra to the customer's order when making it. According to later reports, she licked the cheese for the burger and then proceeded to wipe menstrual blood onto the sandwich, allegedly disguising this stuff with the condiment. Sky's co-worker witnessed all of this, and when she went home, immediately told her mother about the incident, who then proceeded to make a post on Facebook, warning any patrons that had ordered food from the restaurant in a specific window of time that their order may have been tampered with in a serious way. The victim had reported Sky, intending to get her in trouble for her poor customer service. But after seeing the post, put two and two together and reported the incident to the authorities. According to an article by KFOR News, the mother of the co-worker who had initially reported the tampering was fired a few days later, implying that Jax had attempted to cover up the whole thing. However, this rumor was dispelled once it was revealed the employee in question was actually terminated for stealing food. Once the news became public knowledge, a wave of disgust swept through
That's an insane thing.
many were horrified picturing the event in their minds. It goes without saying that Sky would be fired immediately from her position, but the story doesn't end there. This wasn't a simple prank gone wrong. It was a serious healthcare violation that could potentially land her in prison for up to 5 years. She eventually did turn herself into police after a warrant was issued, willingly allowing herself to be arrested. However, she was soon released on a $5,000
Tracked Orban Laurel.
Interestingly, according to
Tracked Orban Laurel.
the girl
Come
had
on.
previously worked at a Krispy Kreme nearby, but was terminated for reasons that weren't exactly clear. Hopefully she didn't add some of her own custom frosting to a strawberry donut. A spokesperson for Jack released a lengthy statement expressing their concern regarding the ordeal, making absolutely certain to emphasize that this was a unique incident that had never happened before at their establishment, making it clear that they were fully cooperating with the proper authorities.
Jack, now this statement said in part, food safety is our top priority at Jack's restaurant. The company takes any kind of improper handling very seriously. Recently, an audio tape recording was posted on social media saying that an employee at the restaurant in Columbus essentially violated our stringent food menu standards. The employee allegedly involved in this incident was terminated several days ago for unrelated
Poppin'. Poppin'.
company. The restaurant was seeking a rating. At this point, that internal investigation is ongoing, and the company will do everything it can to assist authorities with their own investigation.
The story gained so much traction that Sky was covered by the Breakfast Club and was deemed Donkey of the Day by Charlamagne the God.
I have a menstrual cycle routine, please. Hold a second. Guys, I don't know where yet I'm going to watch after this. Okay, when you go to college and looking at the education, because this is by far one of the worst things to ever have to write on a job application. Have you ever been convicted or arrested for a crime? If so, what? Yeah, but not arrested for putting serious blood on people with burner. Please get started saying
Sky was eventually sentenced to 1 year in prison in late 2017.
What?
Pretty nuts. Petty, with this story serving as a grim reminder to be alert when receiving fast food from strangers at restaurants. So basically, you need to be paranoid every time you get a McChicken or some sort of fucking sandwich, because who knows what sort of bodily fluid might have been squirted on that thing. The restaurant itself seems to be going strong, meaning that despite the controversy, they were still able to maintain a loyal base of customers. So if you guys couldn't tell, diving into these fast food stories is some of the most fun that I have here on the channel. And I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Ground News, for helping me get the facts straight before taking the plunge. Ground is a nonpartisan news app and website that aggregates news reports about current events and puts them all in one place, in the hopes of exposing media bias and making it easier for you to see all sides of the story. You'll see a news outlet's political bias, how historically credible their reporting is, and even who funds the media organization. For example,
Well, we all know that Mr. Beast has been in some hot water recently.
Hey Siri.
He was actually sued by the company.